All right, even though the clock on the wall says it's not quite 4, the one in front of me says it is. So we're going to get started. So will everyone, welcome to the June 17th, 2025 City Council meeting. And we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Patty?
This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
All right, and Zoom webinar participation is available for members of the public. The Zoom webinar ID and link are available on the posted agenda on the city website. And with that, will everyone please stand and join all of us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Patty, why don't we see who was here tonight?
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Diorigo.
Present.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Mayor Donahue.
I am here.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to do a brief closed session. So we will pursuant to real property negotiations, and we will be back at 4:30. So, and if there's any public comment on the closed session item, feel free. All right, we'll be back in half an hour. Okay. All right, we're back. There was no action to report out from the closed session. And go ahead and proceed to a proclamation for Juneteenth. And I'm going to go ahead and read that. It has 8 warehouses, which is a lot, and which is good. And we're going to do all of the warehouses because I think this is important, as I know all the council does. So, whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the ending of slavery in the United States, and whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1, 1863, declaring that all enslaved people shall be free, and whereas Juneteenth, or June 19, 1865, is considered the date when the last enslaved people in America were freed, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, almost 2.5 years later after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas June 19th has an empowering meaning in American history and has been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. And whereas, although Juneteenth education and celebrations declined in America in the early part of the 20th century, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s saw a resurgence of interest in Juneteenth, along with renewed community celebration of the day. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement, it is a day, a week, and in some areas a month marked with celebrations. It is a time for reflection and rejoicing. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolishment of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations are a tribute to African Americans then and now who fought so long and worked so hard to make the dream of equality a reality. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Dennis Donahue, on behalf of the Salinas City Council, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2025, as Juneteenth Day in the city of Salinas, and urge all residents to become more aware and continually educated on the significance of this celebration, and that is dated the 17th day of June 2025. And I think we have some folks who will be participating in a celebration at Hartnell tomorrow. So can I have them come up to the podium, and if you have a few remarks, and then we will hand over the plaque and do all the appropriate photo ops. And then we'll get started with our meeting. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Donahue. My name is Kendra Cabrera.
Hi, my name is Michaela Barbara Miller.
We're members of the Salinas Juneteenth Celebration Association, and we just want to thank the City of Salinas for this proclamation. We'd also like to thank the City of Salinas Public Art Grant for their support for the past 2 years, and we'd also like to thank Councilmember Andrew Sandoval for his support for the past 5 years. We are in our 5th year of celebrating Salinas Juneteenth here in Salinas, and I just want to thank you for your ongoing support. I want to invite you to come out and join us tomorrow at Hartnell College between 4 and 7. Hartnell College is sponsoring a supper for the first 200 residents of Salinas to come and join us. Please, there'll be drumming, dancing, singing, song, and just celebration of freedom.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Come on up to the front, and we'll present the plaque and take the photo. Okay, we are now open for public comment on items that are not on the agenda and that are in the City of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on consideration, public hearing items, and the consent agenda should be held until the items are reached. Public comments are generally limited to 2 minutes per speaker this evening. Because of the length of the agenda, we will be on a 90-second mark. So we will be 90 seconds for all public comment this evening. And with that, we are now open for business.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Good after eve, everyone. Mayor, city manager, city attorney, city council, city staff. I am here to pray. My name is Kimberly Bryant. We will be praying the Lord's Prayer. Please pray along with me if you know it. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Jose, I want to thank you. A couple weeks ago, you made an invitation for other groups to bring their flags and to hang them outside the rotunda, and I'm flag shopping. So I am giving the council notice, 9 months notice, in fact, that April 1st, 2026, we would like to hang a Christian flag right outside the rotunda, to hang for the full month, to give glory to God, and to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. I know a lot of people have talked about painting crosswalks for this month. Oh, I'm out of time. Anyway, I'll be back with you on this.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Okay. Next up.
For what it's worth, I took a class from Kendra at MPC, and she is a very good instructor. Name is Eric Peterson. Saturday was No King's Day with protests all over the country. And one I did not attend was in Palo Alto at Rinconada Park, and one of the people who was scheduled to be there was Joan Baez, folk singer. And one of her big hits was a song called There But for Fortune, written by Phil Oakes. Bob Dylan said he was the best songwriter of the 60s. And it just seems part of this song is appropriate for us. Show me the alley, show me the train, show me a hobo who sleeps out in the rain. And I'll show you a young man with so many reasons why. There but for fortune, go you and go I. You and I. And this song makes me think of a few decades ago when I was living in my car and I had help. People gave me places to park. I had showers, things like that. And a lot of our homeless don't. And they could use help. And I didn't have sweeps. Let's end the sweeps. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Okay, good evening. My name is Eloise Shim. I'm a Salinas resident. 10 years ago, I lived in Salinas, sort of. I slept in Dorothy's place till 5 a.m. Then I took MST to Monterey to work at MPUSD. I had hoped to get housing back then, but I didn't get housing till 2023 here in Salinas. I had applied to an apartment complex back then, and an opening at the same apartment complex came open through Section 8. I really couldn't believe that I would ever get housing. After living on the street in Monterey, I got an Airstream trailer to live in Seaside. I lived there for another 3 years, but that one fell through too. Back on the couch surfing circuit before another stretch of street living, Veterans Park in Monterey, before the apartment came up, the one I'd applied for 10 years earlier. That's why I support rent stabilization in Salinas, because I know how fragile housing is in Salinas and how getting a place and keeping it isn't always easy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Matthew Logan. How you, Dennis? Hi, Tony. I'm here for a different reason. It's not an embarrassment, but what I'm trying to say is my wife was arrested in 2022. The DA, the Sheriff's Department, they sent her to Chowchilla Women's Institution to do a crime for burglary. My wife got raped 3-4 times while she was in prison. We have an attorney, but I think the Monterey County owes me, I just feel like they owe me something. Because I was on my deathbed when they took my wife. I had cancer. I was in a community hospital. They busted in my room looking for my wife. I was on my deathbed. So I couldn't do anything about it to help my wife fight the case or anything. But now that she's out, I want some redemption from the Monterey County. I spoke to the DA. He told me to get out the office. I spoke to you. I called your office, Mr. Donahue, to make an appointment with you so I can go into deeper detail on what happened to her. I called Jimmy Panetta. Mr. Panetta haven't got back to me yet. I tried to go to Channel 8 News. They didn't want nothing to do with it.
I'll follow up.
Okay, thanks, Jimmy.
All right.
Hello, Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager, and Council. I just want to thank every one of you for serving for our city. I know you all love our city. You all want to do what's best for our city. And please be careful with our money. It's our money that you're spending. I just received a copy of the 2040 General Plan, so I'm really studying that. I do love research. As a matter of fact, the last chief that we had, offered me a job to be an investigator 6 months before he left. So I was very proud and honored that he did that, but it was a verbal, so I didn't take it very seriously. But anyway, I just want you to please take care of our money. In doing my research, I just found out about the $51 million ARPA Rescue Fund that Salinas received. The money that you gave the employees, the 500 employees, I think was well-deserved, especially working during COVID. 51 million is a big chunk of change. So please take care of our monies. 58 million we've spent on homeless, and we still can't get it right. We still have a lot of people that are homeless. I did see in the 2040 plan or the rescue plan that there was $500,000 for Gavilan Creek for this. So please take care of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor Donahue. My name is Ignacio Fregoso. I'd like to state that I was not intending to speak on the matter regarding the incident we all saw in Los Angeles last week. However, due to our community's similar demographics and the fact that I too come from a family of immigrants, it became inevitable not to. I'd like to start by stating that I believe representatives of our federal government used tactics that were politically and strategically incorrect, igniting public disturbance. For the individuals on the other side of the political spectrum, I also believe they too mismanaged the situation by pushing political agendas, all at the detriment of the public. While it was evident that there were individuals that committed violence and social disturbance, the majority of individuals I know from within the immigrant community are individuals that are proud of their heritage, yet are also grateful and proud to be a part of the American story. For individuals living in the shadows and fear, I would like to recognize their presence, their contributions to our society, and their presence in their labor force. They are undoubtedly the main labor force to some of the biggest capitalists in our area. Moreover, I also believe we must remember individuals from the past, individuals like Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for civil liberties through methods of peace and pacifism. Lastly, I would like to tell our general public and our local representatives here today that as much as we like to emphasize the strength of our diversity, we must also comprehend that diversity without unity becomes decomposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm David Masonev. Thanks for everything you do. I just wanted to bring up something I was noticing today. So tonight, you're going to be talking about 4 public hearings. You're going to have 2 considerations and 16 consent items. And roughly, this is rounded, you're going to be dealing with $3.9 million, roughly. Now, that's whether you're taking it from someplace else or moving it around, or if you're just taking it out of the general fund to pay things. I just think that's a lot of money to be moving around and voting all of that in one time. I would very much like to see consent items go away and see them voted on one at a time so that they're on the record and you can say, hey, this is what I stand for and this is what I voted for. So anyway, $3.9 million. It's a lot of money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can have my 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jose Guerra, Montevilla Community. First, I want to say, Mr. Donahue, the minute and a half, come on. If you guys are tired, you don't want to do the job you're doing, don't take responsibility or make the agenda smaller. Don't make our sacrifice part of your dismay that you don't want to be up there or wait for everybody to speak. That's wrong. I'm sorry. And Mr. Callahan for backing him up, and Mr. Mendez, I mean, come on, guys, talk to him. You're there to guide him. That's what he's there for. I just want to say that, and the All Kings Day celebration, which I think is bogus. I mean, that was the Army celebration, so we've been doing that for years, and all of a sudden, the Democrats and liberals find it very hard to accept that, hey, everybody has a celebration, everybody else has one. Why not? Why take it away from the Army and everybody else? Now, if you want to take your political views and bring them everywhere else and make everybody unhappy, you have the right to do that. You're in America. I appreciate that. Just don't try to turn people. Let people speak their minds. Like you, Mr. Donahue, when we come up here and give us our minute and a half, used to be 2 minutes. And on consent items, you only give us a minute and a half. It'll probably be a minute today for all 10 items, whatever might be on there. I didn't count them. You have to take that into account. That's why this country is so beautiful. You have the right to express yourself. But it seems like you guys forgot that. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day. And thank you, Trump, for taking care of the farm workers. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Good afternoon, folks. Mary Ann Worden. As I was watching the meeting, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, about the problems on Kern Street, you talked about getting rid of the ladies that are down there, but what about the men? There would be no ladies out there if there wasn't men out there looking for them. Are we doing anything about those men that are driving around looking for these ladies? Are we arresting them? Because we need to do something about the men. Because when I rode with the police, I could see it. Anyway, my next thing is to, don't forget, Sunday at San Benito Street, we'll be having our Portuguese festival with the parade starting at 10, our mass at 11, and a free dinner afterwards. So everyone's welcome and a dance. And another thing I'm going to ask you, have any of you been to Kelly Park in San Jose? Because that is a beautiful historical park that has all nationalities in there, even a Vietnamese home with their pictures and everything else. It's just amazing. But all these old houses that were out in farms have been moved there and restored. And I saw this about 20 years ago when they first started, but I've really been amazed at what's happened and what the city has done down there. It's really something. You should see it. And they celebrated Portuguese month for California is
Thanks,
Portuguese
Mary Ann.
month that we
Okay.
celebrate.
Hi, Peter Zelai, North Salinas. I just wanted to call your attention to an email I sent you all about a code enforcement option for the city I'd like you to consider. It's called City Detect. It involves placing cameras on garbage trucks and street sweepers, and it films the condition of properties. And it then is looked at by AI technology, and this particular company can distinguish 145 different code enforcements, so violations. So for example, if we're looking at, I don't know, cars on lawns, for example, this technology can do that. And so I sent you all an email after I had spoken to the co-founders of the company and sent you a brochure as well. Tony, thank you for calling me and discussing the issue with me. I appreciate the courtesy of your time. Thank you. So this is a force multiplier. It doesn't involve us hiring any more staff. It allows us to use the staff that we do have in a more efficient manner. So I would ask your consideration for this option for code enforcement in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. All right. All right, anybody on Zoom? Okay, looks like Catherine?
Hey, Catherine Ramirez. I'm calling to talk about Republic, the franchise agreement. The performance review that was done showed many violations, and this was because the city of Salinas did not have a dedicated employee to manage the franchise agreement. I've read this franchise agreement 3 times. This franchise agreement is riddled with errors. I beg you guys to look at it and look at the references, and you'll see for yourself. Republic makes $52 million gross off of the city of Salinas with this franchise agreement. They net $44 million. That's not even talking about the fees that they have to pay to us on page 23 and 24, and the $7.8 million in franchise fees that they pay to the city that gets dispersed all throughout different departments. How come the city does not have at least 2 dedicated employees to manage this contract? Because our services are terrible. You all know. And then, Margaret, and Dennis, you know that people want to blame ag for ripping up our streets, but I have never seen an ag semi drive down my city street. But what I see every week ripping up my street are the tons and tons that the trash vehicles weigh ripping up my streets. And the money that they got away with not having to pay with that performance review because the city settled could have fixed our streets. Do better. Please hire 2 people that are dedicated to managing.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, that looks like we'll close public comment. Thank you, everyone. And we will go to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Do any members of the council have any campaign contributions to disclose related to any item on today's agenda? Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember Diarigo?
No.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
No.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval? And Mayor Donahue?
No.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will proceed to public hearings. And Chris, you still have the stage, and we will talk about the sanitary sewer rate increase.
Thank you, Mayor. So recall, council, on April 22nd, you initiated the process to increase the sanitary sewer rates. This involved accepting a sewer rate study, approving a sewer rate schedule, and distribution of Proposition 218 public hearing notices. All of those notices were sent out, but following your action and the direction to us, we identified some inaccuracies in some of the rates and some of the rate categories that were identified both in the notice, in the rate study, and in the rate schedule. So in order to correct those inaccuracies, we need to go back and essentially start this process again by updating the rate study and updating the rate schedule. That will require us to prepare new notices and send those notices out. Our plan is to bring that back to the City Council on July 1st so that we can initiate this process again. So that may beg the question as to why we're having this public hearing tonight, even though no action is required. And the reason we're doing it and keeping on the agenda is because we sent out those public notices indicating that there would be a public hearing tonight. And so folks may have come to this meeting in anticipation of the discussion. So we wanted to make sure that we provided an opportunity to explain to the council and to the public as to what happened and why we're doing it again. And give anyone an opportunity to speak about this if they choose to. So that's it, Mayor, and the city engineer and I and city manager are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, we'll start with questions from council. Andrew, I'll start with you.
So after they analyze the new sewer rates, we're going to present that again to the public, the new proposed rates?
That's correct.
Okay, Jose?
Quick question. As I remember, the first time this was presented, the finance director had mentioned something along the lines of the bond holders for this particular set of funds was potentially eyeing what direction the council was taking at the time to either trigger, a full payout, immediate payout. Given that we're kind of extending that timeline, are they still comfortable with us moving forward with that?
We believe so. We haven't heard anything contrary. And so I think that by having this discussion this evening and setting out another clear timeline for when we plan to address this, that gives them some assurance that we're addressing the issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Margaret?
It's my understanding that there probably will not be a change in the rate, but if you could just share with us, Chris, the difference that you found with Monterey One Water's rates and ours not matching up?
That's correct. And
Okay.
Adriana, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some inaccuracies or inconsistencies between the categories that M1W had established and the categories that we had on our rate schedule. And so that caused some of those rates for some of those categories to be inaccurate.
Correct. So if I can elaborate, what happened, Monterey One has some categories that they actually measure flows for. We had identified specific fees for those, and we didn't incorporate the fact that they use actual flow that's being measured. So that's the inaccuracy that's being corrected.
Okay, thanks for that explanation.
Yeah, Gloria?
No, I don't have any questions right now.
Really?
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. I heard that there were some errors. Was it a single error or multiple errors in the rates? How many were there?
It was just a handful, Adriana.
It was about a handful. What does a handful mean?
There's multiple categories. So when Monterey One bills out, they bill out different categories. And so we, like I said, we had identified specific rates for these categories, but in reality, the Monterey One bills them based on actual flows.
And then last question. So is that going to be delineated? Sorry, I can't say that word tonight. For those that saw the original one, so that they can kind of look and have something to compare it with.
Correct.
This new list? Okay.
Correct.
And we specifically addressed that issue in the revised rate study to make it clear to the ratepayers as well.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go out to the public.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. We had this meeting, I believe you brought this up about 2 months ago. The young lady just made the presentation. I had a conversation with her over the phone that Montebello was supposed to be excluded because we're the newest development and we don't need any pipes to be repaired in our community. I don't know if, it's on the tape, you can roll it back. I don't know if everybody understood that. But we do not want an increase in rate in Montebello because we cannot be responsible for everybody else or for the developers that didn't go in and fix that when they made the development there. And there was one before us, by the way, in 2000. Another developer in 2000 developed the area right behind Elsa High School, which would be Freedom Parkway. So we would not want the rate increase in Montebello. We don't deserve to be penalized for incompetency of allocating the correct funds through the people who made the actual contract with the city and built the homes there. So thank you very much. We will not accept that. Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Kim Brammer, and I am on the Board of Directors for Sherwood Lake Mobile Home Park. We're a member-owned mobile home park of about 150 residents. Right now, we pay for residents who have 2 members in their house. The sewage bill is $48. By this tripling, you're tripling it, and keep in mind, we're senior citizens. A lot of our residents fixed income. That's asking that they also will have to pay triple too in order for us to pay the bill. So I'm confused. Is this happening July 1st? Because we need to talk to all the members in the park. They're aware of it, but what the rate will be. So are you saying we're on hold, or is it going to be tripled effective July 1st?
Thank you.
So my issue is with Monterey One Water because they bill at a flat rate. They don't bill by usage. It's the only utility that does a flat rate, and they bill every other month. And so I'm not exactly sure. I appreciate Andrew's effort to have this particular part, that is the city part, done at a tiered level. But the real issue is with Monterey One Water. And the last representative at the board there was able to change a ridiculous idea to attach it to our property taxes. And he, representing only Salinas, was able to overturn that ridiculous idea. So you, Mayor Donahue, when you're back on the Monterey One board, I'm hoping that you're going to be vigilant for our needs. I was told by Monterey One Water that in 2026, they're going to be doing a rate study, and they're going to look to see if they can't address some of the inequities in the way they bill. So for example, in my particular situation, I have a main house and I have an ADU, and they're building for both of them. And so I have to pay double the amount despite the fact that the usage is exactly the same. It was the same when 2 of us lived in the main house. It's the same when 1 person lives in the main house and 1 person lives in the ADU. But they don't care about that. They give a flat rate. So we're going to be paying 200% for 40% of the usage in comparison to the people next door where there are 5 adults and there are only 2 adults by us. So Monterey One Water.
I'm following with the Monterey One Water. I don't know why they keep doing these rate increase and studies. The water in my district is the worst water you could even ever drink. I'd rather drink swimming pool water than drink the water from Monterey One. So please get with them and discuss what they can do to improve the water quality before they start thinking of rate hikes or studies. They need to understand that people in Creek Bridge are not drinking the water. You go get water at Safeway or any other store, the shelves are empty. Nobody's drinking the water. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, before some of these folks leave, if they're, however the process calls for it, if their question can be answered by one of the staff members. Thank you.
Yep, we will do that. All right, let's go see if there's anyone on Zoom.
None on Zoom.
There is not, okay. We will come back to, if there's no action required, Chris, if you want to address Councilmember Barrera's question.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So the rate increase process that was started in April is now coming to an end. So those rates will not take effect. We're starting the process again. And so we'll start that process again on July 1st, which means we will reintroduce rates that can be protested and objected to after that, and they will take effect some period after July 1st. And I'll go out and speak to the woman who spoke if she has any other questions. But well, all areas of the city would be subject to the rate increase. There are no exceptions, regardless of the district or regardless of the assessment district, which covers your particular neighborhood. And so I'll just address the third point that Ms. Hayes raised. M1W does not provide drinking water. Drinking water is provided by Cal Water and Alco Water Service. M1W, the rates that we're talking about are the sanitary sewer rates, not drinking water.
All right, and so final, any comments from council before we?
Quick question/comment, also to the effect of M1W. Salinas doesn't receive any water from M1W. The M1W is, they take our wastewater, they process it, and then it goes out to the peninsula. So effectively what we're paying for is either way the city itself was going to have to pay for that water to go somewhere. So it's either it goes to M1W or it goes out to the ocean.
Right. Let's see. Andrew, then Tony. I saw Andrew first, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, I just want to express my my frustration with this. You know, there's talks about, the last time we talked about raising the rates, there was talk about outreach after the fact. I think this is an opportunity for the council to give some direction to start outreach immediately, a more robust outreach. The young lady, the seniors who are here, excuse me, are probably one of many who will show up the next time, just like there was the attempt to place that onto our, thank you, sir, onto our tax bill. I also want to say, this is very unfair to seniors who may either live alone or just with one other person, as opposed to, for example, my family. We have 6 in our family. You know, if it was more of, the more you flush, the more you pay, it would make more sense to me. And we could, I mean, this could be a chance for us to really push not only ourselves, but M1 Water to go to a rate structure that actually charges people for what they use. And to Mr. Guerra's point, I said this before too, I don't agree that our current residents of Salinas should have to pay for upgrading our system to bring new development here. Now, I recognize our system does need some work also, so it's not just that, but I really don't think this is a fair process. So I'd ask the council to support the immediate outreach to the community, letting them know this and the steps that they could take.
Yeah.
Tony?
And I concur with Councilmember Sandoval. Mr. Mendez, one of the things, you know, and this is a needed evil. I mean, somebody's got to pay the bill for this service, and we have to have it. The difficulty is when people are getting different mixed messages, especially a lot of us are on a very limited income. And again, we have to pay for whatever service is provided. But I think to some of the points that are brought here, if you have one or two individuals living in one home, we got to figure out a system somehow. And I don't know how that looks. That's why you folks are the professionals. But I would not feel comfortable voting on something that comes to this table and everybody just pays the same amount. I don't think that's right. But again, if we could look into things like this and figure out something, we're going to make people's lives miserable. I mean, we really are. And again, no excuses, because we have to take care of this. But at the same time, let's look for a fair process. Again, however that looks, and I think we have time for discussion on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, Margaret?
Yeah, I concur. I think, given that we have more time to evaluate it, I think a tiered system would be a lot more equitable. I agree with you. A family of 6 compared to a family of 2, there's no comparison. And I know it's complicated. I know it's going to be hard to track, but I think there is a way to do it. And I think we should at least direct staff to look into that as an option. Thank you.
And my comment is, I think staff had said that for seniors, we were going to have some type of a rate adjustment. I think that's what I heard in our last meeting. If we didn't talk about it, then we should think about it, because you heard the senior citizens tonight and other families that might have, that are in hardship. We should really think about that too.
Okay. Aurelio?
No additional comments.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember.
If I might just make some additional comments, Mayor. Again, understanding that this is going to be a very painful bill for the community to take on, but also want to remind the community, the city hasn't raised or looked at these rates for over 10 years, right? So if we want to talk about something that's unfair is not looking at this for 10 years and then waiting until now to try to do something about it, right? We're kind of pegged into the situation where we need these infrastructure investments desperately, and we're unfortunately going to have to move forward. Also, want to express my concern with, if the council does pursue a tiered rate, I would hope that we would still be able to move forward with this and explore that at a later date. My concern is, as I mentioned, the bond issuers requesting a payout. I think it's north of $20 million that we'd have to pay out of pocket immediately, and based on the budget that we'll be looking at later, I don't think we have $20 million lying around to make those types of payments. So I want us to be smart about the decision that we make, so I hope we can still continue moving forward with the direction and provide direction to staff to do some of that, initiate that outreach, but also explore a tiered rate structure further down the line rather than having that try to be the immediate direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind, as part of this conversation, council did ask us to explore a rate assistance program, and the budget that's coming before you later today has money set aside for that. Now, we haven't brought back how that would be, what's the criteria, which we'll bring back to you at that as well. But being that we have to restart the process, we're looking at presenting a program to you. So that's the direction we got, but we can, and we will move forward on that. But I'm hearing the other council on the other stuff, so we'll explore it.
All right, thank you. All right, there's no action on this particular item, and with that, we will receive a report on, boy, it's a long one, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development 25 through 29 Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and Alisal Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area Designation. And there you are. You're up.
Members of the public. My name is Monica Flores, Community Development Analyst with the Housing Division, and along with my colleague Francisco Brambila, we will be presenting the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Fiscal Year 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan, Fiscal Year 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan, and the Alisal Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area Designation. Before beginning, I want to thank my Housing Division team and our consultant Veronica Tam and Associates for the robust efforts in the planning, research, public engagement, and the crafting of these plans being presented to you today. To begin, the fiscal year 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan serves as the official application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Community Development Block Grant Program, the Home Investment Partnership Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant Program funding. The plan will cover the dates of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030, and it is required to be updated every 5 years. The consolidated plan also includes the first-year annual action plan, which covers the dates of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and it includes a description of the program's activities and the funding amounts of each. Additionally, we are looking to update the Alisal Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy area along with the CON plan. The ANDRA is a tool to identify and target an area in need of revitalization. In areas identified, the grantees are afforded enhanced flexibility in undertaking economic development, housing, and public services activities with our CDBG funds. The plans being presented to you today are looking to be submitted to HUD on or prior to the date of July 14th, 2025. Per the city's HUD-approved Citizen Participation Plan, citizens must be provided with a reasonable opportunity to participate in an advisory role in planning, implementing, and assessing programs and proposals. The following table is a summary of the measures taken to encourage and involve the public throughout the planning and development process of the Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and the ANDRA. The first line you see there is a survey that was available in English and Spanish through the period of December 9th, 2024 through January 31st, 2025. We received a total of 127 surveys. 80 of them were submitted in English and 47 of them were submitted in Spanish. Additionally, we did have a community meeting at El Gavilan Library on the date of January 23rd, 2025. We had 53 total attendees at this meeting. We also conducted 8 community outreach events on various locations through the dates of December 13th through January 22nd, 2025. Some of these locations included outreach at 2 different food bank events, one at the Breadwalk Center on December 19th, 2024, and the other at the Cesar Chavez Park on January 9th, 2025. We also did a pop-up at one of the city council meetings. We stood outside along with information as well as the QR code that had access to the surveys in case anybody that attended the city council meeting was interested in filling out the survey. We also provided surveys and the QR code at different locations in the downtown area, as well as laundromats across the city of Salinas and shopping plazas. There was also a Chinatown resource fair that was done on January 13th, 2025, that our Salinas Outreach and Response team was responsible in coordinating. So we attended the tabling event and provided the information, as well as snacks to our residents, and encouraged them to provide their feedback on the survey. And there was also, our SOAR outreach team also went ahead and provided the survey to the clients that they were assisting throughout the different encampments in Salinas, as well as the emergency shelters. And lastly, we provided the flyer and survey to the Alisal Union School District, which assisted us in distributing it to all of their schools. We also had 2 different stakeholder meetings, one on the date of December 11th, 2024, and one on the date of December 18th, 2024, in which we received stakeholder input on the priorities that they would like to see with this CON plan. The consolidated plan requires a 30-day public review and comment period, which began on May 16th, 2025, and will be ending today. In order to make this consolidated plan available, we published a public notice through the Monterey Herald newspaper. We posted it at the City Hall, City Permit Center, city libraries, as well as the city website. And we also distributed it with our housing distribution list. This presentation was also presented at the Housing and Land Use meeting last Tuesday, June 10th. Based on the HUD activity eligibilities, community input, and different city planning efforts, including the Salinas Plan, Economic Development Element, Chinatown Revitalization Plan, and the LSL Vibrancy Plan, Parks, Recreation, Libraries Master Plan, the City of Salinas 2023 to 2031 Housing Element, and the Broadband Master Plan. The priorities here are the ones that were considered the high priority through our efforts for these plans. The first one being affordable rental housing opportunities for low and moderate income households and those with special needs, including seniors, persons with disabilities, larger households, farm workers, and this would be through new construction, rehabilitation, and/or acquisition. They also considered priority for the assistance to homeowners for rehabilitation, as well as homeownership opportunities. Programs and services focused on the prevention of homelessness and/or rapid rehousing of those that are recently homeless or at imminent risk of becoming homeless. Public services for low and moderate income individuals and those with special needs. Infrastructure improvements in underserved neighborhoods. Public facilities, including parks and recreational facilities, libraries, and community and neighborhood centers. Economic development activities to facilitate job creation and retention and job training programs, as well as the planning and administration of housing and community development programs. Now I will pass it over to my colleague Francisco, which will speak about the annual action plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 and the Alisal Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and the public. My name is Francisco Brambilla. I'm the Management Analyst for the Housing Division. I'm going to continue with this presentation. As part of the consolidated plan, we also have to include the first annual action plan. This is the first one that is in the period of the consolidated plan. Now, this has to be submitted along with the consolidated plan. The city has already received a notification from HUD regarding this 2025-26 allocation. In it, the city is going to be receiving a little bit over $2.1 million from CDBG funds, $791,000 of home funds, and $188,000 of ESG funds. Along with this, we also take into account any program income that comes in through the payment of loans that were done with CDBG or Home. Now, this funding right here is going to be used to fund some of the projects that are going to be identified in this action plan. Now, CDBG funding, okay? With CDBG funding, the city can fund a variety of projects that meet one of three national objectives. In this case, it's going to be projects that are going to benefit low and moderate income persons, prevention of elimination of slum and blight, and also urgent needs. Under this, the eligible category of projects can include housing activities, public facilities and improvements, economic development, public services. Now, the public services are capped at 15% of our annual allocation. Slum and blight activities, urgent need, and also the planning administration, which is also capped at 20%. For fiscal year 25-26, the city is recommending to fund the projects that are shown on this table. In this case, we have our program administration of $441,000, which is capped also at 20% of the allocation. Activity delivery. The activity delivery is at $130,000. That is used to administer the projects like the Chinatown neighborhood improvements and also the Alisal neighborhood streetlights phase 1. The Chinatown neighborhood improvements, we're proposing to fund it at $1 million, a little over $1 million. The Alisal neighborhood streetlight phase 1 at $300,000. And then the following projects are part of the public service activities. In this case, we're planning to fund Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity to provide housing rights and tenant and landlord services at $183,000. Also for the city to partner, to find another partner to provide also similar services as Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity at a little bit about $20,000. And also to fund the Financial Empowerment Center at $30,000. And also to fund the Salinas Outreach and Response Team at $200,000. For home funding, now home is designed to expand the supply of affordable housing for low-income households. Some of the categories for the projects for this funding include homeowner rehabilitation, homebuyer assistance, rental housing, including construction, rehabilitation, conversion of non-residential to residential, and site improvements for the rental housing, and also tenant-based rental assistance and the administration. Now, unfortunately, the city has not been able to identify a project to be funded with home as of this moment. However, within the next couple of weeks, the city we're going to be putting out a notice of funding availability in a multifamily application to show the available funding that the city has in order for us to produce the affordable housing piece. And hopefully we can have some developers apply for that. Once we identify a project, then we're going to come back to City Council with a substantial amendment in order for you guys to approve it. Now, ESG funding. The ESG funding is primarily used to fund activities that prevent and reduce homelessness within 6 components of the program. These components include the street outreach, homeless prevention, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, the HMIS, which is a reporting system for HUD, and also the administration. For this year, we are planning to use, which is $14,000 for the program administration. We're planning to fund the SORT, Rapid Rehousing Program, at around $95,000, and also the Chinatown Navigation Center with Community Homeless Solutions of $78,000, a little over $78,000. Additionally, we are also identifying alternate projects for CDBG. And this is in case of some of the projects that we have identified in CDBG that are lagging in time, we can go and actually go to the next projects in order for us to meet our timeliness ratio. CDBG has this requirement that we need to, we cannot have more than 1.5% of our allocation in our line of credit. So in order for us to meet that timeliness ratio, we're also looking at that alternative projects that we can fund in order for us to meet that timeliness ratio. Okay. Now, the Alisal Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy area. This, as my colleague mentioned, this is a special tool that is used for CDBG funding that focuses funding activities in areas that need revitalization through these regulations. This designation must contain at least 70% of low and moderate income households. This answer also offers enhanced flexibility for activities that are funded for economic development, housing, and public services. Now, through the consolidated plan, public outreach effort, and various planning efforts, the city has identified different goals for this area designation. In the economic development piece, we have the goal is to fund micro and small business support activities. Also for housing is to fund housing rehabilitation, preservation of affordable housing units, the development also of affordable housing, and fair housing and tenant and landlord counseling. Additionally, for public services, the goal is to find a service provider that can become a community-based development organization. If we find a community-based development organization, we can actually exceed the 15% cap for public services. And in this case, we're looking for organizations that can service youth and families, and also to do health and safety or tenant protection, and also any other economic development activity. The area that was designated didn't change from the past designation that we had. So the area still stayed the same. No. This report supports the strategic goals that the City Council has identified. In the case of the economic development, there was an economic development priority within the consolidated plan. On the housing, there's an affordable rental housing opportunities priority, also the assistance for homeowners for rehabilitation, and also homeownership opportunities. Under the infrastructure strategic plan, we have public facilities, infrastructure improvements, and also under the public safety is to enhance homeless prevention services and facilities, right? Now, the proposed action is not a project that's defined by CEQA. The fiscal and sustainability impact through this action, the city will be eligible to receive approximately $10 million in CDBG fund during this consolidated plan period, about $3.3 million in home, and about $837,000 in ESG. However, the city will receive an appropriation of a little bit over $2.2 million in CDBG, $961,000 in home, and also $188,000 in ESG for fiscal year 25-26. There is no general fund impact associated with this agenda item. Our recommendation is for the City Council to approve a resolution approving the HUD fiscal year 25-26 consolidated plan, and also the fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan, the answer designation of the Allison Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area designation, and the city manager to incorporate any modifications prior to the submittal, and also for the city manager and designee to execute any related agreements, contracts, certifications, and amendments related to the consolidated plan and action plan, and also to authorize the submittal to HUD. And with this, we conclude our presentation, and we're open for any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. Margaret, any questions?
Yes, since I'm new to council, this is all very new to me. I have a couple of questions for you. Tell me a little bit about the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity. I'm not familiar with that organization and how they operate.
They have been providing services that are related to fair housing. So HUD requires an annual housing audit. That's one of the services that they do. In addition to that, they also provide tenant and landlord mitigation, and also they also assist tenants with any eviction process regarding that.
So tenants can approach them for all different kinds of services and questions and such. They're accessible for that.
Yes.
It's not a lot of money, but it's a significant amount. I just was curious, like, how accessible they are to the tenants and whether people know about them.
They do provide. They also do outreach, also to different communities regarding the tenant rights and things like that.
Okay. And then you mentioned on the home funding recommendations that there's approximately $785,000 that is there's no agency assigned. That's supposed to happen in the next couple of weeks. Is that what I understand?
Yes, we're going to release a notice of funding availability within a couple of weeks, and that's going to be part of the funding that is going to be available for developers. So hopefully there could be some developers out there that can actually use those funds.
So we know what the cost is going to be. We just don't know who's going to administer the.
We have the funding. Yes, obviously, development is cost more than the amount that we have there. The home funding is usually used as gap financing. It's usually used as the first step for them to actually go after either tax credits in order for them to finance the development.
Okay. And then my last question is a little bit of clarity in the fiscal and sustainability impact. So it says would be eligible. I'm wondering how confident you are that those funds will come in, because those are quite significant. And it looks like we would only be allocating a portion of those. So what happens to the rest of the money if we were to get the 10 million, the 3.37, and the 83?
Yeah. So yes. I mean, in order for us to receive annual allocations, we need to submit this consolidated plan. Obviously, it could be more than the 10 million. It could be less, depending as to what Congress allocates every year on on their finance process, on their budgeting process. So now, obviously, right now the concern is that under Trump's administration, they're trying to cut all this funding.
Right.
So, but it's not up to him to make that determination. It's going to be up to Congress. So if we have support from Congress, then they can still add an allocation funds to this type of programs.
And I'm assuming there are lobbyists that are out there fighting on our behalf, correct?
Yes, yes, and
Okay.
also a lot of jurisdictions are also asking asking their representatives for them to support this type
Right.
of programs.
Okay.
So I think that could be also another thing that we would ask from you guys to help us with that.
Okay, you answered my questions. Thank you.
Gloria?
Francisco, do I ask you about, or do I ask Ms. Flores? I want to go back to public participation. I have a question.
Okay.
And also for the communities here so they can know. Who were the stakeholders when you had meetings? Was it community members or who was it?
Do you want to answer that?
Stakeholders?
Yeah.
Just real brief.
For the public stakeholders, we had a variety of different organizations join. So this was primarily sent out to our housing distribution list, which included individuals like, for example, from BHC, CCA. We also had nonprofits that had received previous funding from us. For example, we had Downtown Streets Team, Community Homeless Solutions. There was approximately 18 different stakeholders that attended the first meeting and 11 different other stakeholders that attended the second meeting, as well as individuals from the different departments of the city of Salinas.
Okay, another question. We send out surveys to the entire city?
Yes, so
How many
through-
did you get back? That's
We
all.
got 127 total surveys back, 80 in English and 47 in Spanish.
That's all? Wow. Community is not participating. Okay. The next question. I'm glad to see that in the goals, I have other questions, that we're going to bring back, Francisco, the first home-time buyers? Wow. Wonderful. Is that lottery? Like we did with Montebella? That was the last one that we had, right?
We're well, the ones in Montebella that was done through the inclusionary program.
Okay.
But in this case, we're trying to develop a program to do the down payment assistance.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
we used to have a down payment assistance program, but that program only assisted with $25,000 as a down payment. Right now, $25,000 in the current environment is not enough. So we are looking into see how we can develop this program in order for us to assist them with a little bit more, and that way it can also be successful. Because the last time, even though it was a low amount that we were giving them out, not many applicants were successful to actually get were able to purchase a house.
Okay, good. And also the rehab. We used to, I believe in the past, 40 or 50,000 for rehab?
Yes. The last time that we did it, we went up to 80,000. So we're eventually going to have to bring it back. Hopefully within this consolidated plan period, we want to also redesign it and also try to bring it back.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I also had a question on, I knew I had one. On infill, there's a lot of infill on Market Street, all these empty lots. I know Division is, we're going to build there, yes. But infill, what are we doing about working with people, property owners? And
So in this case, for example, on the properties on Division Street, we have been working with Housing Authority. There was a notice of a few years back. We had a competition regarding that lot right there. So Housing Authority came out with a proposal. Now we have been working with them in order for us to bring that proposal into fruition. So that's one of them. And also the ones that there's also some properties that are also on East Market Street. There's also a developer we have been in conversations with for I've said about at least 3 years or so. So those type of projects, they take a long time for us to bring them back. So
okay, so for the community members that may not know, none of this money is coming from the general fund. Can you
No.
kind of explain to us where the money's coming from? Because some people might not know that
Yeah,
it's.
so this is federal funding, and this is appropriated through Congress.
Okay. Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Marissa.
Really?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for putting this together. I'm going to go to the far tail end of the plan. I'm just curious to know, in terms of like evaluation, right? Who typically and how do we evaluate this? So who and how will this be evaluated? I'm always curious to know like kind of what those kind of measurable outcomes are as they were identified. And if you could start there, that would be good.
So the question is about the
Evaluation. So at the end, right? So we have the submittal of the plan.
yes.
And so I always like thinking about like the whole picture. Once the plan's submitted, if we move forward on it, how do we go back and look at it and tell ourselves, yes, we're successful in A, B, and C, and H, I, J, and K. We could have done better.
Yeah, that is obviously every year. Oh.
So the consolidated plan as well as the annual action plan establishes outcomes that we desire to achieve. And then on an annual basis, every September, we bring back an annual report that's presented to the public that tracks our progress towards those intended outcomes.
And when that's done, is that done in-house or do we have a independent?
In-house, yes.
Okay, we don't have an independent evaluator?
No, it's done
Okay, it's
in-house.
In-house, okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose?
All right, thank you, Mayor. My question would be, most of my questions are going to be specific to ANZRA and that designation type. As a municipality, are we allowed to have more than one neighborhood revitalization area designation?
You can the city can actually do other areas too and designate them as answers.
Okay. So in the staff report, when going through the staff report, it was pretty clear that we pursued ANZRA in particular because we already had the data and it was kind of like the lowest hanging fruit. When we do this process, does staff also consider other parts of the city that might also meet the conditions?
There are two type of designations that we can have. One is the neighborhood strategy revitalization area, and also there can also be another one is the slum and blight. For example, in the Chinatown area, that was the proper designation was for us to designate as slum and blight, because of the a lot of the vacant lots that are there. I think at the time when we looked at it to see if we would be able to actually designate it as a neighborhood stabilization area. There were some constraints in there. They were not able to meet that threshold. But the slum and blight designation was going to be more appropriate for that area.
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
So for this particular year that we're submitting ANZRA for redesignation as an NRA, did we look at any other neighborhoods in the city that might also meet that contiguous?
No, one of the thresholds that is that we need to have at least 70% of the population that is there has to be a low mod. So it seems that that neighborhood meets that requirement.
So you said 70% what?
It has to be at least 70% of that has to be low. Has to be at least low mod.
Low income?
Yes, low income.
Okay, because in the staff report, it says that it's at least 51% low and moderate income. So it doesn't specify whether there's a certain percentage that needs to be low or moderate.
I think that's an error right there on the
50 to 70% is a pretty big
yes.
error to make, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Concerned again with our consistency. I'm looking at the city manager again, right, on the information we're presenting and the information that we're getting, making sure that the data is accurate, right? Because that's a pretty big distinction between 50 and 70%.
Yeah.
If we could turn to slide number 7 on the home funding recommendations for fiscal year 25-26, I have a question on the affordable housing development component. Are developers able to tap into this pool of funding? If so, what restrictions do they have, if any? Is it just to acquire property, or is it to actually build?
They can use this funding for acquisition. They can use it for rehabilitation of existing developments. They can do new construction on it. So those are the three main usages that can happen for them.
Okay. And then are developers also able to tap into the funds that the city of Salinas already contributed to MBEP's Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund? And what's the difference in permissible uses, if there are any, or are they able to?
Yeah, on the MBEP funding, I'm not too familiar with it, but we also have some other grants that are can also support affordable housing activities too.
Okay. Well, that concludes my questions. I'll reserve for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Tony?
Mr. Avila, no doubt you've been doing some good work here, you and your staff. You know, as I'm looking at this report, which has a lot of great information and everything looks good when you report out. But as I look at the neighborhood where I live, which is Alisal, I'm looking at your goals and priorities, 70%. Imagine in the Alisal, 70% low and moderate incomes. 5 months ago, there was a house in Montevilla that just sold for under $1 million. Another house 4.5 months ago on 2nd Avenue, which is District 2, sold for $660,000. And you look at these homes, fantastic homes. But my question to you, sir, I like to live in the real world where, and looking at the goals and priorities, when you say affordable rental housing opportunities, let's please be realistic. How much does a person have to make? Because I spoke to 2 police officers, I've spoken to teachers, people with master's degrees that are still living with mom and dad. They make over $100,000, and they say they can't afford to live even in a small home yet, so they're saving up. So realistically, how much would I have to make to qualify for an affordable unit? Not low or moderate, but whatever is considered affordable.
So the definition of affordability under HUD is that they cannot pay more than 30% of their income towards housing. Now, this funding right here is mostly designated for low mod households, right?
Yes.
So the way that this funding is used is for us to work with nonprofit developers for them to actually build the housing for this particular population.
Yeah.
So as long as whenever they do the development, those units are designated for those households that actually make that are within that income range.
Yes.
Then we can fund those type of projects.
And Mr. Oliva, within your report, you're saying that we may be eligible to receive this money. Does that mean it's not necessarily guaranteed, or we will get this money?
Like I said, as long as Congress allocates funding, we're going to be able to receive this funding, because we're an entitlement jurisdictions, which means that we every year we will be able to receive that.
Yes.
So there's a formula allocation that HUD has in order for us to figure out how much funding we're going to get each year.
Yes.
But as long as, like I said, as long as Congress approves it, we're going to receive it.
With your experience, these projects, these low and moderate homes, and I know gradually you're making headway because I see people going into their homes, but when do you really see where, by what you know, what's going on at the permit center, whether it's Congress, whether it's the state, when do you really see some serious development here that we've heard? I know I've heard maybe Hugh Walker's coming on board for development. So in those developments, how much is low and moderate homes? How many people can move into these homes? How many houses are going to be?
On that particular subdivision, I'm not quite certain because I'm not working on that piece. But I think it's either from 12 to 15% of those properties, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But that will be something that we have to bring back and see.
So with your report, and by the way, this is great work. I'm impressed with your work. When do you see something seriously happening when people will start coming in and saying, you know what, thank you, we finally got into a home? When do you see that happening?
Time frame is going to be hard for us to determine because obviously it's going to at least for the future growth area that's going to be determined on economic outcomes, on see how the market is. At least for the other infill projects that we're looking at, obviously that's also a large time that it takes for us from concept to actual construction.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest hurdle right there is for them, is for a lot of these developers, nonprofit developers, for them to find the funding for them to make those developments come to fruition.
Yeah. And thank you for that, on your alternate projects, let's look at Sherwood Recreation Center. I believe it's called Phase 4. How many phases does this recreation center have?
They've been going on for quite a while.
Yeah,
four phases. Yeah, this is.
Maybe we ought to convert it into low-income housing.
The hardest part about this project is it was all funded with CDBG funding. We didn't have all the funding allocated for it. There hasn't been any general fund, any other type of funding sources in it.
Yes.
And obviously, construction is expensive, and it went from. I think from initially trying to make it into a homeless shelter to then make it into a recreation center.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the history of it.
Yeah.
So
do we ever see the, maybe you're not the person to ask, but eventually we will open up the Sherwood Recreation Center.
So right now we also went, that project is it's either out to bid or it's going to go out to bid.
Yeah.
Which is great. That's what we have been hoping for the past few years.
Yeah.
Now with the help of Public Works, I mean that hopefully by the end of the next fiscal year we're going to have a recreation center.
Yeah, and Mr. Mendez and Ms. Brinton, I guess and this is my last question. You know, as you've had hundreds of people in these community meetings, hundreds of them, hundreds of hours. A lot of low and moderate income folks have participated with hope. How are we, because there's only so much meetings that they can have and then they don't see anything happening. What is it that we say? Because we're going to be having more meetings. So what do we tell these good folks? Hey, it's coming, and it's a difficult thing. So what is it that we can tell these folks because I've already heard some that are, as a matter of fact, there was this one family called me this morning. They're moving to the Midwest, a Latino family moving to the Midwest, not because they have family over there, but it's just so hard on their rents here.
Yeah.
They went and found something. They don't have anybody over there. But imagine they just called to say bye. It was this morning. So, and that's happening more and more. I'm hearing, and that's the reality. I mean, every month paying out this rent. But when we get to these meetings, Ms. Brinton, what is it that we can tell these good folks that are participating and hoping eventually we will have a house?
Yes, I think on the housing piece, obviously the city doesn't build the housing.
No, I understand that, but we're calling them to meetings to talk about housing. No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Avila. We don't provide that. But what is it that we let them know?
I think it's more about that. Obviously, we're always looking for those partners where we can work with in order for us to bring in this affordable housing for a lot of the population that is here within Salinas.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Andrew?
So is this application like a competitive application, or And could like stronger applications from other cities be funded first?
No, like I said, because the cities and entitlement jurisdictions, so as long as we submit this application, we are going to be eligible to receive this a yearly allocation for CDBG home and ESG.
Okay, so I saw in the report that it reflected that the city council repealed rent stabilization, so that will not be a factor in consideration for funding?
I couldn't hear you. What was
So in the report that we submitted, it mentioned that we repealed rent stabilization and tenant protections. Will that not be a factor whether we qualify for funding or not?
No, it doesn't. No.
And then next, Councilmember Salazar mentioned kind of like accountability. What do we see next? So is there like a public-facing dashboard or an annual update that we'll get on this funding?
It's something that we had to work on. I think this is for us to have more of this outcomes that we have, that way the public can actually see them. And I think that's one of the things that we're lacking right now, and it should be something that we should be working on towards achieving that.
Yeah, because you'll hear that most of our public comments have to do with accountability and making sure the funds are being spent properly. So I feel like we're having these conversations all the time. So, I'll have some comments at the end, but I think you know where I'm coming from. It's transparency is important. And so do we have data that shows other neighborhoods that, maybe considered low or moderate? Like, do we track that citywide?
Whenever we look at this, we look at the census data. So, and looking at the census tracts. Now, this, at least for the LSL area, if you look at the census tracts, that's where all the concentration is at.
Yeah, we have the data that we can look at, and we can map it out and see if there are any other opportunities, and if so, bring that back for consideration.
If we were to look at that data and council was to give direction to look at other possible areas, does that mean we'll qualify for a greater budget allocation?
No, the allocation is still going to be the same. I think that designation is more of a tool for us to use the CDBG funds, to have less of a burden on the administrative piece.
You mentioned that there's some funding for special services for that particular area, right?
So for example, under CDBG, the public services component of it, we can only fund it up to 15% of our allocation. Now, if there's a public services out there that can actually provide services in that area, that cap can actually be increased. So there's no limit as to how much we can increase it to.
You said 15%?
Right now, it's 15% if they're outside of this designated area.
And what are examples of that services again? Of those services?
In this case, we were looking at it could be public service. The ones that were identified through the planning effort, it was more about youth and families. Provide any agency out there that can actually do that. But again, they would also have to be designated as a community-based development organization too. So that's in order for them to actually tap to more than the 15% set aside. So it will be for youth and families, health and safety, which can also be tenant protection mostly. That's what it was identified to our planning efforts, and also economic development to assist micro and small businesses.
All right. Those are all my questions. I have some comments. Thank you.
Perfect. Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go out to the public.
Hello, David Masonev. I just had a couple of questions. One was about the Chinatown development, and there was $1 million tagged onto that. And I thought you had just voted against the homeless shelter in Chinatown, and it was kind of the same amount of money. So I was kind of confused as to why it's either a place of development or it isn't. You're either going to help people or you're not. So to take that, I don't know, I was just a little confused on that. Maybe you guys can get some clarity on that. The other thing is, and I've brought this up before, is on the corner of John and Abbott, there's supposed to be a development being built. It came to the city council, it got approved, and I'm not seeing anything. and it was going to be, I think, 196 units, and it was going to be low to moderate income, and nothing's happening. I don't mean to be rude, but you guys need to get on things and start demanding for some accountability. It's not happening. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'm Eloise Shim, and in looking at the plans, the annual plans and the consolidated plan, consolidated 4 years, I guess, annual 1 year, it's not showing anything retro. And I'm wondering if that report comes in September. He said something about a report in September. But for me to understand these reports, there isn't anything really substantial about what happened in the past with the money and what's going to happen in the future. It's just, you know, they're saying $1 million for Chinatown, $10 million for LSL, but what happened before with a CDBG? How did it get spent? Where did it get spent on what? And then what will this get spent on in the future? We're not getting any clarity. We're just getting CDBG money, plan, but that's why people feel like there's no accountability. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Jose Guerra, Montebello community. You know, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I'm going to say low income is probably, what, $15 an hour, $28,880 a year. Medium, I guess, $42,000 a year, $21.85. Over moderate, $25 an hour, $48,000 a year. I mean, all these numbers, right? I mean, farm worker, $15 an hour. People that work at McDonald's, $20, $21 an hour. People anywhere else after that, $25 an hour. How do you expect to build homes for these people with that rate of income? And you have all these nonprofits that do these great presentations up here, and they show us all $2,209 and $417, and they can't tell us how they're going to spend it. To be announced is not a good answer. We need to know when you're going to start, when you're going to do it. I mean, you guys can all shake your head and look up there and this and that. We inform everybody. You do not. I didn't see any QR codes in East Salinas. Where did you put them? I'm not going to go to a school and get a QR code. Come on, guys, be transparent. Put it in the public where you can know where it's at. Where are the meetings at? I didn't get invited to this meeting. They had 3 meetings or 2, whatever it was. I didn't get invited to them. Tell us what you're going to do. You know, what do you do with the money?
Hello, everyone. I'm just very concerned about housing, not only the new housing and the people that need housing, but I'm concerned about the old neighborhoods. I've been driving around behind Sherwood Gardens, or that's what I know it as. That neighborhood is really bad. Those people, I don't know what they're going to do with their homes. We're talking about building new homes for our needy, for the low income, and we definitely need those. We should stop all spending and focus on that if we could, because I mean, if you did that and provided housing for the low income, the needy, you'd be kings. Everybody would adore you. You'd be like on top of the world. You'd be the talk of the state of America. If you concentrated on providing housing, but then we have the other side. We have the people that are getting old or older, like myself, that we cannot keep our house, and our houses are looking dilapidated. We need to help. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, we have too many problems, too many people that need housing. When I see Jose, I mean, he should already have his own house. He shouldn't be renting. That's just throwing money away. Why can't he afford his house? He's got a good education, and he's got good jobs, but thank you.
Okay, thanks,
I just
Yolanda.
worry.
Mary Ann Worden. I'm like Tony. We live out there with our neighbors. We see where people have bought homes in our neighborhood. Some of them, the one last year was $600,000, 2-bedroom home. The other ones in my neighborhood that have been sold in the last 4 or 5 years have gone anywhere with 3 bedrooms for $600,000 and $700,000. Those people couldn't afford to live in their homes by themselves. They're packed in there like sardines, and guess where? They're not parking, there's no parking for them, and then you approve these people to add on to their houses and to their garages, and then we've got more parked in there, and there's no place to park. I have a handicap parking out there. Very seldom can I park out there. The other ones, and they're not parked with handicap cards. They're parked there. The people that come by there don't do a thing. You can barely drive into our neighborhood because the streets are parked, cars all over the sides. The handicap, they're parked on there on the curves. And fire department in front of the fire station, hydrant. We gotta do something. And where's the schools? You didn't say nothing about where the schools are gonna come and where the parks are gonna come, and how are the roads? Are we gonna have 4 lanes to get out
Marianne,
there?
thank you.
Or nothing?
Thank you, Marianne.
Think about that first.
Okay. All right. Okay, anyone on Zoom? Adam?
Thank you, Mayor, councils, and staff for your hard work. And this shows to me, reinforces to me, after hearing the staff report, how much we really need to examine what we can do to improve housing. And I know this council has that as their top priority, and I commend you for that. So I'll just say that this brings to mind the unintended consequences that we observed from the rent stabilization ordinance that was recently repealed. Out of the hundreds of units that went up for sale as a consequence of that, the majority of them, hundreds of units, were in the Alisal area, right? So the turnover and the likely displacement was particularly affecting that part of town. And so that reinforces to me the need that we do everything we can moving forward to establish the rental assistance program. Everyone, all the stakeholders in the city are going to need to have skin in the game on that in order to make it happen. So, and the need is so clear and so urgent. So I just hope that we do tackle that as well. And of course, please, let's take advantage of all the funds we can get. So thanks.
All right. Anyone else from the public or on Zoom? Nope, it looks like we're good. We will come back to, this is an action item.
Yes, Mayor, we'll need action to approve a resolution taking several actions that are outlined in the staff report. So we do need action.
So we'll need a motion to receive the report, act on the report.
To approve a resolution,
To
please.
approve the resolution, and then, so is there a motion for that?
So moved. Salazar.
Is there?
A second.
Okay, and then if there are some additional comments before we call for the question, I think, Andrew, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, well, I'd like to, as we go through this year, to intentionally move towards a public-facing dashboard and an annual update. I also think we should look at the different areas of the city to see if they also qualify to be some of these designated areas. I think a lot of the services that Francisco mentioned could be utilized across our city. And I know it's hard to find service providers, but maybe if we expanded the area, we could get better results. And those are all my comments.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Jose, you had something?
Yeah, just two quick points. Would also, in support of that motion, but also for further direction to like bring back to the council after exploring and analyzing what different census tracts might be eligible for an NRA designation, bringing that forward. And just last comment, again, emphasizing the need for consistency in data. This is the third time in a month that we've received misinformation. First, it was the homelessness dashboard, the data, then it was the water data, and now today it's data regarding ANSRA. So again, 3 times in the last 4 meetings. I would just like to make sure that moving forward, we're very intentional about if we put it in the staff report, it should be 100% accurate, not as close to as accurate, it should be accurate. Because I'm a little bit frustrated right now because I received this information at the Housing and Land Use Committee and was under the impression we're under 51%. And now I'm getting a presentation today and the number is suddenly 70%. That's no small number, right? Like, let's make sure that we're reading through our reports before we're posting them publicly, because I don't want to be in a situation where I begin to mistrust the staff reports and the data being presented to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like we heard from some good people here. There's information that we should bring back. You know, when we are spending money, I think the public should know how we're spending the money. And again, you know what? I'm not going to be critical to anybody because we're on the same, this is a team effort here. We serve the public, whether you're staff or elected. And it is important to get the right documentation, but at the same time, if the public is asking us for something, we should, as soon as possible, we should bring the information. Because we are a people business. So I think with these concerns that we had regarding certain projects that we've discussed, like John Street, people have the right to know what's going on out there. And I think Mr. Mendez, to that point, and your staff, I think, has done a good job here. But I do see that there's other neighborhoods throughout the city that may qualify as well, but I know Alisal is pretty heavy on low and moderate, so thank you.
Renee, before we...
Yeah, so real quickly, clearly noted on the stressing information, a couple of things. The September 10, 2024 report that was presented to the council, and I'm seeing it right here, details what we did. So I'll share, we'll make that part of the record. Number 2, as it pertains to the John, so the city provided the entitlement. The city did everything we needed to do. Now, so part of this might create a funding source for some of the affordable components, but we do not pay for construction.
Yeah.
So I get the frustration, but when you think about that project, it was teed up, and it was teed up very quickly, frankly, and we've checked to see if there's more activity coming. And so the best thing we can do is continue to just call and say, hey, where are you? Where are you? Is it coming? And maybe we need to do a better job, but we're not the ones building the housing. Yeah. So that's not meant to be defensive. That's just the nature of the beast. We talked about the Hugh Walker project. You asked about when they might be coming. We are processing, as our director told us a few times, I think we have 14 or 15 applications right now. In your budget, there are some resources, because we've heard it from a lot of people in this audience, that we need to do better. So the budget reflects more of an investment so we can process the entitlements, the permits quicker. So I think the city's role is to, frankly, process and get out of the way and hopefully set up the pathway for development. So I know that's frustrating. I hear the issue with the data, so we'll do a better job on that. But as far as lessons learned from this, in the future, we'll attach the prior 2-year updates so people can kind of see that and when they're reading the report. I also encourage people, because I've had a few of you ahead of time, ask questions, and then we're trying to get those responses to you. Maybe we can't be as timely as possible, but we try to get the response. So if you go and read the report, a lot of folks do that and then ask us real detailed questions. I think that's also important. Or they can reach out to a council member and say, hey, here's the question. And then when we have the council briefings, council members can ask us those questions and we can try to get the information ahead of time. Part of it is we're trying to assume that we can anticipate questions, and we don't always get it right. So from that perspective, we will do a better job of providing the updates. There is an annual report given, and maybe we need to work on that and then use that report to help build a dashboard with all the council members have asked us to do, and we are working on that you'll have a presentation, hopefully at the next council meeting, kind of some of the things that we're considering doing to get some feedback.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and call for the question, Patty.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, you are,
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. Mayor, you
Sorry,
didn't ask
Mayor.
us. You bypassed us.
oh, well, you're not obligated to do comments.
Well, we
No, I
wanted
mean,
to.
I looked. I
Oh, you
missed.
looked?
No, I did
Oh,
look.
You need,
Okay.
I did look.
sorry.
Yeah, no, I actually did look. I saw me.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay. You'll have a chance to make comments at the end of the meeting, so if you want to throw in then.
Well,
After the meeting or maybe during that section of the agenda, I do have some comments I'll share with our city manager.
My guess is you'll figure a way to weave it in.
well,
But
mine
I
is
did
real,
look.
mine is real quick to the question, and I forget your name, I'm sorry, dear, that you asked about the past.
Mayor, the item has already been voted on.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, I did look. Okay, all right. All right, Chris?
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. This relates to the 2025 pavement improvements project, which, as you'll note, is also on your consent agenda. But before we get to that, we need to deal with this bid protest. So there were 5 bids that were electronically received in response to this proposal from the city. At the bid opening, McKim Corporation appeared to be the low bidder. On May 28th, the city received a bid protest from Granite Construction Company, alleging that the parent low bidder was not a local business enterprise as defined in your code, and so did not qualify for the 5% local business preference. That would make them not the low bidder and would then make Granite Construction the low bidder because they are a local business enterprise as defined under your code. And so because we received this protest, the city council has to hold this public hearing in order to give both parties, McKim and Granite, an opportunity to speak directly to the council. So as I mentioned, with the application of the local preference, Granite Construction would be the actual low bidder. And as I referenced on your consent agenda, we have this project with a recommendation that the project be awarded to Granite Construction. And so our recommendation with respect to this bid protest is that you sustain the protest, and that would allow us to move forward with the consent item later this afternoon for Granite Construction.
Okay, thank
We're
you.
available for any questions.
All right, I'm going to start in this direction for any questions. Aurelia?
Yeah, I did have an opportunity to take a look at staff's report, and it was quite interesting. And I was just curious to know, based on staff's report, is this something that typically is reported to the Better Business Bureau? If so, have we reported it? Once again, at least when I'm reading the staff's report, McKim Corporation is claiming to have an office in Carmel, but Carmel by the Sea shared that there is no record of a business license for McKim Corporation, therefore not eligible for that 5% local business preference. So I'm wondering what typically happens. Sounds a little rare, or have.
No, it's really the 5% preference really is just city code. And what it is we're trying to give preference to local contractors, local being the Tri-County area. It simply was basically that they mistakenly, identified themselves as a local business, but based on our definition, they do not meet that.
Okay. Did staff have an opportunity to see whether or not, right, because I read that, that they claim to have an office in, was it Carmel Valley? And that we reached out to Carmel and Carmel. Was there ever a history of an office there? Because, I mean, to say you have a business in a city that you never really did seems very dishonest.
Well, they could easily have, an office in the city, but not have a registered business in the city.
Did staff ask those questions? Do we know if staff asked those questions?
So we did reach out to Carmel, and that was basically, do you have one on record? They responded no.
Was there ever one on record, or?
We did not research whether there was prior, but we basically go off of what currently is on record.
Okay, thank you.
Gloria?
I don't have any questions. I'll have a comment.
Thank you. Margaret?
Same, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Tim, all right. Okay. Tony, anything?
And I spoke to Mr. Mendez, and I believe to the city attorney, the question I'm going to ask. I'm thinking about the registered local contractors, but they're a smaller scale. How do they, and I think Mr. Mendez did tell me, he says, well, if they qualify, they could probably bid, but in these bids here, are the smaller developers, are they notified, or are they able to bid on these contracts?
So all contracts or all proposals that we solicit are published through the website that the city has designated as the portal that we use. We also publish in the newspaper.
And just one last question on this. Do they have to have a business, or can their business be out of their house?
No, the code specifically states that they have to have an office.
Oh, an office. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew?
Chris, could you clarify, they get a what percentage for being a local?
In this case, it's 5%.
And that's 5%, like, because I was a little unclear, right? They bid lower than the other ones, but the 5%, is that like a credit on, like points towards their application, or does that affect their bid?
It affects their bid, Adriana.
It affects their bid. So if you were to take a look at the consent item that we have tonight, that actually has a table that explains for you. It provides what the actual bid was, and then it applies the 5% preference to it. So then it reestablishes who the low bidder is based off of that preference.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay. All right. Anything from the public?
Mayor, we need to
Or,
start.
I'm sorry, that's right. We need to hear from Granite, and then we're going to hear from Granite first, and then McKim, and then we'll go to the public. So not just yet. Is anyone here from Granite? Yep. Okay, you're up. And you have up to 5 minutes.
No general comment from Granite. I believe our protest stands on merit. The requirements are very clear. There's 6 different requirements. All 6 must be met. I believe going through the different requirements, 3 of them were not met by McKim Corporation, which are having a business license, having a business declaration, and having an office in Salinas. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And anybody from McKim here? From McKim? Okay, no okay, so close public hearing?
No, we go to the public.
I know we'll go to the public. Okay, so, okay, public, you're now in business. It's a miracle.
Thank you, Jose Guerra, Montevideo Community. We actually covered some of this during our Traffic Commission meeting. If you want to get more insight on this, I commend her. She did a great job. She explained it to us, what it takes to even do a sidewalk or a speed bump, things like that, which is great news. I want to commend her on that. She did explain to us how long it takes, and the public doesn't know it takes 2 to 4 years to do that from the day it comes in. So if you put anything in last year, don't expect a phone call till next year. Because no, it's not a joke. That's how far behind they are. And then as far as getting people to bid on them, it's hard to get contractors in here because not everybody lives out here. A lot of the contractors are from out of town. They don't have a business out here. And now we know that, and I appreciate that we brought that out to the light during our traffic commission meeting. That was great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, anyone else from the public?
Marianne Gordon. You need to go on Sanborn. They paved, that's part of Sanborn that I've been complaining about. So I stopped and took pictures of it yesterday because I was really excited. They did such a lousy job, it isn't funny. And they told me they were going to recover it today. They hadn't done it. And the other side they did the day before wasn't done. You go down Powell Street, past the flower shop. They did that. Look and see how sloppy it is. Horrible. I know in the past when we've had Granite do work, it was done correctly. I hope they still do it correctly. And putting bumps on the road, leaving potholes in there, and the road all cracked is worthless. Because when you hit those and then hit the holes, if you're not going really slow, you're going to go in the wrong direction. So we need to think the person that we're hiring will do the work correctly, and there's a supervisor out there to make sure it's done correctly. And you people need to go out there and check it and take pictures, like today. I mean, they finished this one little piece here, and the right next to it is horrible. Go out and check it. I took pictures.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, anybody on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom? All right, back to council for comments. I'm going to start over here. Any comments? And then we'll be looking, and we will be looking to take action on this.
No comments, so are you able to make a motion?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion, excuse me, to approve a resolution accepting the bid protest submitted by Granite Construction, et cetera.
Second.
Got a first and a second. Any
Okay.
additional comments?
Yeah. Granite is known to do a good job, so I am so glad that this is going forward. And yes, thank you.
Really, anything?
No additional comments at this time, thank you.
Anyone?
Good things are happening. Hopefully, Mary Ann Warden will take pictures of Granite after they're done and get a good report.
Well,
Thank
Granite's in the house, so they've been put on notice. All right, very good. Take that back to
Be careful.
headquarters. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember De Rigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Yes. Mayor Donahue?
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes.
All right. All right, I've been asked to, why don't we take a 5-minute break before we get into the budget? All right. It might be a 6-minute break. I like it. All right. I'm getting close to it. Not too bad. 8. All right. We are back in action. All right. And we are looking for a finance director, and we have found her. So, Selena, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Celine Andrews, Finance Director. The item before you is the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed operating and capital budget. The recommendation today is that council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 25-26 operating and capital budgets and appropriation limits. This is basically a status quo budget. Each department was asked to work within an approximate 2% overall departmental increases, excluding salaries, which basically covers built-in contract escalators and other inflationary increases while making significant investments in council priorities. Primary assumptions included in this budget are modest increases in projected revenues, negotiated cost of living adjustments, health pension costs, insurance premium increases, emergency services contract, that's our 911 contract with the county, debt service payments, and then the animal services JPA. Ultimately, we are maintaining what we're doing and focusing on council priorities while recognizing other needs. With this in mind, we will continue to target resources to public safety, economic development, public works, and address infrastructure needs, as well as additional capacity for parks. In addition, staff partnered with a consultant to develop a 6-year forecast through 2031. Based on the assumptions and variables used, the forecast showed deficits ranging from $1.5 million to $6 million. The forecast also assumed conservative revenues for the new Amazon facility. While deficits are concerning, it's important to note that they're only about 1% to 3% of the total expenditures. The forecast included Measure G, and in the event that Measure G is not renewed, the forecasted deficit for 2031 would be about $45 million, so that's about 26%. This chart represents the citywide budget and percentage breakdown by general fund, other funds, and capital budget. As you can see, the breakdown here is 65% of general funds, capital funds is 10%, and other funds is 25%. Here are some budget highlights. This budget includes a deputy fire marshal, which is expected to be offset with revenue resulting from Monterey County Hazmat Response Team reimbursements. There are 3 positions are being recommended for addition in the police department. That's a management analyst, admin analyst, community outreach specialist, and 4 positions within community development. That's an associate planner, permit clerk, permit technician, and a plan checker. Additionally, there's increases in CIP investments, traffic calming, increase of $300,000 for a total of $500,000. $4 million is being added to the Abbott Street project, and the Baranda Road is a total of $2.9 million, and sidewalks total is $11.3 million. This chart here illustrates the citywide revenue. As you can see, the top 3 are sales tax, property tax, and intergovernmental revenues. The intergovernmental revenues include gas tax, Measure X, SB1, also the strike team and hazmat reimbursements through the fire department. And this is how we balanced the 285 million. So we started with the revenues at 240.4 million. We transferred in 58 million, and this can be seen on page 38 of the budget document. Then we deducted the transfers to CIP, that's 29 million. And we used some fund balances from gas tax, Measure X, SB1, Vehicle Replacement Fund, and others. This chart illustrates how the citywide expenditure categories sum to 285 million, and you can see the allocation by fund. So in total, this is 184.3 million. This chart illustrates a citywide budget of 285 million by city service area. The enterprise funds are shown within their respective general fund departments that are managed by those departments. However, revenues and expenditures are tracked separately. As you can see, the investment that the city is making in public safety and other areas here, community development, capital budget, community services, and infrastructure services. And now Abe is going to go over the general fund budget.
That's loud. Good evening, Council. Abe Pedroza, Assistant Finance Director. I'll be reviewing the general fund portion of the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed operating budget, as well as the proposed capital budget and reserve amounts. This slide details the proposed general fund sources or revenues, including transfers in, totaling $184.5 million. Sales and property tax are the two highest sources and account for 72% of total revenue. Utility users tax, franchise fees, and business license tax also generate significant revenue for the city's general fund. Here are the proposed general fund uses or expenditures, totaling $187.5 million, shown by category. Salaries and benefits total $126.3 million, or 67%, while supplies and services amount to $35.9 million, or 19%. Also included are operating transfers for debt, insurance premiums, and fleet maintenance, as well as capital and reserve allocations. This chart shows the percentage that salaries and benefits account for in relation to the total general fund budget over the past 5 years. Total personnel costs have risen from $97.1 million, or 64%, in fiscal year 21-22 to $126.3 million, or 67%, in fiscal year 25-26. Here is the proposed expenditure budget by city department. Police and fire maintain the two largest operating budgets of the general fund, followed by library and community services, public works, and the remaining departments. The proposed capital improvement budget program is $29.4 million. $14.2 million is categorized as street maintenance, and another $11.1 million as engineering and transportation-related projects. Additional highlights of the CIP budget include $620,000 for traffic signal upgrades, $1.2 million for projects related to the storm sewer, and fire station improvements at $350,000. It is important to note that those figures only represent new money to be allocated for fiscal year 25-26 and do not include $117 million in CIP carryover from prior years, nor the $12.4 million remaining from ARPA funding. This slide shows the increased CIP investment compared to the prior year. Specifically, the total CIP allocation is proposed to increase by 61% from FY 24-25, while the streets and sidewalks allocation has more than doubled. Please note that the Baranda Road project, while categorized as engineering and transportation on the previous slide, is included with streets and sidewalks on this table. These are the general fund reserve amounts after the proposed fiscal year 25-26 allocation. A current year contribution of $1.4 million is necessary for the economic contingency reserve in order to maintain the 12% threshold on the general fund operating budget per the city's financial policy. Additional allocations are also being recommended for the infrastructure and facilities maintenance reserves. In total, general fund reserves would amount to $38.2 million, or 20.7% of the fiscal year 25-26 general fund operating budget. And that concludes our presentation. Staff, including department directors, are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll start to my right. Andrew?
Sure, do we have any data? I think I asked for this last year, but as we had a breakdown of revenue sources, do you have any idea how much the ag industry contributes to our general tax base?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Sandoval. We do not have that data.
Okay, and then my next question is, I had mentioned previously with the city manager about as we budget for our grants for small businesses. Well, I had two questions. One, in one of the staff reports, it showed that we only allocated about, I think, half of that money from last year. And so, and I know that some of that money was allocated to specifically like the Alisal corridor. So are we making a determination now whether that will be citywide, or is that still going to be, some of the funds going to be restricted to certain areas of the city?
This is related to grants, small business grants. So this budget does not include that currently, with the exception of the micro grants.
But are those micro grants going to be citywide?
Correct.
So the other programs for technology are not included in this budget anymore as of last year?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to, can you repeat the okay.
Lisa's got it?
Our Community Development Director can answer that question, thank you.
My apologies, I was transitioning. If you could repeat the question?
Yeah, so, last year we had like technology grants and different, and some of that money was unspent.
Correct.
Right? So are we not continuing that program?
We are, and it will carry forward. It will carry forward. They're held in a fund. They were appropriated. So we're holding those, and we will continue to spend those funds, both citywide and in the Alisal.
So those are separate than the micro grants?
So we call them micro grants is the broad bucket, and then we have multiple programs. So to date, we have our marketing and technology grants, and those divided into the Alisal and citywide. And then we also previously came to council with the outdoor dining program, and that's a forgivable loan program. And then we came to council last fall with our concept of for the facade improvement program, which had a micro grant component as well as a forgivable loan. And so we're anticipating kicking that program off this summer.
Okay, and are we going to transition to, instead of them upfronting the cost to us providing that at the time of issuing the grant?
That is something that, yes, we need to work towards and figure out that process, because we're finding that that is the barrier to participating in the program.
Okay, and then I know that one of the positions that was being added was a community outreach specialist for the police department?
Yes.
Good evening, council member. Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get kind of the rationale between, for the police department, having that position as opposed to another sworn police officer position.
And you're referring to the community outreach specialist?
Right.
Okay, yes, that was a position that was already in existence. That position has been there, I believe, for almost 1.5 years. And we had that through a CalVIP grant that was ending. So now we're actually asking for that money to be permanent to continue those 2 positions. So in essence, they're a community engagement outreach team. It's a fantastic team that allows us to do the administrative work, obviously connecting with the community, current events, doing presentations, working with schools, et cetera, at a much lower cost than an officer is, but they also the conduit between the officers and myself and the rest of the department when it comes to community outreach. They also work closely with our new diversionary program. They work with our cadet program. So I could actually use 5 of those positions, but I'm very helpful and grateful that we have 1.
I think Tanya Erickson, Police Service Administrator. I think this is a program that was originally envisioned to be sworn officers as part of the CalVIP grant. We intentionally created a civilian-led unit, as Chief said, to do all of the administrative and logistical work so that we could really focus our sworn time on the actual attendance. So instead of having to spend hours planning an event, we now have a civilian unit who actually does all of that coordination, does all of the work behind the scenes, and so the officer can come in and really maximize their time. And so it's the administrative analyst and the community outreach assistant. They've both been in place for almost 2 years. And I think you've seen some of the statistics. They've done some really incredible work. It's not to say the sworn officers are not there. It's just that they're doing the bulk of the behind-the-scenes work so that we can bring our officers to do the presentations and do the interactions and have them support them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've seen their work. It's really good stuff. And then for our parks maintenance staffing, I know that we're incrementally increasing staffing, but do we feel that that's sufficient considering the Ensign Park addition? And, what are your thoughts on that?
So this budget does include, I believe, $93,000, 60 of which will support the extension of the Mow contract to include Ensign Park, and then additional funding for supplies for the entire system. As I've mentioned before, we do need, as budget allows and finances allow, to continue to build upon that park maintenance team.
So do you think it will be sufficient to maintain that park, or are we looking at other options?
So we are working closely with the Big Sur Land Trust around establishing a Friends of Ensign Park as well. And so I think there's lots of opportunities to engage our youth and other residents from a volunteer perspective that can support the work that the park team does as well.
Okay. I know that I mentioned this to the city manager, I believe yesterday, but how will our budget be affected if this is not for you, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. But if we do have to issue refunds for the rental registry ordinance, how will that affect our budget? Like, do we have an area where we can identify where that may be cut if we have to issue a refund?
So at this point, based on what happens with that, I really can't answer that question specifically. We have funding that's come in, right? People have paid. We have costs. So net neutral, if we have to have a refund, then we'll bring that information to you at that time. So we're not necessarily anticipating that it would impact our budget that significantly right now.
And we have allocated $500,000 for tenant assistance. And do we have any other committed funds to that program, and do you think that's a sufficient amount to get the program started?
I think it's seed money to get the program started. We don't have anything specifically identified, though. Staff, we have been meeting with potential partners. I don't have a number to give you. So should we bring that forward, then we would bring that to you. Is $500,000 enough? It's not enough, but I think it's enough to start the conversation to see the program. As an example, one of the outreach I talked to the Community Foundation as far as the potential funding partner, and to the extent that the city has skin in the game, i.e. is contributing something, that would help them potentially find other funders, but I don't have an amount. But we are doing homework in anticipation. We don't know exactly what's going to happen yet, but in anticipation, staff is doing the work to identify potential partners, not only on the administration side, but also on the funding side.
Okay, yeah, if you can keep us updated on that, just because at the press conference, the mayor alluded to some possible support partners for that, so, but we don't have those necessarily identified yet, but we're in conversations with folks, or just a community foundation?
No, we're in conversation with a variety of folks, but I don't have an amount yet. And you've had people come up and say they're also working on it, but I don't have an amount.
All right. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
City manager left me out. Mr. Jacobs, where are you? You know, there's a lot of sidewalk, street repairs that, big money here. But for a few weeks now, the people that we serve that are here on a regular basis, they become very critical of our work after it's done. What would you say, because we are investing some good money in neighborhoods as far as sidewalk repairs. There's a budget for, I know, a big problem on Abbott Street. That's a major street that needs to work. How do you go about, after the people you hire complete the job, I'm sure your staff goes out there and makes sure that it gets done appropriately?
Yes, we have inspectors on site when contractors are out working to make sure they're following the specifications. There also is normally a 1-year maintenance period for any work that's done. And so if there's a problem with the work, we have the contractor come back. But on that subject also is sometimes the work is done correctly, but there's failures in the sub-base or the underlying mantle that causes problems that we weren't aware of. So some of those issues pop up when we try to do a chip seal project on like Davis Road. We have a lot of failures on that road. It wasn't a contractor issue. That was water getting into the base and bad base rock. We need to actually tear the whole street up to make it work properly, similar to what we did on Independence when we went and dug everything up and put new base rock down and new pavement down. So we try to work with the funds we have to do the best project we know for a particular road. Is it 100% accurate? No. We do have problems with some of our things because we don't know what's underground. And we find out after we do a project that there was problems that we didn't address.
Yes, and Mr. Jacobs, I remember a while back you did a great job on Cherokee, but then afterwards you were starting to have some issues. So I'm looking at this budget because there were some problems, like you say, it's errors, things that you can't know about at the beginning. But how quickly do we get on this? So the contractor is not required to come back and fix whatever?
Yeah, they are in some instances. For example, when we did San Juan Grade, we had some problems out there, and we actually had the contractor come back and do the work. So it depends in terms of, is it a contractor problem, or is it a problem that was pre-existing before the contractor showed up that nobody knew about when he went out there and started work?
Yeah. And Mr. Jacobs, on this budget that I'm looking at, I don't know if it was you, somebody had mentioned that you're using some kind of materials now for potholes that's better than whatever you used before. Because that's a constant problem as far as, is any of this money also going to be used for, because there are potholes in a lot of places?
Yeah, well, the budget funds the maintenance staff that goes out and does the pothole filling.
Yeah.
And the budget pays for the material that we buy, pays for the workers to go out there and do the work. And so, yes, you're funding potholes. Now, are we going to fill every pothole with our new mastic machine? No, we can't do that. That mastic machine takes more time to set up and do the work than going out there and actually filling the potholes with cold patch. And again, it's a question of quantity over quality. You know, we have so many potholes, we can't fix them on a quality basis, because then you're going to see more potholes and more complaints. So we try to do a portion quality-wise and a portion quantity-wise. So there's a balance that we have to do moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Are you also the one with the calming, the amount of money, the increased traffic calming, any idea how many areas that would cover for this amount of money? Because I know it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, we are actually talking to the Transportation Traffic Commission about changing how the policy works so that we can actually get more traffic calming projects moving forward. So yes, the money that we put in the budget, we're going to try to spend. But we do have money left over from last year in last year's CIP, mainly because of the length of time it takes to do a project.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a way to speed up the process so we can get more in the ground.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Mendez, you and I think briefly we talked about technology for code enforcement. But as I'm seeing the budget for police and code enforcement, I know Mr. Sally has brought up the point of, working smarter, not harder with its technology. Because I've heard it from police officers, I've heard it from code enforcement officers about this new technology they have where they can identify, areas that they can be helped on. Any idea as far as this budget? Are we looking at that?
So if you want us to explore, we can explore it and bring it back.
Yeah.
One of the challenges with that technology is we have to work with the council on setting the parameters and the criteria, because as you know, if you had this conversation in the past with the license readers and all of that, there's been some concerns with the community. What are we really using it for? Yeah. So when it comes to code enforcement, I think it's important to understand is once we see it, we cannot unsee it.
Yeah.
Once we go and have to take action, we have to take action.
Yes.
So I think we have to be real careful in having a conversation with the council, kind of the parameters. And if we're going to use technology, what jurisdictions are using, we'll do the research, we'll bring back the criteria, how people are using it.
Yeah.
Because we've gone to league conferences as an example where there's a ton of technology being, but it's important to understand what the technology actually really brings.
Yes.
It can be very valuable. So if that's something you want us to explore, we'll bring it back, and then we'll talk to you about criteria and cost and all of that.
Yes, I would like that. I mean, and that's to support your staff if it makes sense. But I'm gonna ask Chief Acosta, because I know I've been on several ride-alongs with your officers. But you know what? There was one time that the police officer was passing by this one car, and I don't know what happened in the police car. It showed him that car that just passed was stolen. And this is because of the license readers, am I right?
Yes, the license plate readers in the vehicle.
So I think, in listening to your officers and listening to others, I am sure you're supportive of this technology. As you're hiring these individuals, I guess technology would be part of, I would assume, in this budget to be more effective.
Yes, of course, yeah. I mean, technology is a force multiplier. There's no secret how we use it, and it's helped us a lot in the past with identification and apprehension of individuals. But in this particular case, some of our vehicles are outfitted with that particular technology so that we can identify stolen vehicles immediately right there on the spot.
Yeah, you know what, and since we're on the subject on this budget, if I may, I usually told them I'm out of line on some of these questions, but as you're working on this and on this budget, I think with this technology, like what Mr. Salai is talking about, I think it would be very beneficial for your officers.
Sure, it depends what technology you're referring to, the LPRs?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know what, to the concern of the public, you know, because I know a lot of us are afraid that you're violating our privacy or something like that. But what I understand, and I'm staying on this budget, what I understand it's only on the roadway, am I right?
Yes, absolutely. So this particular technology only allows the video to capture a license plate of the vehicle. It's not used for any other measure, and it's actually an investigative tool also to continue our probable cause in court transaction to further investigate whatever leads those may be or whatever case they may be on. So it does not capture a photograph of the individual, the driver.
Yes. Thank you, sir. And Mayor, I'm going to have one last question, but for the permit services capacity, I know in hiring 4 full-time people, I guess there's always conversation about the permit center. When somebody goes, and we've discussed this before, but it seems like it keeps coming up, in being supportive with the permit center, these 4 full-time positions will somehow be able to help in the streamline the process, I would imagine. A lot of times we hear people saying, why does it take so long? So I guess I don't quite understand it unless I'm going through the process myself on getting a permit.
So these 4 positions are really focused on residential housing production. One, facilitating the entitlements in the future growth area. We have multiple applications for tentative maps, over 5,400 units, that we need to process in a timely manner. Once they receive their entitlements, at a certain point, they come to building. And so we need to be able to take in these applications that could be for hundreds, if not thousands of units at a time, to intake the applications, review them in a timely manner, and ultimately, when they're built, inspect. So this is the beginning of the process, and so we're staffing up with a focus on housing production. We also have recognized that we need to stand up a residential team in permit services that is really focused on the single homeowner that is adding accessory dwelling units. We're finding that unlike other architects or designers, developers, this is a one and done. They're not going to go through this process again, and they're unfamiliar with it, and that has led to multiple rounds of review. And so we want to create more custom service where we can work with them through the process. And so we want to stand up that ADU team that would have the plan check supervisor, that we're looking to do the swap with the senior plan check engineer, as well as the plan checker position, to really support that more over-the-counter service.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Jose.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. I have a few questions on the CIP program, particularly in clarification on the distinction between, there's a few programs that are related to traffic calming. Pull this up really quick. So there's mentions of 2. There's an additional $2 million for a total of $2.9 million to increase capacity for the Baranda Road Congestion Relief Project. But there was also some funding allocated for the Baranda Road Expansion Project. Can you speak to what are the differences in what we're doing for those? Because they kind of sound a little bit duplicative.
Thank you for the question.
So you're asking about 2 different Baranda projects?
Yeah, so there's the Baranda Road Expansion Project, which we're currently undergoing Phase 1, and then there's also mention of an increase of Baranda Road Congestion Relief Project by $2 million. What's the difference between
those are the same projects. The name is a little bit different, but there's different phases of the Baranda project. So right now, we're in Phase 1. The extra money we're putting in is for Phase 2A, which takes us from basically the end of Phase 1 to El Dorado. And then the Phase 2B is from El Dorado to Natividad, yes. And then there's another phase, Phase 3, that takes it further down towards Williams Road. So we're trying to get Baranda done all the way to Williams, but it's got to be done phased-wise because we don't have the money to do it all at one shot. And the money we're asking for in this budget is to do the design on Phase 2A.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also on the CIP program, there's $100,000 allocated for this upcoming fiscal year for the downtown parking lot. I'm assuming it's the one on Monterey Street, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to the Monterey Street parking garage. The gates and the payment system that we have there are good at best.
Yeah, I've been stuck there myself a few times. Yes.
So yeah, they need to be upgraded. New cameras need to be put in. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done at that particular parking garage to get it up to snuff.
Okay. And then also along the same lines for the storm sewer and PDES, there's 1.195 million allocated for that. With the city potentially exploring a district or another type of funding mechanism for funding that, should the city pursue that and establishes a maintenance district for storm sewer water, would the city still have to contribute funds from our general funds for those CIPs, or would the point?
Yes, so if we ever do establish a stormwater fund, yeah, that would relieve the general fund of all responsibility to fund that project. And again, it would free up $2.5 to $3 million in funds if we could find a way to fund it externally.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Next question is for the police department. Hello, Chief.
Hello.
So in your budget allocations, you're getting an additional, or not necessarily additional, can you elaborate on which positions are actually new positions as opposed to we're just continuing the funding but transferring it from a grant to general fund?
So the only new position that we are adding is a management analyst.
And that is a non-sworn position, correct?
That's a non-sworn position, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go through numbers very quickly, as I do, and then I'll get to my point. So back in July of 2019, the police department had 174 authorized sworn positions, but after taking into account, people on leave and, medical injuries and all that, you had 135 officers on duty that were fully trained and on duty. As of July of 2024, there were 161 authorized sworn positions and only 108 fully trained officers on duty. That being said, at what point does the police department get to a critically low level of fully sworn officers that are on duty to patrol a city of our size?
I think we're there now. So right now, we are authorized 12 officers for both sides of the week, for the day shift, the mid shift, and the night shift. And our minimum staffing is at 9 officers. At one point, there were 16 officers, as you can imagine, to manage the entire city, with probably less development, less traffic, less people here. So we obviously are growing, we're hiring. We just hired our 6th lateral this afternoon and 11 recruits in the academy. So our goal is to obviously increase those numbers. So we increase our capacity and lower workflows and balance for our professional and sworn staff.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And eventually, what would be the number of sworn officers on duty that we need to achieve to ensure public safety to the degree that the community expects it to?
I would say 16.
16?
16 officers at each shift.
So what would that kind of, sorry to put you on the spot to do the math, but what would that kind of translate to in terms of total sworn officers on the ground? Right now there's 108, and you mentioned that's kind of like at 12. What would that number be like to get to 16?
So the 108 is after people are off duty or on injuries or for a variety of different reasons. But if I look at the overall number of 161, I'd say we'd have to get into the 180 mark and beyond. We talked about some surveys that were out there that are being done. I think it's important to recognize that what we are doing and how we are patrolling our deployment model is making sure that we understand and facilitate the needs of the community, and those are the core services of calls for service. But we need to start to look at future growth with Amazon, with redevelopment, with housing, and how we're going to actually deploy our deployment model when these facilities start to attract a little bit more people and residents or workers come into the city. But my goal is to at least be in the 180 mark at some point. And certainly there are surveys that are out there that could come in independently and look at our deployment model. And I know we did that a couple of years ago, and that's why we went to the 10-hour, 40-minute shift, so that we can have more bandwidth and spread our capacity throughout the week. But my goal would be in the 180s and beyond.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. I have a question for the Fire Chief next. Chief, so in this year's budget, you have one position allocated that's new to the fire department. Can you speak to how this position is going to help enhance operations or help relieve some of the stress on your administrative team?
So this position as a deputy fire marshal is another step in my plan to move the prevention division, reorganizing as the community risk reduction division, and implement new programs. One that was paused during COVID, I mentioned the commercial inspection program, as well as free up the time of a division chief, fire marshal / fleet manager, hazmat program manager, communications manager, other duties as assigned. He's wearing about 6 other hats right now. So as this position takes a daily operations role as a civilian and oversees the reimplementation of the commercial inspection program along with that revenue, and relieves some of those other burdens for my fire marshal / division chief to focus on some of the other operational capacities that we need to address.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My last question is kind of, I think might be for HCD in terms of code enforcement or police, whichever one of the two is appropriate. But in speaking to Councilmember Barrera's mention of AI technology, it's this AI technology that gets attached onto, perhaps some city vehicles and analyzes, the code enforcement component. City Manager Mendez spoke to, we can't unsee things once we've seen them, right? And we have to act. So in terms of, should there be a code enforcement violation for a residential unit, what would that entail for the tenants in that unit?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your question.
Should there be a code enforcement action for a residential unit or a multifamily complex for code enforcement? What would potentially happen to those tenants if we were on it every single time?
So one, we'd have to evaluate, is this a serious life safety issue? So there would be an assessment. If we receive a complaint or see something that we can't unsee, we would have to do an inspection and evaluate health safety, and we would then go from there. If we would, at this point in time, we would be giving notice if it's a rental property to the property owner of the violations, and we'd be working with them to correct it. And then the responsibility, my understanding is, would lie with the property owner to assist the tenants with relocation. That would not be a city responsibility. Our responsibility would be to ensure the health and safety of the tenants.
Okay. So just to reiterate that, should code enforcement actions need to be taken with a theoretical AI tool and tenants have to be displaced, it's up to the landlord to provide that temporary relief while their unit is under
So I'm
construction.
talking any code enforcement action. I'm not speaking specifically to AI, because I think with code enforcement, AI would just identify that there's a potential violation. There would have to be a human follow-up to really thoroughly investigate the status of the structure, what the violation is. If it is a serious health and safety structural issue, that would not necessarily be able to be detected by AI. AI, as proposed with this program, would be more the blight and appearance of the community and maintenance of the yard, abandoned vehicles, of that nature. But it would not be identifying an issue with a structure itself.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Some of my questions.
Okay, thank you, Zane. Aurelio.
See, I think I may have more comments, and I'll sneak in some questions as we move along. First, I just want to thank staff for putting this proposed operating budget together. For the purpose of my comments, I think I'm going to tailor my comments more towards our members of the public, because I know that staff and management. This is what you have been living and breathing the last, couple of weeks, and more so probably within the last like 24, 48 hours, trying to anticipate what questions we may have for you. Quite a number of documents that we received and had to review as of Friday, right? So just for our members of the public, right? We received the staff report, thank you. The actual proposed budget is 250 pages long, and I would know the good stuff starts on page 77. The proposed CIP, right, the detailed of the proposed CIP, 86 pages, very thorough. I want to thank staff for providing that information. I think for just like kind of, again, the general member of the public, there is the budget and brief document, right, which is 13 pages, which is like a nice executive summary of or maybe an expanded version of an executive a summary. So I appreciate that addition. And then lastly.
Point of order. Is this questions or comments?
I'm getting there. And so, the last two attachments, again, the resolutions and the appropriations. And so I'm going to, I'm going to end it there since I was rudely interrupted, but thank you. And under comments, I will conclude my comments at that point. Thank you.
Okay. Gloria, any questions?
Yes, my questions are for fire. Thank you. Chief, could you, okay, you need this fire marshal, but can you let us know, because we have community members here, okay, staffing. We heard from police, we heard from the chief, but fire, are we well-staffed?
As I mentioned before, we've been in a rebuild phase for a number of years, but referring to the 2023-2024 annual report, our master plan, against national standards and Western region standards, Salinas is falling short. We're about a half a firefighter per 1,000, where the national standard's about 1.2, and the Western region is about 1.97. Looking at those as our standards, in a community our size of over 160,000 people, our total staffing should be up in those numbers of about 160. And we fall far short of that as far as suppression staffing is about 109, 110 right now.
Mm-hmm. And what is our response time right now?
So unfortunately, our response times are one of my major concerns. Looking at how we build the fire department and addressing the future growth areas. We've talked about Fire Station 7, Fire Station 8. Our response times are trending in 8+ minutes in most areas of the city right now, where our standard in the general plan is 6 minutes for EMS. So we've talked a lot about things that affect that. Certainly staffing and the number of available unit hours on the street affects that. Traffic calming affects that. Traffic affects that. Lots of things go into those response times, but certainly putting more unit hours on the street help us address those response times. Trending in the wrong direction for sure.
Okay. So, and how many EMS do we have right now serving our city?
We have 6 fire engines with paramedics on them, and occasionally we are able to staff our 2 ladder trucks with paramedics. But we actively work to keep all those units staffed with paramedics at all times. But as our paramedic staffing fluctuates, even on a daily basis, it is our goal to at least keep 6 paramedics on duty every day.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, police, I don't have any questions for police. Code enforcement. Lisa, thank
Yes.
you. And thank you all for the report. You've done a fantastic job. But Lisa, can you explain to us right now, because we're looking at this and the public is looking also at this, why are we having to increase the budget for code enforcement? How many code enforcement officers do we have right now?
So there are two pieces to the budget that we're looking at. The first, which is where there's an increase, is to maintain our outside contract services. Currently, we have a contract this past year with Wildan to provide evening and weekend services that focus on non-permitted vending. And so there is $300,000 included under professional services to maintain that Friday, Saturday, Sunday service that we have. Currently, we are down 2 code positions, 2 officers. So we will be, I'm pleased to announce that we are ready to release the job description to start hiring for those 2 positions. It is a flex position. Our goal is to stand up 2 teams this year that would be led by 2 code 2s with each led by a code 2 with 2 code 1s underneath them. So there is no increase at this time in staffing. We are seeking to fill vacancies, and should we identify potential candidates, we may come back and have a discussion about further building the team. But at this time, we're focused on overtime for staff to handle special events, and a support also evening and weekend hours, as well as maintaining our contract with Wildan for weekend services.
So what is the ideal number that we should have for the city our size and the needs that we have? Because right now, there are so many issues that are not being taken care of. And for me, they're critical. When you see weeds this high and you report, and they tell you, you have to report it to code enforcement, and nobody's taking care of it for 3 weeks, that's scary to the residents and scary to me. So how many should we have?
So I don't know that there is a best practice standard that I can quote in terms of population such that public safety provides. But at this point in time for this year, I want to stand up 2 teams that can have a rotating schedule to move around the city as a start and see how we improve our service and coverage. And then next year, look, is there a need to stand, and do we have the capacity, the ability financially to stand up an additional team? So to me, you have to start filling our vacancies first, getting into the concept of the 2 teams, establishing the rotating schedule, and then go from there.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the theme of code enforcement, real quick, Lisa, I believe I read this somewhere, don't quote me on this, but I think it says that our code enforcement is based on a complaint-based system. Is that
Correct.
still the case, and do you think that's the most effective way for us to manage code enforcement?
So at this point, we have approach in which we seek compliance through education, but we are primarily a complaint-based. That's not to say that we don't go out into the community, that we're not out in the field, and as we think, as officers are responding to a complaint and they see something else, they take action to note that down. But given our current staffing and the size of the city, we tend to be more complaint-based, but our approach is education, compliance through education.
Okay, and how effective would you say we are about seeing things and managing them? Someone parking in the red zone in front of a fire hydrant, is that being done effectively, or do we not have the staff to even be able to manage those kind of situations?
So I think we are, I think we met recently with police, because I think there is also different distinction of roles and responsibilities, like who's responsible for abandoned vehicles in the public right away versus and noise complaints versus life, health, and safety and blight issues. So I think we can do a better job of communicating to the public those roles and responsibilities and who they need to contact depending on the complaint.
Okay, Thank you. Question about unfunded liabilities. Can you give us an idea of how big that number is? I know salaries and benefits are, our biggest expense. What does that unfunded liability look like for our pension specifically?
So we have a quite significant unfunded liability. However, that's based on everybody, we would need to pay that if everybody were to leave. So we don't really look at it in terms of what is our city unfunded liability. We do have a portion of the unfunded liability that we need to account for every year. And so it does continue to increase. I think this year increased to 19 million. A little over 19 million. And so we can assume that it will continue to increase every year. And that is something that the city does need to pay for or account for in their budgets each year.
On an annual basis, okay, thank you. And then I think my last one is, you mentioned surveying and doing pop-ups and public meetings about the budget process, which I appreciate you including the public and that we're as transparent as possible. Do we have access to that information, like what the community is saying, what their concerns are, where they think our money is being spent? Do we have access to that? Is that reported somewhere? We could look at that?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And it was reported in a prior meeting, but I can absolutely send that out to everybody.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Christian. I wanted to, just quickly, I had a chance to tour Ensign Park today, so I just want to be clear that this budget, we will be able to maintain it in terms of, whatever the physical costs of maintenance are and sufficient personnel in terms of this budget.
So yes, this year, we will be able to maintain that. I think long-term, we have to have a conversation as the budget allows to expand that team. To be able to, especially looking at next year when the second phase, which is the restoration area, which is a significant amount of 60-plus acres, that's a significant increase to our operations.
But good for this year.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Fire Chief? When did our response times begin to deviate? When last I left the city, we were pretty close to that 6-minute mark that you spoke to. I mean, is it? And I know these things happen over time, but I mean, when did things begin to maybe kind of slip a little bit?
They've been creeping up steadily. If you look at a histogram, 2007. 11,000 annual calls with 23 people on duty every day. 2016, 13,700 calls, 24 people on duty every day. 2024, 17,300 calls, 24 people on duty every day. Still 6 fire engines, still 6 fire stations.
Okay, so, budgets can be dynamic documents, and, if you have an attentive council and an attentive chief, I know you have some thoughts ahead of the future growth area. How would you recommend staffing, to kind of address it? I mean, if we're, not that I anticipate tons of walking around money, but if there was some, what's your wish list in terms of additional staffing?
Well, I think there's a couple of ways to approach it, respective of the other budget needs around the city. The city manager and I have been talking a lot about piloting and being creative with staffing that would allow us to put more unit hours on the street in a flexible capacity. And as this body became more comfortable, as the budget was more tolerant of permanent positions, being able to use things like over promotion or staffing up when we actually get our staffing numbers to the point where we can put people in acting positions and put unit hours on the street as sort of some of those bridges to get us to permanent staffing levels that are appropriate.
Okay, so that's something we should be on the lookout for. Okay.
Indeed.
Good. All right. That's it. Thank you. Is there a police chief in the room? Chief, I know when we had the Finance Committee meeting a couple weeks ago, we talked about the possibility of a couple of additional positions above and beyond the one that's approved tonight. Just quick refresher, if I recall, it was a field training officer and then an additional communication player?
It was a personnel and training position and the communication specialist position, both civilian positions.
Okay. And and that is good news to hear about laterals and cadets and all that good stuff, but we've got a ways to go to get to that 180. Can you just talk a little bit about those two positions and why they're important to you?
Yeah, so when Councilmember Barajas mentioned when we were in that 160, 70, 80 mark, we had a fully dedicated police officer in the recruiting unit to obviously be recruitment focused, to provide that personal engagement with the candidates and that ongoing, personal relationship to making sure that we are actually working with them closely through the background process, through the scheduled interviews with HR, and all of those things that need to, so that we can maintain that onboarding consistency to make sure that we're actually able to hire them. And what we want to do now is, we're using a sergeant and other officers to do it on overtime. So we can civilianize that position to making sure that we're accomplishing those same administrative tasks to helping grow our department. Right now in our personnel and training, we have an annuitant, we have a sergeant, and the commander that was in that unit is now the acting assistant chief. So we could use some further assistance in that particular area to obviously work on growing the department. They're an integral part of doing that.
Okay, so we've talked about technology being a force multiplier, but those two positions can also do the same thing.
Yes, well, the personnel and training one I just kind of talked about. The other one is a communications specialist. A city and an agency our size should absolutely have a dedicated communications specialist, obviously for a variety of different reasons, communicating with our HR, communicating with our city's PIO, really highlighting the work that is going on within the department, whether that's a AB 481 report, our annual report, any communication that we have with our media, public safety statements. There's a variety of different tasks that are right now are being managed and function by a sergeant and other staff.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Mr. Jacobs. Thanks, Chief. I know this council really wants to make a statement about really, we've heard loud and clear, sidewalks, streets, more, faster, but we're also hearing better. And I know you talked about a new piece of equipment, so that's good. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, but is it fair to ask, by essentially doubling the amount in terms of the overall category, how do we get better quality out of that? Because I think we're hearing from
right. So you're asking.
I heard your statement, though, that, potholes, we're kind of like, that's volume, but it also appears to be pretty clear to the public that's less quality. So they want to make sure the dollars we're spending, so should we be doing more patching and less of the filling the potholes? Because if we're doubling our money, I want to make sure we're doubling our quality where we can. Right,
So if you want to do quality over quantity, it takes more manpower. So, with 10 guys in the street department, we can't do the quality work that everybody expects us to do and do enough so people will notice that we're actually doing work. We could switch to quality and do really small amounts of stuff, and you'll double the amount of complaints you get, because the pothole numbers are going to grow exponentially because we're out there doing the potholes the way they're supposed to be, cutting them out and spending the time on them. The mastic machine will cut down that time frame and do a quality job, but it doesn't allow us to do all the different types of potholes out there. It only does the shallower potholes. It doesn't do the deep potholes that require us to build it up before we hit to the top of the pavement. So there's different types of potholes, different types of ways to fill those potholes, and we try to do the best with the manpower that we have.
The last question I have, since we've talked about the $4 million, give or take, into the Abbott Street area. Assuming one area you're going to start is the intersection of Blanco/Sanborn and Abbott. So heading south on Abbott, you will go how far?
With the extra $4 million, we're hoping to get to the railroad tracks.
Okay.
And again, it all depends on what we find when we go out there to do the actual design of the pavement. If we get out there and notice that there's utilities that aren't deep enough to do our full depth reclamation that we want to do, then we're going to have to switch to something else, which is more expensive, and then we don't do as much. So it all depends on our design process moving forward. We would like to do a full depth reclamation. That's our estimate to get down to the railroad tracks doing that particular process.
And, obviously that's a heavily traveled area, but I think folks would be startled to hear for $4 million, we get half a mile?
Yes.
Okay.
About that. And that $4 million is added to next year's pavement project. So it's not just section is just not $4 million. We were already going to put money into it with next year's money.
Right, but the point I want to make, and I want everyone to understand, it's everybody's right to come up here and say, I've always thought should is one of the most interesting words in the city dialogue. What should happen? And I think we probably buy into most of the shoulds. But what should happen is $4 million goes farther, but it doesn't. So how many street miles does this city have?
230 street miles.
Okay, so for $4 million, we can do half a mile.
Correct.
Right, okay. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Okay. Good, Lisa, I'm gonna let you off the hook. But I'll get you later. All right. Let's go out to the public.
So my concern is, from what I understand, we're starting to run a deficit this year, and we're going to run an escalating deficit from here on out, is what is projected, if I looked at some tables that were given to us. And I don't hear any set of metrics or any willingness to look at have-to-haves and nice-to-haves. And government is full of wonderful people with wonderful ideas. And you don't ever see a program die or end. You don't ever see conversations about cost savings. The state of California has 488 cities, and 2/3 of them have a 9.250 sales tax. Now, there are a few, like in Alameda County, that are higher, and most of our revenue comes from sales tax. I know you talked a little bit about raising revenues. I don't know if you're thinking about raising our sales tax. But instead of just looking at revenue enhancements, we might want to look at some savings. And we also might not want to continuously add new projects. So we're going to build a new rec center, and I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Sandoval, but do we need a new rec center? Can we afford a new rec center? Can we maintain a new rec center? We just accepted a new park, and we're hearing that we might have enough money to maintain it for 1 year. So why are we adding things when we're going to be running an escalating deficit in the next few years?
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Jose Guerra, Montevideo Community. I want to go back 20 years where Baranda Road was supposed to be done 4 lanes, and that money was paid by that developer. We'd like to know where that money went. Another thing, $41,531,000 in sales and property tax. That's crazy. And are we using that money in the correct way? I mean, what are we doing? I don't see an ag contribution here. There should be a number for ag. Ag should be putting some money. A lot of their vehicles destroy the roads in Montevideo. I mean, Schaumburg alone is run with their semis and their farm trucks and everything else. Another thing, according to the census, we have 163,542 people in Salinas. This is 2020. Now we're in 2025. We're halfway through the new census coming up. So the $101 million for public safety officers is not enough, okay? For this gentleman, this captain, to run his peace officers, he would need at least 200 officers in Salinas. That would put you at 1 officer per every 817.71 persons in the city of Salinas. Same thing with the fire department. Same numbers. He needs 200 people there. Let me tell you why. When there's a fire, there's at least 6 to 8, maybe 10, 12 people in one incident. Come on, guys. We need to do better than that. We need to also, okay, I'm out of time. I'll get you on the rebound.
Marianne Worden again. I almost forgetting what I wanted to say. The reinforcement, coming out and checking on your cars and stuff like that, and then whatever. They drive right by the cars parked on the red. They drive right by and see the cars parked over the crossing walks. Nothing's done. You know, this is ridiculous. I'm getting tired of it. Clay Street right down here is horrible. That's an old street that needs being fixed. Hasn't been fixed in, I can't remember ever being fixed. They are fixing these other streets over here that I've been complaining about. I'm not sure it's done correctly, but at least they're trying. But Baranda was supposed to have been fixed over 20 years ago, 4 lanes. And I know the money was there. I'm still wanting to find out what happened to that money that was supposed to have gone for 4 lanes, and it wasn't done. Something needs to be done. When your contractors or developers have to pay that money to have these streets built, they should be built, not put the money somewhere else. Because that's our problem, and,
Thanks, Marianne.
and we need to get it fixed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I just wanted to say that, I noticed the budgets that we have in businesses, licensing, permits, those revenues are really low. See, a lot of people want to look at the government for the solution when at times it's the government that's the problem. And, like they said, we're going into a deficit, and we're so over-reliant on these tax measures to keep this city moving forward. And I feel we need to, deregulate. Small businesses in our area are dying. The major capitalists in our area start monopolizing the whole system. And I think it's a mismanagement of government. A lot of times, there's the search for causation in our community goes to a search of blame. We get into this dogma where it's the rich against the poor. And I feel it's the public that's paying for the city to keep it moving forward, and we need to cut regulation and get money. The city needs to get money through permits and building and stuff like that too. People are trying to build, like a porch in their backyard. The city wants to overrun them with money, so all that money is not going into the city, because if you go into the neighborhoods, the city would collect a lot of money if we would cut regulation in terms of building and stuff. A lot of people build stuff illegally. I'm pretty sure in Tony's district, there's a lot of stuff that's built illegally in his district. So that's another form that we can get money in, So that's just my thoughts and transparency. And I'll keep saying it over and over again, but transparency is the key. So thank you guys for your time.
All right. All right, anyone else?
Stop spending. I don't know how many times we have to tell you to stop spending. And I agree what they said with Mr. Sandoval's District 5 Rec Center. Look at the neighborhood. The neighborhood needs more help than the rec center. we're talking about 8 million, but you know, to staff something like that, it's gonna cost 15 to 25 million by the time we finish with it. If you take a look at the numbers, it's just so out of this. I can't believe it. We already have 40 to 50 parks in Salinas that are not maintained. It's nice, repair it, fix it up, upgrade it, have it cleaned, but don't go and start something new like a new project that's gonna cost up to 25 million. That's a lot of money. The other thing I don't understand is why Library and Community Services budget is either at the same level of Public Works. I just don't understand why all these community services and all, I mean, that's a lot of spending. And I'd rather see what we need, priorities set, the right priorities set. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Yolanda.
So I'm coming up here for my daughter. She came to visit me, and she was looking through the budget, and she's going, because there was like $130,000 for a new police, enhancing the police van, and she was going, well, why don't you just do a fundraiser? So I'm putting that out there. There's things we need to do. Maybe we can do a fundraiser. I know there's a few people on this council that are good at that. Just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Peterson, and I got to defend my neighborhood. I can see that park from my front door. And the biggest problem we've got was the result of some really dumb decisions by previous councils who essentially gave the finger to our neighborhood and put in a traffic signal paid for by a strip mall owner that increased our traffic substantially. And you could see it coming. I mean, I was the only one who spoke against it. Surprise, surprise, huh? But anyway, that is our biggest problem, and it's got to the point where it's pretty unsafe. And as I say, it was the result of some really bad council decisions that those councils should have seen coming. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will see who's on Zoom. Okay, Catherine.
Good evening, Council. On page 204 of the operating budget, it has 3 goals there to increase responsibility and effectiveness of the solid waste program, which means oversight of the franchise agreement and requirements. It talks about meeting goals. You also have to procure compost and recycling products and create a policy for the city. It also talks about the bottle cap program. It's going to cost a lot of money to get these these water stations put in, aside from what CalRecycle is going to give you. The garbage trucks are weighing 8 to 16 tons. So that guy who said it's ag, it's not really ag, it's the garbage trucks that are messing up our streets. I would like to see at least minimum of 2 dedicated staff. You're going to have at least one that's going to do all of SB 13.3. And you have your electronic annual report with CalRecycle due, and I know you're not hitting your requirements. This franchise agreement ends in 2036, and it is worth $5.2 billion within that time frame. You all need to put dedicated staff to solid waste because everyone in the city of Salinas is mandated to go through Republic, and you owe us this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rachel, you're on.
Good evening, Rachel Saunders, Big Sur Land Trust. Thanks for the discussion about Parks and Recreation. I want to endorse the idea of the need for building up the parks maintenance team. We really encourage you to budget up for Ensign Community Park and other parks and recreation facilities in the city to really, these are critical facilities to enhance community life for residents. The city is going to be gaining a 73-acre, $40 million park, and yet is well below the municipal standard and benchmark for the number of FTEs per parkland. If that can't happen in this new fiscal year budget, we hope it certainly will next fiscal year. The health of parks are very visible indicators of the health of the city and the city's commitment to uplifting opportunities for youth and families to enjoy healthful activities. So thank you, and we look forward to continuing to partner in the city with the city and create a Friendsa group, but that can't replace maintenance, upkeep, and staff time that the city needs to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Good evening, mayors and staff members and members of the public. It's so admirable that everyone's, so diligent about this and voicing their concerns and asking good questions. And I think it goes without saying that when we pick up the phone and call the police or fire, we want them to show up quickly, and we want potholes to be filled quickly, but also with good quality. We want all of the things, of course we do. We've got great city staff who should absolutely be supported. So you have the unenviable task of no doubt wanting to say yes to everything, and yet eventually we'll have to have discussions of where we can find some cost savings. But with all of that in perspective, the $500,000 towards the rental assistance is by comparison a drop in the bucket. And I think we've heard loud and clear for the past 2-3 years that renters need help. Of course they do. So let's help them. And does that solve the problem entirely? No, it's, as the city manager said, it just gets us started. So let's get started. Thanks. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City Staff. Jonathan Deanda, General Manager for the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex and member of the Parks and Rec Coalition. First, I just want to acknowledge, the time and effort that goes into building a city budget, and thank city staff for their hard work on this. So, from where I stand, managing a community hub that now oversees, 11,000 weekly visitors, mostly made up of youth and families from working class neighborhoods, I want to remind everyone how important parks and recreational spaces are for our residents. They play an important role both in public health, youth development, safety, and economic opportunity, like Rachel mentioned earlier. And we see this firsthand every weekend, throughout the week as well at the soccer complex. And I wish I can turn on my camera right now to show you the view outside of my window with the hundreds of kids outside running around with huge smiling faces on their face. But, as you finalize this budget, I just want to encourage you guys to continue to prioritize safe, accessible outdoor spaces and support long-term partnerships that build on that. So, we're continuing to grow, serve more families, expand our youth programming, job training, and wellness, and we're committed to our part, but also know how important it is to real progress when the city's investment align with community-based efforts like ours. So, again, just want to thank you for your leadership and for continuing to support efforts that make Salinas healthier, safer, and more connected. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Jonathan. Okay, and we have somebody from CCA.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Joel Hernandez Laguna. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy, but I also serve on the Board of Trustees at the Big Sur Land Trust. So my comment is, one, I want to thank all the council members and mayor that have been out at Ensign Community Park and touring the site on this potential 73-acre open space area in the heart of Salinas. But I also want to, as Rachel and Jonathan expressed, I think the importance of investing resources in our Parks Department to make sure that as we build these amazing open space areas for our community, those continue to be at the best standard possible by allocating the right number of staff for these developments. And the other one is, the Center for Community Advocacy is really focused on developing this Friends of Ensign Community Park, and how do we engage residents to help with some of the activities that need to happen at the park, but also how do we help with some of the weeding and some of the maintenance that can happen at the park. But again, in my conversation, we have the open space area of 67 acres that will be developed in the next 12 months, 12 to 18 months. So continue to have those conversations on how do we budget for right allocation of FTEs for park maintenance just across the city. So thank you again and have a great day.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will come back to council for final comments and actions. I'll start over, Margaret, I'll start with you.
Okay, I think it's important tonight that we balance our budget. A lot of hard work went into it, and I trust our staff with their recommendations that they're conservative and are asking for just what they need. That being said, I think we will be in a position to make some changes going forward in mid-year or maybe sooner. One of them specifically, we talked a lot about the fire department tonight and giving them what they need to meet the national standard. And it sounds like Engine 7 needs to get on the road. I think that's really important, and I think our fire chief has a really good plan for that. So we need to hear him out and hear his needs, and revisit what the fire department needs going forward. I think potholes, I have to say, I don't think throwing more people at it is the answer. I think we need to hold people accountable for doing quality work, and that's just my opinion. I think we need to be open to investing in the AI technology, not just what we heard tonight, but other opportunities. So we do need to have money in our budget for those as they come across our radar, that we can implement them and not add more people, but add better technology. And I think we've heard a lot about services. So parks, libraries specifically, if we can't maintain them, which means keeping them clean and keeping them safe, then we shouldn't have them. And we certainly shouldn't increase more of them. We need to take care of what we have today. I totally agree with that. I think we need a plan for economic development. We talk a lot about it. It's a very big word, a big, broad category, but what are we actually doing to pursue economic development? Because that's the only way and the best way to increase our revenues at this point. Obviously, we need more money to meet everybody's expectations in the city. We're never going to catch up fast enough. We're never going to have enough money, but we need to be showing that we're working towards solving that problem. And then the last one, we talked a little bit about Amazon and the infrastructure. Very concerned about that project. I'm all for it. I think it's great for our community, but I am concerned about the agricultural traffic that flows through there and the residents getting to and from the peninsula. And, so far there's been nothing but complaints from the ag companies, and an Amazon truck has not hit the road yet. So that's a concern of mine, and I think we need to plan for that with our eyes wide open and make sure that we have the infrastructure to manage that beast of a project, which I think will be great for our community. And then last thing, Measure E&G, according to the report, it's about $54 million, which we desperately need, obviously, to do the work we want to do. But it sounds like it's kind of the same description that for both of those measures, that they're funding sort of the same thing. So can we combine efforts? I think we need to look at that going forward. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Well said, Margaret. Echo. Well, I'm going to say that I like your comment on looking at mid-year budget for fire and police. We heard it loud and clear that our community, they want public safety. They want a police officer now to go to their door. And of course, fire. We need fire there and at appropriate time. 8 minutes is too long, but let's look at it in mid-year and not forget about it. But I want to give a shout out to IT. Thank you so much for everything that you have done, for all the employees that have been in that basement. A lot of the community doesn't know, and you're going to be moving. So thank you to our city manager for making that possible, but we appreciate you. Thank you. And the other thing is, okay, code enforcement, parks. Really, we really need to really try to do better. But for parks, Christian, thank you for everything. But I heard the concerns. I heard, Rachel, but I'm thinking out of the box. We have a lot of Rotary clubs, and sometimes we're afraid to do something, and we shouldn't. We have to think positive about our Esalen Park, or Carr Lake, I still call it, that we could go out to the public in whatever we need to do. We have a community that gives. So, yes. So let's move forward on our park and your vision, the community's vision. A lot of work was put into that in the community that you guys did, you know. So again, thank you for all the hard work. And, you know, it's hard when it comes to a budget, and I appreciate all the departments, all your hard work. But yes, we're going to be looking at things. We want reports, we want data to be able to give to the community. People want transparency, and we're going to hold our departments accountable. We're going to show you where your money's going to. Just be patient a little bit, okay? Thank you.
Aurelio?
Sure. So I'll go ahead and start off with the motion to approve the proposed operating budget and capital improvement program and annual appropriations limit. And again,
Second.
I want to give kudos to whoever gave structure to this proposed operating budget. I'm going to look at our city manager, because those of you that are interested in organizational budgets, what I really liked about this one was that, again, it did ask every department, right, to go through its programs and services, right? So as you go through each one of the departments, you'll see that staff was asked to talk about the function and the description, right? So after that, again, there was the department budget summary. What I got out of it as well was the expected 2025, 2026 service delivery. Do appreciate staff also highlighting its accomplishments from the previous year, right? As a reminder, there's 5 council members here that were sworn in December, and we're still like creeping in. We're just getting past like our 6th month as a council here and having this opportunity to approve this budget. In there's also, I did have an opportunity to take a look at the 2025 key budget actions. For me, what was most informative of this proposed operating budget was taking a look at the actuals, right? So someone that has reviewed financial statements for other organizations in the past, I typically ask for 3 years back. It gives me an idea of the organization and its operating budget. And so we had that there, right? I didn't ask for it. It was there. The 2022, 2023 actuals, 2023, 2024 actuals, 24, 25 actuals, and then our proposed 25, 26. What I also liked in this particular proposed operating budget was also just letting us know, like, the funds that are being managed within that department. So quite often, I think some of us want to know the funds that are being managed. So those bullet points that let us know was very informative. And then again, departments sharing with us their performance measures and goals, and then the department position detail. That was quite informative to me as well, because it gave me an idea of a department size. I know that back in January, February of this year, when I had an opportunity to meet with our various department heads, these were some of the questions that I was asking for. Like, I wanted to know, what does your staff size look like? What do you do, right? Which I got back in the programs and services and the function and description component of the document. And so it was very, it was very informative, not to just get numbers in terms of what your respective department budget is going to look like, but also kind of the what and a little bit of the why of what we do. So I'd like to thank everybody in administration, Office of the City Attorney, City Council, Community Development, Finance, Fire, Human Resources. I feel like Human Resources sometimes doesn't get a lot of kudos. But thank you, Human Resources, for handling all that you do for our city. Kristen, when I had an opportunity to take a look at the library and community services, for some reason, yours really stuck out the most to me in terms of what you plan on doing with our local libraries and community services in the year to come. And our police, again, getting that understanding of what your department size looks like and the services that you provide. And then lastly, the folks in Public Works, which I'm hearing from my fellow council members, is that it's something that we continue to need to work on, which kind of gives us, the council, some guidance in terms of what we need to do as far as addressing those issues that continue to come up from our city residents. And so thank you for putting this together. It is not an easy task to put a $284.9 million budget, but I think this structure that you put together made it very much palatable tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to give a quick shout out, not just to staff, but to all the department heads that took the time to meet with me before back in May. I know I took lots of questions and appreciate you guys taking the time to elaborate more on your department and really touching on what are the financial needs to ensure operational efficiency, but also to ensure the delivery of quality services that our community expects and deserves. Also want to make note, there was a comment made that this budget is largely status quo, but I will touch on the parts that are not status quo, particularly around our CIP budget. So from fiscal year 24-25 to fiscal year 25-26, there's a 61% increase, right? So we heard the residents loud and clear that you want a real, tangible, visible benefit to your tax dollars, right? And these are your tax dollars at work. Those are your streets, those are your sidewalks, everything we've been hearing, you see it reflected in this budget. You see it reflected in code enforcement, maintaining those services on the weekends, after hours, when we see most of that need. And then also, in terms of the support that this budget provides to our public safety officers, and also acknowledging that, we heard tonight, both from our police and fire, that the staffing levels aren't there. We have a long, long, long runway to get there, but we need to start identifying what are those numbers and creating a plan to achieving that. Also, in light of the theme tonight of, must-haves and nice-to-haves, I think we eventually do need to start having that discussion of, what are projects that we do need or do not need, right? We have the Station 7, the fire station, to also account for, that doesn't have any funding yet we have the District 5 Rec Center that's fully funded, and we haven't been able to get that moving along, right? I think at some point we do need to start having those discussions on what is a priority, what is the city's role, and what are the services we really need to focus on delivering for our residents, particularly because being aware of the fact that, when people call 911, they don't care what our staffing levels are, they don't care about, what our budget situation is. The reality is they expect service, they expect, an officer to answer their call, they expect fire to show up when they're, asked to. So as we look towards the future, want to be mindful of that fact and really paying attention to what our role as a city is, because as we heard tonight, there's a potential for a structural deficit moving forward, and we need to make sure that we look at all of our options, even if it's cost savings or reallocating or realignment of what the city's role in our community is. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrera. The good thing that's happened today, we just heard from Chief Acosta, he hired 7 lateral police officers. I think I'm right in saying that. One of the critical things with these budgets is there's so much going on, so much great stuff. I was just thinking about, as I was coming over here, I took a little turn into the Hebron Family Center being built. But there's 100 programs that come out of that building? 100 programs. The mayor, the chief of police, the city manager, and a police officer, myself, we were at the Red Box for Father's Day yesterday. I think there was 70, 80 seniors having fun, having a great old time. But a lot of times we don't see that. I was at Natividad Creek Park, I didn't take my horse this time, but I went on my bike on Sunday, and I saw these two 70-year-old married couple that have been married for 60, I don't know how many years. If they're 70, they can't be 60 years married. That's, I'm just seeing the mayor's paying attention there. He's awake. Yes, thank you. With the 5-gallon can, or what do you call those things? Bucket. Thank you. But picking up stuff, nobody's getting, they just said, you know what, this is my area. We live here, we like doing this. We take a walk, we exercise, and we pick up litter. There's one gentleman at Natividad Creek Park, you ought to go see his garden. It's in the public park. Go see his fresh fruits and vegetables that he grows at that garden. Sometimes we don't see stuff like that. All the children that were involved through some of these staff members for the first, what was it, first Salinas Day or whatever it was. There's a lot of great things happening here. And I think with this budget, we may see certain things that aren't getting done, but there's a lot of great things that are happening. Lives are being changed. So I think as this community, you know, there's 150 coaches volunteering thousands of children. So in this budget, I see some really good things. And you know, and I think, I'm sure we're going to approve this budget. I went on a police ride-along, Mayor, with Officer Cheyenne Garcia Mederos, such an awesome individual. We went on 2, and I'm talking about this budget because you're hiring police officers, you're improving the departments. Man, if we had 8, 9, 10 officers like this young man, he's been on the force for 7 years, but he said he did such a tremendous job on 2 emergency calls that we went to these 2 homes. He did great work there. He could have easily arrested people, but he chose not to. He worked with them. And you know, as we look at these budgets, this is where the human part comes in. We put the dollars in there, and then you hire these types of individuals. So I think today, we heard a lot of criticism, and I think it's valid. But man, every now and then throws a bone and say, you know what, you guys are doing something good. And I think we are. Because it's easy to criticize. And yeah, people have the luxury to criticize us. But I think today, imagine the amount of money that we're going to invest in community projects, infrastructure, improving the lives of people, improving the permit center. I want to thank all the staff here. I know sometimes you may feel like you're there and we're here. We're a team here. We're a team. Anytime I've been criticized out there in the neighborhood, I don't think I've ever heard anybody, what's Kristen Lundquist doing? No, they say, what are you doing, Barrera? All I see is Kristen Lundquist's name over there with the Little League. Everybody loves Kristen Lundquist at the Little League. I mean, it's amazing. But if there's a problem, they call Tony Barrera. And that's our responsibility. So I want to thank the staff. It's not an easy task. Please, none of you go away. We're going to get better here. So thank you for everything, and I hope you stay here for a very long time, because we're doing some good work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Sandoval. Well, thank you to all the directors and staff. I know this is a heavy lift, not just for the directors, but all our frontline staff. So I think it's a good budget. You know, I wondered how we got so much money for this infrastructure all of a sudden. And so, you know, I didn't see an increase in the budget. I didn't see this. So, you know, I had to reach out to the city manager. And essentially, you know, he mentioned to me that some of this stuff was just uncommitted resources. It got me thinking, if we can increase our CIP budget for roads, how much more is sitting there in uncommitted resources? I think that we need to take a little deeper dive into maybe where some of that money is that hasn't been spent. I mean, that's great to hear that we could increase this, but also, what else can we increase? Because $1 spent now is definitely better than $1 spent tomorrow, especially on infrastructure and things that are going to be rising. With that, you know, we have reserves, but we don't necessarily have a reserve policy, how much we keep. So I think we also need to move in that direction. So we have a clear understanding of how much we're putting into reserves, how much we're paying into our pensions, and how much we can spend for new positions. So District 5, the district that I grew up in, when I first ran for council, I used to coach at Northgate Park. I used to look for fields all across Salinas and wonder why there was no restroom in Northgate Park and why kids had to leave. And everywhere I would look, there would be no restrooms in where I lived. So there hasn't been historic investment in District 5. And when I started looking at the infrastructure investment, three and a half years ago, I think I've been on council, I don't know, seems like an eternity. But I love every minute. I love every minute. I started to notice that, get reports, and we historically have the least investment, not just in infrastructure, but in other things, our parks, our recs, everything. And guess what? District 5 has historically the biggest tax base. So we actually contribute the most money, but we were getting the least investment. So it's unfortunate the position we're in now, where we're saying, well, we have a District 5 rec center that's funded and is coming, but we also need money for infrastructure. But if we were ever to level up the playing field to how much infrastructure we should have got for 10, 15 years prior to me being on council, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So we shouldn't be fighting for pennies. We want to support all areas, which I have. I've supported District 5's Independence Project and Baranda improvements, who are technically not in my district, but I recognize that everybody benefits from those. I've supported Councilmember Barrera's district to make improvements to his park, to crosswalks in his district. I've supported requests from constituents in District 3. I could go on, but and I anticipated a move like this was going to happen to go after District 5's money. But like I said, we shouldn't be fighting for pennies in District 5. We should have got our investment to be upfront. But I could see that, I just want to put the public on notice, I could see that there will be a possible play, like Councilmember Baraja said, on this District 5 rec center. But I won't mention that I think we only have literally 2 restroom stalls in all of District 5 parks. So there needs to be a little makeup there. David spoke a little bit about fundraising. I agree. I had a community meeting, I want to say last year, with a bunch of Little League folks. And I want to say our Little League field in our district is probably the worst one in the entire city of Salinas. Think of that concept. It's been there for years. You compare it to Hartnell Little League or American Little League. We have the worst. And so we have a Parks Master Plan, which Ms. Hayes referred to. Yeah, we are not on the priority list. So here's my request for the city. It's not necessarily to jump at another project, because I had probably 40 people show up to that community meeting who said, we are ready to make improvements to our own park. All we need is a pathway to get it done. So I don't need any money from the city. I just need a pathway to empower residents to make those improvements. So I'm looking forward to getting that feedback. I also want to acknowledge something that I think is a first here. Right now in the room, I currently have my Historic Resource Board member, Eloise, my Measure G representative, Peter, my new Measure E representative, Joey, and my Traffic and Transportation Commissioner, Eric, all representing District 5. That's a big deal. I think District 5 is actually the most represented in this room right now. So I am also concerned about pension liabilities that are growing. We don't have those discussions. You're right. We as a city take on new projects all the time, but we have not got into the weeds of really what we need to generate revenue and to cover some of these liabilities. I don't want to interpret what some of the public comments on Zoom were, but what I heard was that there is concern about maintenance in our parks. I heard Councilmember Salazar say, don't worry about that. I heard the mayor ask questions like, are we sure we can maintain that? So if those parks have issues, you know who to call, because I have concerns that we're not maintaining our existing parks. So I think there's a real concern. One of the reasons I ran for office is accountability and transparency. These nice words. And we do need to invest money in these dashboards so the public can track these projects. Otherwise, you're gonna have Ms. Warden tell us, well, what happened to this project? And Ms. Hayes, what happened to this project? And, you know, my own residents saying, hey, we heard there was money for this, so what happened? So without those public-facing dashboards, not only does the public not have the opportunity to hold us accountable, but we don't, because what it turns into is Councilmember Sandoval saying, what is the status of this project? What is the status of this project? So those things are important. I'm going to remember my former colleague, Councilmember McShane, money for trees. There are residents across Salinas who constantly email, not just about tree maintenance, but planting new trees. Last year, we cut down 200 trees, and we had no plan to replace them. So, you know, those things are important that, you know, those follow-up for me as a council member and for my constituents is important. That's why I'm in big support of more dashboards. You may say more investment, but slipping up on a project, I'll give you an example. There was a project that I collaborated with Councilmember Barrera on a crosswalk in a high-traffic area where the school district superintendent came, board members came, and we promised them a crosswalk. And we gave them an estimated timeline. That time has lapsed, okay? So I wondered, well, what happened to that money? Well, it got reappropriated, you know? And so that stuff to me happens all the time, and there has to be a way to hold ourselves accountable. But I appreciate the, sometimes the punches from Jose or the comments from, Yolanda, because it helps us be held accountable. So I appreciate it. I wish there was more people holding us accountable. I wish there was more people paying attention. We're talking about code enforcement. I know there was a comment made that once we see something, we can't unsee it. That is a false statement. Let me tell you why. Code enforcement officers see violations all the time. We are a complaint-driven thing. Now, I've heard it. Now, if we start enforcing everything, what's that going to do to our residents? But there are some low-hanging fruit, things that cause blight or issues about people parking in red zones or on the intersections when my poor senior citizen residents cannot get out of their neighborhood because they're afraid of getting plowed into on different streets. So there are some low-hanging fruits. The city can prioritize what is enforced, okay? You know, sometimes we enforce things. I got a poor neighbor who lives off, I shouldn't name her street, but who lives off of a big apartment complex. There is literally no parking. So she parks on her pavement that is not technically legal. Well, she got a violation for that. Now, there is nowhere for this person to park. I've got a resident right here, I won't name him here either, but who struggled to go through a permitting process to build an extra parking space. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. I heard my colleagues, I think there was consent around the conversation about at least looking into the AI enforcement, and at least let's take a look at what a pilot program like that could be. I want to emphasize, I have businesses in my district, not only in my district, because I get calls from all areas of Salinas who are suffering, who are closing down, who need that extra little grant money. You know, I appreciate Lisa's effort to say we need to find a new way to fund those programs, and we need to provide that money up front, because if you're about to close your business, you do not have the money to up front for $7,000 in marketing and then wait months for the city to reimburse you. So I hope we are intentional about that. And I tried to convince several of my small businesses to apply for those, but boy, was that an interesting process. We have to find ways to facilitate that if we really want to support our small businesses. All right, I am concerned also about how the money for our rental registry may affect our budget if that repeal in fact goes into effect. You know, it's great, we have to support tenants. You know, we heard a lot of my colleagues saying we shouldn't start new things if we can't fund them, but we are starting new initiatives. Well, I see, even with myself, there's gonna be a level of contradiction. You know, we are trying to do the best we can, but there definitely needs to be more accountability. But I'm happy to support this budget. And if we can find solutions to more officers and more parks workers and more our community development folks, which will generate more revenue, and I am concerned about how we're gonna fund a new fire station, you know, I'd like the community to come forward with some of those ideas. Because I don't think taxing the residents over and over, I heard kind of mentions of a new assessment. I'm like, no, I think there needs to be either an approach to look at where we can save money, what's working and what's not working, or to generate new tax revenues. You keep hearing me ask about what is ag contributing? And so I will remind our city manager that there has been a request, as per our process, to look at a possible tax on ag, because it should not be all on our residents. And I want to remind folks that I think there was a public comment on Zoom that referred to the Republic Services Agreement. Last time we had this agreement, which could have generated us a bunch of revenue if we would have made them pay their violations. Sometimes we let messaging like, well, this corporation helps our community by doing this, this, and this. So does that mean we sacrifice on money they should pay us to make improvements? I don't think so. So the mayor and other folks also said about holding Republic Services accountable. So I hope we have that conversation agendized soon, because it does look like we're gonna have to revisit our policy because we're having issues with street sweeping, which they do. So there's, you know, I could go on and on. I may be the longest-winded council member after all. But I want to thank the public. I am saddened to see that this year, since my time on council, we've had the least public participation in our budget. And I think that if this council wants to really do community outreach, we should be doing the same level of community outreach that was historic the last 2 years I was on council with my fellow colleagues, where there was a race to get who could get the most surveys in their district, where there was more pop-ups, there was more engagement, there was more opportunities for the community. I think this year was the least I've ever seen. And so I hope my colleagues in the future move towards getting a standard communication and outreach plan, so we don't have to have these same conversations. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Before I say, city manager's asked to say a few words, so we'll let him do that.
Yeah, just very briefly, thanks for the comments. Appreciate a couple of things. What we've heard is we will work with staff and the council to bring back conversation with regards to public safety. I have been talking to the chief and fire, and both fire and police. One of the thought processes with police is once we get close to, you know, filling our positions, then we can have a conversation with you, kind of where you want to go with that, as well as fire. I think fire, from the where it stands right now, there's maybe a little opportunity to do a little bit more, much more cost effective, so we will bring that back. That's clearly top of mind. As it pertains to, do we meet national standards? So I think that's a conversation we need to have as far as what the results we want and what results are we currently having. So it's not one or the other. It's a combination of getting the council and the community to get us where they want to go, and then what standards we need to meet. Technology, there's a lot of things that go into that equation. As it pertains to public works, we are very focused. I get we're not moving fast enough, but we are very focused on the quality, quantity, and how can we improve that. You know, I see the same thing. I've talked to people. These are very uncomfortable questions sometimes to answer. And so part of that is we have to be willing to look ourselves in the mirror how we would present that. So that's one of the things we're working on with our. You're soon to see some of the things that we're doing. Hopefully at the next meeting, you'll see sort of some of the project maps, some of the things that we're starting to try to quantify. Our assistant city managers working with the team on developing dashboards. So the approach there is we'll bring some initial discussions to the council. Here's what we're thinking. Does this work? We're not going to, so it's something that we have to get into it logically, and does it provide the information you want? So one of the things, it's going to be a conversation with the council and the community. We want to report it this way. Does this make sense? Because I might think something makes perfect sense to me and nobody understands what I'm saying. The other thing I want to do is I want to invite folks to reach out to my office. I will sit down with you and go over the budget. I would bite my tongue. I will. There is nothing to hide here. Maybe we need to do a better job of providing. We can bring out the audits. We're doing a lot, our finance director's doing a lot to get back on schedule with our audits. I know when we lapse, things happen. how can we get back on schedule? So I think we're very committed to getting back on schedule. I think it's very important from a transparency and engagement as we're looking at our Measure G and our committees, that we provide timely information and that we answer. By the way, we are at the max in sales tax, so we cannot increase our sales tax. The only way we can go to our sales tax, we have to go to the state and declare an emergency. Now, that doesn't mean, so there is a pathway, Greenfield standard and so forth, but it's not an easy thing to do. So we're looking at how do we, Jonathan Dianza talked about 11,000 visitors to the soccer complex. How do we capture that in hotels and motels? How do we create those kind of opportunities? I just kind of want to end it by, we are very committed to how do we increase the base as far as revenue coming in from promoting more economic development. So hotels, other activity, how do we create the jobs necessary? So this is not an easy conversation, but I think staff's committed to bringing that forward. As far as the code enforcement issue, and so we've heard that very loud and clear. Part of it is coordinating with the team. We're not perfect yet, but we're doing a better job on coordinating kind of our on-house homeless response, and that will continue to develop as we increase our coordination. So part of the other issue is not necessarily more staff, just doing what we're doing better. And technology and AI and all of that is part of it. So with that, I think with the team, we're committed to bringing back that conversation to you and just holding ourselves accountable to what this budget, whatever you approve, and if you give us direction or bring back public safety, parks, we're going to have that conversation sooner rather than later. We might not have the answer tomorrow, but we have to start having that conversation. As it pertains to how you invest in your community, it really is based on what part of the community I'm listening to. When you think about community members want parks, want access, there's that community that wants more of that sort of opportunities. There's other members of the community going to say, well, if you can't maintain it or if you can't fund it or whatever, maybe we shouldn't do it. That's a really hard conversation to have to communities that have traditionally, they don't think they've had services. And Salinas is a diverse city, it's a diverse community, and we have a variety of parks. Some we need to do a better job than others, but I think all in all, from a community perspective, if I was to ask the community residents, they're all going to want open space. They're all going to want those abilities to participate, to sort of relax, to get away. And so how do we make that work? So when I hear, as an example, we need to do a better job, absolutely. But that cannot, in my opinion, come at the expense of trying to improve the quality of life of our community, which includes a fiscal responsibility as well as more assets and more things for our community to do. So not an easy conversation. We're going to continue to have very difficult conversations as it pertains to Measure G, as it pertains to how do we fund more public safety, how do we fund more parks, more code enforcement, how do we bring the 5,000, 6,000 units that are staring us in the face. All of that's coming. So I think this budget moves us in that direction, but that doesn't mean we're there yet. So I just kind of wanted to thank the team, Selena, Abe, the finance team, the department heads. We've had a lot of conversations, and it's a balancing act. And ultimately, we present it to the council, and the council has to give us a direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I just very, very quickly, certainly echo, I know a lot of hard work and preparation went into all this, so thank you for that. I want to echo Councilmember Barajas in that, though I do want to echo Councilmember Barrera, that if you are moving around this city, there are a lot of good things going on, and people acknowledge that, and we should not lose sight of that. To Councilmember Barajas's point, and I think you've heard this, this budget, I think there was a conscious decision to lean into the future and send a clear signal that we've heard clearly the priorities of the community as it relates to public safety, public works, and code enforcement, and now comes the execution part, and we're making those funding commitments. And budgets need not be static. Static. We passed it. Oh well. See you next year. They can be dynamic, and I think certainly from my perspective, we need to take a quicker look than mid-year on some of the public safety issues. You know, I think that's important. The response time issue is important, and I think we need to hear the police chief clearly why those positions are important. So I'd like to get on that sooner rather than later. The one thing I will say, you know, and this will be the conversation, and I think Renee laid it out well. There is a constituency for parks and libraries. There's, and obviously public safety, we all have in common public safety and public works. But the one thing I would say, I always get intrigued by when somebody says, you've got a deficit. We'll never have a deficit because we have to have a balanced budget by law. So what that really means is we have choices to be made. And I think we understand that. And so what I think you saw is that this council and I think, frankly, I think we heard a lot of good things from all of us in terms of agreement, wanting to move Salinas forward, some differences about things. But I think what you're hearing this council begin to drop pretty clear breadcrumbs. We need to be focused, understand what our core services are, and I will assure you, 6 months goes fast, but I think getting familiar with the organization, because I've said from the get-go, and I think the pace is picking up, this city is in a rebuild mode, because I can tell you, I think Gloria could tell you this, Tony probably could, it wasn't the same city I left 12 years ago in terms of capacity, and the trains ran on time. It was in a rebuilding mode, and Renee is doing it, in my view, a terrific job building a good team, picking up steam, moving in the right direction. So we needed to understand the organization and frankly, understand the budget we inherited. And there were a lot of good things coming from that budget, but we wanted to make a conscious decision in my mind, or certainly I did. We've heard people loud and clear, and to the degree money matters, the budget matters, which leads to execution. I think that's the budget we're trying to pass. And then the things that, and then we get back to, I think should is a delightful word. Believe me, when you all leave, I have some shoulds that I think about how you should understand certain things. So everyone's got their own version of shoulds. But this sets in motion trying to do the job everyone wants done faster, quicker, better. Execution to be evaluated. And I'm sure we'll find out how we're doing. The beauty of the public square. So that won't go away. But I just, from my perspective, I think we've really tried to lean in, because we can't do everything all at once, but send a really clear signal. We've heard the community loud and clear, and we're trying to move the city in that direction. So with that, Patty, why don't you call for the question?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember DeRigo?
Yes.
Councilmember Dela Rosa?
Excuse me. Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes, I was holding my breath there for a minute, Gloria.
Motion passes.
All right, very good, thank you. And with that, I know I've tried to adjourn prematurely before, but we can't do that. We're not done yet, more to come. And so with that, thank you, everyone. That was a good and constructive session. Why don't we go ahead and proceed to our consideration items? And I think I saw Ms. Rome in the house. She's here, and we're going to talk about extending the Youth Council pilot program.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is a presentation, and we're asking for your consideration on extending the pilot program for the Youth Council for 2 years. I want to provide you first with a little bit of background about the program. Last summer in 2024, we had our first youth intern program, and one of the projects that they wanted to research was tied to one of our council goals at the time, the strategic plan at the time, which was to revive the Youth Commission. As they were conducting their research, they looked at different cities in California as well as counties, and they did expand across the U.S. They had conversations with these jurisdictions that had successful programs, and one of the key things that they found was that some cities or some jurisdictions had youth commissions versus a youth council. So they took their research in the direction of determining what the difference between the two were. And a youth commission, they found, was very focused on youth-related tasks or projects or initiatives, where youth council was more broad and had more engagement and activity with the council and members of the community on broader topics, providing the youth voice and the youth perspective. So with that, they developed a recommendation to the city manager, which was in turn brought back to the city council in October of 2024 to establish a pilot program for the youth council. So as we began to explore and refine what this program and framework actually looked like, there were a couple of key things that we wanted to evaluate when we were considering sustainability. Number one being partnership. One of those key partnerships is with our school district. Because we are working with youth, we want to make sure that we have that connection and find ways for the youth to engage in meaningful ways with this council as well as the school district board and their constituent base, which in the context of this youth council will be the students at each of their high school districts. We also wanted to make sure that the curriculum was relevant to the council, and we were looking at what programs exist within the community. One of the programs for identifying projects and initiatives is the CEPTED program, which is a program run by Monterey County Strive. And so we have had discussions on how do we integrate that into our youth council program. And of course, through Director Lundquist's department, we have a lot of amazing programs like the Youth in Government Institute, CR Youth, where we've really been engaging hundreds of youth over the years. And so we also wanted to consider how do we build off of the youth network that we already have established that have gone through some of these programming and continue to build steps and growth in youth civic engagement in that way. So originally, when we were looking at what the youth council looked like, we were first evaluating having one youth council representative from each school in Salinas. With the recommendation of the council, we did consider the at-large position and what role that might be. So you'll see here, should the council approve this evening, the recruitment model will look like this for the positions. We would have a chair and a vice chair, which would be at large, meaning that any youth within the city of Salinas school district boundaries for any high school in Salinas could apply for that position. We would also have up to 2 youth council members. So this is doubling the amount of youth council members that we had originally planned, but that ties back to the sustainability. We want to look at alternating 2-year terms, and so that way there's always a continuity, and we'll do recruitment every year for the whatever the new term limit comes up. But that way we always have half of a council that has the historical knowledge and experience to carry the program forward. We also wanted to include support roles, which was a recommendation from our youth interns last year, which would include a clerk, as well as a communications officer and a youth DEI officer. So I touched a little bit on this with the framework, but to dive a little deeper in how the youth would interact with the council and the school board. So they would provide comments on behalf of the youth council to the city council in this forum. They will also serve as a liaison with the school district. And so on a monthly basis, they will attend the Salinas Union High School District Board meetings and provide an administrative report on what's happening with the city of Salinas. And the vision is that for the school district liaison, that would be our at-large positions, which would be in connection with the school district board trustee. So keeping sort of that mayoral or top seat youth position in connection with one another so they can collaborate. And then the youth council members, being at each school site, they would have active participation with their principal as well as with the ASB group at each of their respective schools. In addition to their role and interaction with the city and the school district, we want to make sure that we're teaching them how to be civically engaged, making sure that they understand how local government processes work so they can make movement and change within local government. And then also we evaluated tools on how they can identify potential issues or projects that may be of interest to the youth council that they would like to bring forward or raise to the city council. So the next steps, as I said, if the council this evening approves the extension of the pilot program for 2 years, tomorrow we have ready to go the application so we can begin recruitment. In July, we would have a youth council retreat, which would include some of the programming, skill development, general foundational understanding of how how a council operates and their role. And then in August, at our first council meeting back, we would have youth council members here to provide some comment on council agenda items on behalf of the youth council. We also want to make sure that we're doing a midpoint evaluation. So since this is an alternating 2-year term for the framework, the half of the youth council will be seated for 1 year, and so we'll want to make sure that we get feedback before their initial term ends in order to ensure that this is working in the way that we envision, that it's aligning with the council's goals as well as the intended purpose of the program, and that they feel that they are able to make a meaningful impact. And then we would come back in 2027 with further recommendations on program continuation. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Margaret?
I might have missed it. Did you say how many members would be on the council?
So it would be up to 2 per school district, so roughly anywhere from about 18 to about 24, 25.
Thank you.
So we don't fund this, right? There's no funding?
There's no fiscal impact, so it is going to be the investment, it would be basically staff time and leveraging our partnerships and leveraging existing programs.
Okay. And my other question, you said 18 to 20? Correct?
It could go up to like 24, just depending on the schools.
Okay, so do we have any say, or do we get to meet them or whatever? Because I can think of North High, some students, and Mount Toro.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the key things with this being a youth council versus a youth commission is really building those relationships with the council as well as within the city. So we'll be looking to department leadership to be mentors as well to the youth to help them really understand the process and why things happen at the speed that they do or why money is invested in one place or another. So we really want them to have that understanding to be great partners to the city council. So yes, you will have an opportunity to engage with them, and we would absolutely appreciate support in helping us to get the application out there and get interested youth.
So will we have a curriculum, some kind of, something to see, and are we going to have a joint council, a meeting with them? I mean, you probably have all kinds of stuff in planning, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. All of those are really great ideas, and as we further develop the program, we'll look to see what that looks like as the council meetings begin.
Very good. Thank you.
Aurelio?
Yes, I think I'm going to piggyback on the model. I know that there are different models out there in terms of youth development. I think it's just a matter of finding which one would work best for us. Excuse me, I'm wrestling with my chair. Let's see. I did take a look at staff's report, and I did notice that there was a partnership with Strive, and just want to make sure that there was also some alignment, because as you know, Strive really focused on youth violence prevention, right? And someone that has done community and youth development work, including managing a couple of grant portfolios, supporting community and youth development. There's a professor of social sciences and comparative education at UCLA by the name of Daniel Solozano, right? And he talks about deficit thinking, right? So when I saw the connection with Strive, I looked into it a little bit, and the one thing that Daniel Solozano would say is that's part of that deficit thinking, right? That assumption. So I want to make sure that this program that we do have, if we do decide to support it, breaks away from that traditional model of what is known in the social sciences as deficit thinking, and really making sure that this is a youth development model. I really like the idea of calling it a youth council. I think it's a real investment that we're probably not going to see for like 5-10 years. I feel like these kind of programs, what ends up happening is that it inspires them to become like a council member, right? And I think, again, we need to invest in our own. So again, if there's that opportunity, and then also if you had an opportunity to look at the 40 youth developmental assets, that would be great. Oh, question? Let me frame it in a question. Will you be using the 40 developmental youth assets? Also, in terms of measurable results, have you identified those expected outcomes and the measurable results using the traditional knowledge, skills, and ability model?
So, could you repeat the first part of the question, just so I make sure I get it?
Will you be incorporating the 40 youth developmental assets?
So I haven't specifically evaluated that, but to some of your comments, I do want to say that yes, we want to make sure that this program is a fit for our community. But I also want to say that highlighting Strive was to highlight a partnership, and the CEPTED model is a tool. It's just one of very many tools that we'll be teaching and sharing with the youth.
Okay. And that second question was, have you identified the measurable outcomes based on the traditional knowledge, skills, and ability model when implementing a program like this?
We'll absolutely be tracking youth engagement, how much participation we have, not only from our youth council, but the number of youth that they get engaged. So that's, I think, one of the big pieces of the pie, as well as making sure that they are understanding the things that are coming before council and feel empowered to comment on things that are not specifically targeted for youth. Not just youth-focused initiatives. We want them to learn how to read a staff report, understand, and how to engage with their community, as well as inspire leadership from the young up-and-coming community members in leadership.
Okay, doesn't quite answer my question, but I can speak with you offline, and we can frame it in a way that we walk away with some measurable outcomes.
Would be glad to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jose.
Thank you for the presentation, Sophie. Quick question. You mentioned working with some school districts with a plural there. Are we working with SUHSD plus other districts, or which districts are we partnering with?
I may have just added an S at the end of it, but we are involving all high schools in Salinas, so that includes Notre Dame, Palma. We want to make sure that there is representation across the city. The Salinas Union High School District is the main school district here, and so yes, there is that partnership, but again, this is a pilot program, so we have that opportunity to reevaluate at the midpoint and figure out what those partnerships continue to be and grow as the program continues.
No worries. Thank you for that clarification. I was just trying to gauge better how many school sites we were talking about. That's kind of where the question came from. Tentatively, do you Does the school district have any seats allotted for their students participating in their home charter school program?
For this youth council, we did have that consideration come up, and I think we'll just see what applications come in when we recently recruited for another youth program. We did have the home charter school come up, a couple of applicants, but I think we'll want to see the participation and the interest from the youth.
And I know Rancho Cielo is outside of city limits, is that correct? Yeah. Did we also potentially reach out to Rancho Cielo, even though that's kind of technically outside of our city limits? I know that's a pretty big.
We have not, but one of the big things with this youth council is that we want to look at opportunity and creating opportunities for youth that may not otherwise have this opportunity presented to them. And so Rancho Cielo is absolutely a consideration. Again, I think it just goes back to interest. We've recruited for youth initiatives in the past, including the internship, and we haven't had that. But part of the success of this program is making sure that we're leveraging the relationships that we have with the groups that have youth programs running already. And Rancho Cielo is one of those ones on the list that we'll share the application with.
Awesome. And then what's the anticipated regularity of the meetings for the youth council?
So whenever there is a council meeting, we will have a youth council meeting prior to that in order to review the agenda, and staff will be there to help guide them and interpret things that they don't understand. But one of the primary focuses will really be public hearings, consideration items, and then anything that they feel on consent that they feel powerful and empowered to speak on or have a comment.
Two more questions. This one may or may not be a silly question, but because they are providing advice to the city council and they are kind of another committee of sorts, if you will, of the city, are their meetings Brown Act meetings as well?
No.
Okay. And they wouldn't have to file any Form 700s?
Correct. We want to make sure that this program is accessible. And, the main thing is teaching youth, again, how to engage with their council, how to be leaders as youth council members, and how to participate civically.
And what would be the trigger for us as a city to require, if we create another committee, what differentiates the youth council from not being required to have the Brown Act meetings?
They're not a legislative body under the Brown Act, so they wouldn't meet that definition, and so wouldn't have to have their meetings open in public.
Okay. And the last question is, you mentioned opening up an application period. What's kind of the selection process for that, as opposed to the rationale of having each school site independently elect perhaps their representative?
So we did have an initial conversation with the school district on using that model of allowing the school body to make the selection. And there were some concerns on just timeline and how much participation. And we want to make sure that, again, we're intentional about creating opportunities for those who may not otherwise have it. We want to make sure that it's not just about who in your student body knows you, that it's about connecting with youth that really want to make a difference in their community, want to be involved in a very meaningful way. And so the process is that once we have all of the applications, we'll review them and rank them with a panel within the city, as well as invite some of our community partners to participate and help us ranking. And once we, again, dependent on how many applications we receive, once we have those top candidates based off of their school sites and the position that they're interested in, then we'll go through a final review process to ensure that the youth council makeup is equitable and takes into considerations the values and what's important to us in providing those opportunities and getting the youth really engaged.
Okay, and then one last question. There's the chart that notes the up to 2 students per high school in Salinas. This is more of a proposal, but would it be best to just have one primary representative have the second person serve as their alternate, rather than having double the number of people serving on the body?
That is a great recommendation, and we can absolutely take that into consideration as we're filling the roles.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
No questions.
So will these meetings be in person, or will they be hybrid?
So we did have conversations with Michelle Slade, who is the consultant that also helped start other youth councils within our county. And one of the, some of the feedback that she provided is that having in-person meetings across the city can present challenges in terms of being able to get to the meetings for transportation. So whether it's a hybrid model or fully Zoom, we would open that up to the youth council on what would work best for them. If they do participate by Zoom, we would still want to make sure that everybody is fully engaged, and staff will work with them to make sure there's full participation.
Okay, and then just to clarify, did you say the 2 at-large seats will be for just the chair and the vice chair?
The chair and the vice chair, the support roles would also be at large, since there is only one per each of those positions, the clerk, the communications officer, and the DEI officer.
Has there been consideration to make just 2 seats at large, so they could join at large? I think at large, and then, then anybody could run for vice chair and chair, as opposed to just making those seats at large. Is that kind of direction? Or what I'm asking is, are those at-large seats, like anybody in the city can apply?
No.
Or is it going to be part of the 2 representatives of the school?
No, well, I mean, they would have to be a high school student, but any of the high school children, it's not tied to a particular school. So it doesn't matter what school you go to. If you apply, what we'll do is allow them to select at large, and then they could also apply for their council seat for their school district in the event that they're not selected for the at-large position. But the at-large role would be very similar to, I relate it to like a mayoral position, but we would have like a chair and a vice chair for the 2 at-large roles.
So I think what we're saying is there'll be 2, so we're bringing this to you because it's important, and we brought it to you last time. It's something that we did not want to do by ourselves. There's no really requirement to do that, but we thought it was just important because I think it's a good program, and it fits a lot of what some of the council's been saying. So the 2 at large, there would be 2 representatives from each high school, and then people can apply, then kids can apply for those 2 positions. So those want to be part of the 2 representatives, so they can apply for that. They could also, if they don't get that, be one of the representatives selected for that high school. So maybe we're using at large a little differently, but that was the goal. And so you have 2 representatives from each high school, and then 2 people that would be the chair and the vice chair.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and relating that very similarly to how the school district has it structured, they have a student trustee. That student trustee is not tied to a specific school, but represents the school district and has a connection with the superintendent. So that would be the similarity with the at-large roles.
Thank you.
All right, let's go out to the, anybody from the public?
Hi, good evening, Jose Guerra, Montevilla Community. I think it's a great idea to get young people involved. Thank you for the program. I had a suggestion. Have we tried doing that for maybe our senior citizens? Get them involved in politics too? Because a lot of them, you're already involved, sir. I mean, I'm just saying, just to keep them active and in the loop with everything else. But it's a great program. Thank you.
Me too. I think there are some senior citizens up here. All right, anyone else from the public? All right, let's see, does anyone want to Zoom? Nobody wants to Zoom. Back to, let's see, so this is an action item, so we'll be looking for a motion and any final comments.
Well, thank you, Sophie. This is amazing. I know that you've been a big driving force for this, and I want to commend you for your intentional efforts. I mean, I've seen these kids and the opportunities you're giving them, with the support of the council, of course, but I mean, I see some of the materials that they're putting out, some of the engagement, some of the things that they're learning. I mean, there would not be that opportunity, and I think this is a true way to get youth involved. Not only just involved, but educate them so they could take our seats. You know, we do need more youth involved in government, and hopefully this will inspire some of them to come to city council meetings and speak about issues important to them. So I just want to commend you for all your work. Motion to approve.
Ms. Rome, there's no doubt, I've seen all these young people, whether it's a commission, whatever, the best thing the council can do is get out of the way, because this is a great program. I've seen the students very assertive, get involved, put programs together in the community. We've had young people here. We had Rocha, now we have Barajas. You know, I'm sure pretty soon we'll get an 18-year-old in here that's very wanting to run for public office, but there's even more than just public services. Is working in their schools. But I've seen a lot of the young people that have gone through your programs, and even Mr. Ariola. And even when we had the commission, I mean, these young people are very motivated, doing some good work. So this is a no-brainer. The great thing is they're going to be under Mr. Mendez, so that's the coach. So thank you.
We'll start off by seconding that motion. And again, just want to thank staff for the presentation and all the time you guys have put into developing this program. I know it's taken about a year, and looking forward to see what comes about this. Really excited to see what they end up presenting and what their projects are. One thing I bring up again is different people experience the world in different ways, particularly as youth, right? Like when it comes to transportation, right? How does a young person access MST? What's the world through their lens, right? When they're walking through the sidewalks, what are the concerns to them? And they see the world and perceive it in a much different way than most of us, right? Once you have a job, maybe you're not walking on the street as much, right? You're more used to driving. So again, just speaking to that lived experience of our youth and having their perspective and guiding city policy towards the future, particularly given that we are just generally a very young city, right? I think our average age is somewhere between 27, early 30s. So we're probably one of the younger cities in the county, if not the state, and to have the voice of our youth in our policy-making process is really exciting to see what comes about that. Thank you.
Yes, I've had an opportunity to create, develop, evaluate, and fund programs like this. The two things that I think I would probably advise when it comes to working with high school students, I think one thing that's always been very instrumental in getting the students and coming back over and over again is one, addressing transportation, because a lot of them probably may not be able to drive or drive themselves. If it's a program that starts at 3 and they have parents that work until 5, there's going to be a transportation issue. So I think going into this, understanding that we'll need to be able to meet that need in terms of getting them from point A to point B. That also includes making sure that they get picked up or dropped off on time. And then also with other organizations that I've kind of worked with and other nonprofits, I've evaluated their programs. Food. I know that quite often, a lot of organizations don't want to fund, food, but high school students normally, right after school, which is when they're immediately available, they need something to eat. So if you're going to ask them to, join after school, preferably a healthy snack, I've created programs where we had a no junk food policy that actually worked. And so feeding students water, tea, and fruits and vegetables, it does work. I know a lot of times, a lot of organizations tend to default to, well, we're just going to get a pizza and soda, which will have like long-term, detrimental effects on their health. But picking up fresh fruits and vegetables and water, it works. Yeah, good luck.
It's a great opportunity for our youth, and we have a lot of leaders out there that will benefit from this program, and I know that you will do a great job doing the outreach and working with our partners. So I'm glad that we're doing this. Thank you.
Undoubtedly, you're going to have unanimous support tonight, which doesn't surprise me. I think this is fantastic. The youth voice is missing in a lot of gatherings, and we always talk about how do we engage the youth because they're the future. So this is one of those ways. It fits our strategic goals, and we're building future leaders, whether they become council members or board of directors or things like that. Those kind of positions can be very intimidating. This will give them the confidence that they need to pursue some of those interests. So I support it 100%. And also, I think we'll be able to get some food donated from the ag industry and others to keep it healthy. No pizza and soda.
Councilmember Barajas,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Councilmember Barrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval, Mayor Donahue. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, is there a stray police chief running around? We're doing the tow service franchise agreement? There it is. Nope, getting close.
Hello, how are you? So I'm Sergeant Duran, Salinas PD, obviously. The chief had to step away for a few minutes, but hopefully he'll be back here shortly. But I can go ahead and start if you like. So, reason why I'm here is because we would like to get the city council's approval to move forward with the tow service franchise agreement for the fiscal year for 2025 through 2026 with our current 6 tow companies. So we're looking to move forward on that. The tow companies did have a request, and I'll get to that here shortly. But initially, let me get back to this here. My apologies. Oh, hi, Chief. So one of the considerations we were talking about with the tow companies has to do with the towing of the recreational vehicles, the RVs. Currently, we provide them with a $1,500 franchisee credit when they tow a vehicle. And that has to do with the disposal of the vehicle once they take it to get disposed of. Currently, what they would like us to do is take into consideration of changing a part of that process, which has to do with us being the city paying the disposal company directly instead of crediting them the $1,500 franchise fee. That is a process that's going to take approximately 6 to 12 months that we've currently started working on to try and work with the disposal company to open up an account with them and make that process a little bit simpler. The second thing that they asked for consideration from the city council has to do with the exception that was passed in 2023 regarding the parking of oversized vehicles on the city streets. When the city municipal code was changed, unfortunately that made it for them not to be able to park their tow trucks on residential streets. So as a result of that, when their drivers were on call, originally they responded to the scene from their residence. And they had a response time between 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. of 30 minutes. When that changed, their response time increased to 45 minutes. So that was a part of what occurred with the tow service franchise agreement as a result of that municipal code change. So we're asking the city, or seeking the city's council's guidance on how to proceed with that request from them. We understand that it's a balance between the community quality of life for everyone involved, you know, the residents where the tow vehicles are parked, and also their response times of coming out to the scene to tow these vehicles and, you know, get the citizens on their way home. So those are the two things that were brought up for consideration. So we're looking for your approval to move forward on the contract at this point.
Sure. When was the last time we reviewed the cost of running this program with the franchise fees that the tow companies pay?
I'd refer that to the,
It's been a few years, council member, and it's certainly something that we need to do. We need to look at the program as a whole, the franchise fees that the tow companies pay, as well as our costs. And it's something that we discussed as a part of these meetings with the tow companies, and we'll be looking at that in addition over the next 6 to 12 months before this comes back next year.
Yeah, and then at that time, will we have a better idea of like what kind of revenues they're generating, what kind of profits? Because like, I mean, I'm sure it's a profitable business, so, you know, in this, we're giving them a credit off of their franchise fee to collect recreational vehicles, 1,500. So do we know if that's just like kind of like a want of theirs, or if that's something that doesn't make their business profitable?
Well, that specific question is something that we're going to look at a little bit sooner. As Sergeant Duran mentioned, we're looking at the possibility of contracting directly with the disposal company. So we'll have a better sense of whether or not that credit is an accurate number or not here shortly.
Okay, and then I saw in the agreement that there's a requirement for them to be within a 10-mile radius of service area. Could there be a possibility for us to put kind of a guidance on their response time as opposed to a distance requirement? Or, you know, 10 miles could be basically, you know, almost Chular maybe, or?
Well, it's really both. And as Sergeant Duran mentioned, there's already a 30 to 45-minute response time currently, in addition to the proximity to the service area. So both of those things are currently in effect.
Okay. And then my last question will be, can we vote on these items separately? The agreement to renew the contract, and then the allowing them to have an exemption?
Yes, they should be taken up separately.
That's it. Thank you. Tony?
Mr. Callahan, could you, and forgive me for my memory, but I remember vaguely why we changed this, where we had asked for tow trucks not to be in the residential areas. Do you remember what happened with that?
Yes, council member, that conversation wasn't specifically directed at the tow trucks. It was directed at, excuse me, all oversized vehicles, including recreational vehicles, including passenger vehicles which exceed those dimensions, and tow trucks were just another category of vehicle that fell within those criteria.
Yes. And Sergeant Duran, there's 6 tow companies, but what happens if one tow company might have a flatbed, but they also have 2 other small tow trucks, so do they get to keep them there in their residential area?
it's basically going to be for the on-call drivers, whichever, so you have 6 companies, so each company should have at least 1 to 2 drivers on call during the night to be able to respond. So some of them do have a flatbed truck, and some will be a traditional tow truck that could respond.
So I guess my question is, are they asking, well, I guess I don't know how your rotation would work. So maybe there's a certain week where a specific tow company is going to be called. Is that the way that works?
So the way the rotation works is all the 6 companies are on call, 1 through 6. So let's say, number 1 gets 1 tow, they'll go out, get the tow. We have another crash or something occurs, we need a tow truck, we'll call for the next rotation tow. So the next company will come out. Sometimes we have multiple companies that come out to the scene.
Yeah. So, Mr. Callahan, what happens with the other tow companies that are not on the rotation, and they see some tow trucks being parked at their house, but they're not allowed?
That makes providing an exemption to the tow companies on the rotation a little bit problematic, in my opinion, because then you have some which are allowed to park and others which are not allowed to park, when really the intent of that ordinance was to make more parking spaces available within the residential neighborhoods in order to avoid the traffic safety issues that come about from having oversized vehicles parked on your residential streets.
Yeah. I think Mr. Callahan said right now that it takes, what, 30, 35 minutes to get there, I would assume. If they were to park at their house, how much time would that, any idea what time change that would be?
It would vary because we do have two companies that are currently right outside the city limits that have their tow yards right outside. So it depends where that individual employee lives and would have to respond from that area.
Sergeant Duran, and I know the companies are asking, but I'm going to ask you as a professional emergency person that's on call. Do you support this? Do you think it's valid, or it still works the way it is?
I think I'll defer that to
Or I'll
the
ask
chief.
the chief.
Look, thank you, council member, for the question. Look, at this point, it's really hard to measure and quantify. Could we have faster responses for tow trucks during investigations? You know, one can interpret that we do, you know, but at the end of the day, we have not seen a major disruption in the way our operational needs are in the field. Again, there's data and information we need to look at, but this is a conversation or a decision I think that they're asking the council to kind of revisit.
Yeah. And I think, Chief, looking at it, trying to be optimistic on all sides, I now remember why we stopped that, because, I mean, parking is a lot of problems in the neighborhoods. And okay, I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is largely just in the relationship between Salinas PD's recommendation in the staff report as opposed to staff's recommendation in the agenda itself, where the only difference between Salinas PD's recommendation and the actual agenda is that Salinas PD is recommending, quote, that the city open an account with ANS Metals to allow direct payment for the disposal of oversized recreational vehicles and eliminate RV credits. Can you elaborate a little bit more on PD's recommendation for that?
I will talk a little about the two things that you're asking. Number one, the tow companies are asking for council's direction as it reflects the ability to, the exemption to be able to park there. That's one item. We are not asking that. That is not a recommendation that we are making. It's at the direction of the tow companies, the 6 companies. And I'll let Sergeant Duran talk a little bit about how we're going to dispose of and recycle vehicles here and the kind of plan that we have moving forward.
So in regards to ANS Metals, they're the company that basically the local company were able to take these large vehicles to for disposal. So when it comes to the RVs, once they're towed and obviously they go to the tow yard and they're ready to be disposed of, they'll be directly taken to the ANS Metals, and they have the capability of basically tearing apart the vehicle and disposing of it properly. So the tow companies were asking us to look into opening an account directly with them because of the costs that are being incurred have continued to rise over the last few years, and sometimes they rise over that amount. They are specifically charged per foot on the RV. That's what they charge them, so it just can vary and sometimes go over the $1,500 amount. If that makes any sense.
Understood, but I understand that Salinas PD is not necessarily making any recommendation pertaining to the parking component, but basically from what you just told me, it kind of sounds like PD just took the franchisee's recommendation of open account with ANS and ran with it without necessarily doing an analysis of what that cost increase incurred by the city would be?
So what we're doing is we currently have a price that's set, and we're looking into that right now. That's the process of the next 6 to 12 months. We haven't agreed to do that specifically. We're just looking into it at that point. That's why we asked to revisit that possibly at a later time and amend the TSFA if that's appropriate.
Okay. And then there's 6 franchisees under this current agreement. When does the city issue an RFP on a regular basis for new tow truck applicants?
No, we haven't done that in a while. We actually had, at one point, I think we had 12 tow companies, and it's eventually continued to, get smaller as the years have gone on.
So, but for this particular contract, is it typically an RFP, or is it just, if I have a tow truck company and I can provide the service, I just go to Salinas PD and put my name on a short list, or how does that process work?
I'll refer to the city.
Yeah,
city
there's,
attorney for that.
the tow service agreements are an annual, they're a 12-month term, right? So the council has the authority under your municipal code, section 20-180, to issue requests for proposals, right? So that would be the process. Whether you want to increase the number, whether you want to get different tow companies on your rotation, that would be the process to do it.
Thank you for the clarification. That's all my questions.
You're welcome.
So I want to make sure I have an understanding of some of the feedback from the tow companies. Did they communicate, like, for example, if you have like a driver and that driver has a tow truck in front of their house because, again, they're waiting for a call and they don't know when that may come, are they receiving complaints? I'm assuming that they might be receiving complaints from like neighbors, like, hey, I've got this neighbor with a big tow truck.
Oh, we've received complaints like that before, yes. Not necessarily just our city tow companies, but others as well.
Just in general, it's frequent, right? It's fair to say that's frequent.
I wouldn't say it's as frequent as you would think, no.
Okay. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. I want to ask the chief, how did you guys handle it at your last department?
Well, that was a whole different process. I mean, we had a rotating schedule. I mean, they were on I'll be honest with you, I don't know exactly. I don't particularly remember if tow companies were able to park in residential areas. There were specific tow yards. They were really centralized in different parts of 180 square miles, and there were a variety of different tow companies readily available throughout the entire city. I don't recall ever them having an exception where they're able to park in residential areas.
And in terms of these tow companies, right, they're like the yards that they take vehicles back to when they get impounded, right? I've seen those signs that say, car's been towed, here's a number to call. Are those the larger companies, and do those companies have like those tow trucks on site and a staff person on site? And are those ones that we're maybe not contracting with, or, in terms of these tow companies that we're contracting with, is it a combination of size, like the small versus larger size tow companies?
I can have Duran answer that, but look, most tow companies have a traditional flatbed, a traditional tow. They may even have an extended one to tow a much larger type of RV, but I'd have to refer to him to answer specifically on our 6 franchisees of what they have operable to help us in our needs as a city.
So most of them have similar capabilities when it comes to the flatbed trucks and traditional trucks of towing the cars. I think California Tow is the one that has the largest ability to do heavy-duty towing when it comes to semi-tractor trucks or anything that's major like that. They're the go-to company for us here in the city, and probably a lot of other cities around as well. So, and the majority of them, I think if I heard you correctly, maybe I didn't, but as for the drivers and so forth, most of them are during the night hours, of course, would be responding from their residence to the tow yard to get the tow trucks.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I have comments.
I have comments as well. Should I begin? Okay. I'm sorry.
Questions now, and then
Oh, we got to go out. Yep, I'll pause.
we'll hear what the public has to say, and then we'll come back and
Hi, good evening, Jose Guerra, Montevilla Community. I'm going to say no, it's a bad idea. Reason why is because we have in Montevilla, we have 2, E&M Towing, I think the other one is I can't remember the other name. And they block, not only they park in where the park's at, they block the bike lanes. And they don't care. And I don't believe that we should be, unless the city's getting paid and a fee, to make revenue for us, for the city, that we should accommodate anybody in the tow truck business. They charge people so much to get their car out. They charge you so much to get when they get your car impounded. Then you gotta go see the police department to get a permit to get your car out, which is ridiculous. No, I'm gonna say no, we don't want you guys in our streets. No, I support law enforcement, but I don't support you guys trying to just get out of a tow because you wanna go and hang out somewhere. No, sorry guys. Do your job 100%, you get paid to do it. You stay there till the car gets towed, and that's the way it's gonna work. Thank you.
Peter Zelay, North Salinas. Absolutely not. No. No. I'm so glad that the city council 2 years ago removed these large, ugly, massive vehicles in our neighborhoods. There's one that parks close to me, used to, and either the big, large thing or the flatbed thing, they're hideous. They don't belong in a residential area. And so I looked to see where they came from. 2 miles away. According to Google Maps, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No. No. And once you allow this kind of stuff, it allows other people to do it. It gives them permission. So there are 2 big rig cabs that are parked in our area. 2 big rig cabs. There's a huge panel truck that used to block the sidewalk with cones, and he now parks on the street with his flashing lights going on. There's another large truck with the forklift thing on the back that's parked in our neighborhood as well. Our neighborhoods are already in decline. That's why I'm so big on code enforcement. You're supposed to be doing something about our neighborhoods, keeping the quality of life high in our neighborhoods. We don't want to live in an industrial park. I don't want to live with a bunch of tow trucks. No.
I agree. And I thought I recognized Sergeant Duran. He used to work in Creek Bridge, and he was basically our contact person there. But I just want to say, it took me and my council member almost 2 years to get tow trucks out of our neighborhood. And ever since then, I've been having problem with the same tenant that used to have a tow truck parked in our neighborhood. He still passes by my house at about 40, 50 mile an hour in a 25-mile zone. He's angry because his tow truck got removed from the neighborhood. And I agree, we shouldn't have tow trucks in the neighborhood. They're less than 5 miles away, half of these tow trucks. So I totally agree with these gentlemen. That should not be approved. It took almost 2 years to get rid of the tow trucks in the neighborhood, and now we're bringing them back in? Thank you.
Good evening, excuse me. My name is Joe Alvarado. I would invite any of you guys on the council here to visit my area, my neighborhood over on Cherokee and North Main Street. There's times after 3 o'clock where you can't find any parking at all. I mean, it is packed. There's definitely a parking issue, and to add the tow trucks on top of that, I think is a horrible idea. We already have congestion. We already have speeding going down narrow roads. We already have traffic issues, and by adding these large tow trucks, you're taking 3, 4 spaces. I mean, whether it's the flatbeds or the snatch and grabs, whichever one, they're still taking up more spaces and congesting the streets. I think it's a horrible idea. I hope you guys take that under some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody zooming. There is not. All right, let's come back to council for action and comments. And just quick questions. How should we, just before comments, you mentioned there'll be 2 separate actions here, or?
Yeah, so what I would suggest, Mayor, is we take action on the resolution approving the tow service franchise agreements and setting the franchise fee for this fiscal year, but then in your comments, let us know whether or not you would like us to consider drafting an exemption and bringing that forward. It's not for action tonight. We just want to get comments on that particular piece.
Oh, okay, so the agreement itself tonight that we'd be voting on is simply to address the former issue?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so hopefully, all right. Andrew, I'll start with you.
And City Attorney, just to confirm that That thing that Councilmember Barajas brought up about revisiting opening an account, that's not in this resolution, that's just a recommendation for the future?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so I spoke to some of my residents. One, Ms. Bennett, I think she said no maybe 5 times. You know, we already struggle with parking in the Northridge area. I spoke to Mitch Huerta in by the Kmart area, and he said no probably 7 times as well. He started asking about other types of businesses, you know, who also have large trucks. Would we give them an exemption as well? I've seen sometimes up to 3 tow trucks in one of my district areas. And for us to be able to monitor who's on call and who's not on call, and then to justify that this tow truck can get it because they are part of the contract, I think it's not feasible. So I'm not in support of that exemption. I'm in support of, cautiously in support of renewing this tow truck contract, because I believe last year when we discussed this as well, the council had requested that we revisit it as well. And so I'd like a definite deadline when we're going to revisit this to see what the feasibility is of making sure that we're covering our cost and, of course, making sure that they're profitable. But I'd like to see those numbers. So my motion would be not to approve an exemption for those tow trucks on that one item. So I'll make that motion if there's a second.
We don't need a motion on that particular
On that
item,
one, okay,
Councilman.
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And then I make a motion to accept staff recommendation, you know, with the direction that we revisit that to see the feasibility and all the other comments I made.
Councilmember. You know, one of the things that concerns me here, not just with this issue, but as we're discussing it, we have ordinances and then there's things that shouldn't happen. I know of 2 houses right now where their tow trucks are parked at their house in District 2. And that's because we're complaint driven. So I have a concern that if we say yes, because we're trying to be helpful, but other people just continue doing it without permission. So I'm going to second. Is there a motion already?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to second that motion. Again, supporting the police department. But just like I asked the city manager, I really need to clean up District 2 because it's in bad shape with a lot of issues, inoperable vehicles, and now if we pass this again, I know when we had the tow trucks, it was pretty bad. So I'm gonna say no. Thank you.
Jose?
Also in support of the motion and the general direction not to pursue amending the municipal code. So just to be clear, no tow trucks in our residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julio.
Yes, I'll also be supporting the motion as well. I've also heard from residents kind of their frustration, not with only just having the tow trucks there, but having those sometimes sit there just idling and the loud noise that they make, because I know a lot of them are typically diesel engines, and in terms of quality of life, I understand that argument, especially if you have a company that's got a vehicle that's taking off at 1 in the morning or 4 in the morning and it's waking up the neighborhood. It is definitely is a quality of life issue for residents if they've got that neighbor. I understand that they're trying to make a living. For the time being, if they've got to find a new spot and that driver's got to go pick up the vehicle to get the car towed, that might be what we have to do in the interim.
No, yes. I was very lucky Friday. I was with Sergeant Magana, and it took probably about 15, 20 minutes for the tow truck to come, the abandoned vehicle. And then we went to another place. So it took about 15, 20 minutes. Maybe it was our lucky day, but they responded quickly. But yeah, our neighborhoods are already impacted, no parking and, no.
I concur with my fellow council members. I think it's a terrible idea for a lot of reasons. First of all, obstructing the streets when there's people parked on both sides. You can barely get one car through, let alone a tow truck or an emergency situation. And I could see in some cases where it may, where timing, response time is critical, perhaps a crash or something like that, but other things, it's not as time sensitive. And I think if we open up the door to tow trucks, like you said, we're going to have PG&E parked there. We're going to have everybody else saying, well, I'm going to do it too. So I definitely no.
All right, Patty, why don't we call for the question?
Calling for the vote on this item. Motion made by Sandoval, second by Barrera. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes?
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we will proceed to the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the council requests a separate vote. For discussion, members of the public may comment on the consent agenda items collectively during public comment. Would any council member like a separate vote or discussion on any of the consent items? Jose, I saw you first, but I see you, Andrew. Jose, go ahead.
Pulling one item, ID number 25-246.
246. Okay, thank you. Andrew, I saw you. And Tony, I'm sure you'll have something, but
5190.
25. Well, what- no, I got it. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I've got that.
25209,
All right.
25211,
Okay.
and 25243, and 25246.
All right. Tony?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have three, but just for comment. 209, 211, which go hand in hand, and then 227.
All right. Are we there?
25246.
Okay. Gloria?
I'd like to make a comment. I will recuse myself on item 209, downtown street teams. My husband is an employee of downtown street teams, and in order to avoid a financial conflict or interest, I will need to recuse myself.
All right.
But I'd like to pull for a question and a comment, and that's Cesar Chavez Park Soccer Field, CIP number 9005, and it's item number 205. And Hebron Heights, 2221 for a comment. Those two, thank you.
Okay. Margaret?
246 for comment.
Okay. All right, just, Gloria, we can, and knowing you're a little under the weather, do you want us to do everything first and then we'll do your recusal last?
Yeah, whatever the,
Okay, well, I wanted to work for you, because I know I'm worried about you. but-
Whatever he
okay,
says.
All right, then we'll go ahead and we'll take yours last and then the recusal last. 209, we will go last.
okay.
We will get started with 190, Andrew.
Thank you. I just had a question for the city manager on this professional service agreement with Placeworks for zoning update. This is going to be a pretty comprehensive zoning update. And I know that I saw something in the media where the new ad hoc committee was going to be looking at rezoning some of this. And I want to see where this will be brought back to the council, if that would be through an ad hoc committee or through a public meeting?
No, I think this will be brought back for a public meeting. This is the whole zoning effort, so there's going to be a lot of touch points with the city council and also the planning commission.
Great, thank you for that clarification. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Gloria, 205.
Okay. Christian? Yeah. I just want to refresh my mind here. I know it's late and stuff, and so the community will know too. When we did the soccer fields at Cesar Chavez, a lot of the money came from a grant, right? Or no?
Yeah, I think it was close to $1 million came from a state grant, and then there was also some general fund revenue or resources as well.
Because I had some community members were asking, where did all that money come and blah, blah, blah. So thank you so much. And yes, people are utilizing Cesar Chavez Park. Thank you.
Okay, so that takes care of 205. We'll go to 209, and that would be Andrew and Tony. Tony, why don't we go with you, and then Andrew?
No,
Whoops, my apologies. We will go to 211, still the same two. Tony, we'll start with you, and then go to Andrew.
Yes, can I just get 209 and 211 or separate? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, I just wanted to say, thank you. I think this is a great project, and I'm glad that the staff is recommending that we hold on to this program. I've run into several of the folks that are doing this, the cleanup, very enthusiastic, doing some good work on the neighborhoods in the Alisal Commercial Corridor. And you know, these are individuals that are transitioning from homelessness or have a developmental disability. So with that said, and again, I'm happy that the staff is recommending to keep this program going. I want to ask Mayor and the city clerk, whenever it's appropriate, I would like to have them here for the City of Champions.
Oh, okay, great, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Comment.
Very good, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, I'm excited that we're keeping Hope Services. I know that they had done more work for us in the past. I think it's a great program, and when I was walking my district recently, there was a resident who shared with me the impacts of this program on those participants. So I'm glad to hear that. So well,
Okay, thank you.
For the rest of the motion.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, 221, Gloria?
That's me. Mr. Jacobson, is he here? Yes? No? Yes? No? Okay. Is he? Yeah, I guess it would be Mr. Jacobson or maybe Christian or both. Also, the monies for Hebron Heights, which is great. I pass by there frequently. It's going up so fast. So can one of you kind of explain a little, just quick, the monies?
That's Kristen's side.
Because community members are, oh, where did the money come from to build that center?
Sure, so we got a state appropriation for $8.1 million. There's been a significant amount of community development block grant funds, as well as ARPA, and I think maybe some general funds as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much. And now we're going to put more money into it, right? We need more money, right? So
the funding is already there. We're asking to appropriate and add contingencies to the project to be able to pay for some change orders that need to be paid.
So great, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Okay, 227, Tony.
You know what, I'm very excited about this grant. I think the police department has been doing a great service protecting our children, protecting families. You know, the sad thing about it, I don't know if you kept up with hopefully it's real, truthful news. There's been a lot of professionals in the Salinas area getting arrested for molesting children. And I think we need to protect these vulnerable children, so I think with this grant, the police department will be going through some training and hopefully keep these children safe.
Yep. Okay, thank you for making note of that. And Andrew, you are up on 243.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to get a little bit more information on the effectiveness of this program from the chief, and I understand we have the county here as well. I know I've spoken to some officers in the past who shared with me how beneficial this program is, but can we share some of the outcomes or the experiences from our police department first and then our county partners? Or, I'm sorry, our assistant city manager, I'm sorry, I did speak with you earlier.
That's all right, either way. You know, I want to also call your attention to, we attached late a report from the county that was on the outcomes just on the first quarter and the year prior that was a little more detailed, and I want to apologize for having failed to upload that until just recently. But you can see that we've had quite a few positive outcomes. The city of Salinas is well over 50% of the users. The crisis calls come from the city of Salinas, and that's in the whole county-wide when you look at the bigger picture. We have a dedicated team just to the city of Salinas. As to some of the outcomes and the variety, I would like to welcome our county partners that are also here that can speak to some of the detailed calls that come in for the crisis. I also want to make sure we point out that it's not just law enforcement calls, but it's also from the schools. It can be from private phone calls as well that call into these crisis lines to receive support. And it also addresses homeless individuals on the street. So the wide variety of calls is immense. And again, just to reiterate that in this first quarter alone, I believe that the city of Salinas was over 70% of the calls were generated from the city of Salinas throughout the whole county. But in terms of the impact on our police force as well, if the chief wants to comment on that.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, and I know we've spoken about this item in this program, and I can tell you I'm in full support of it. To have somebody dedicated to our community and our city to help us deal with crisis calls and allow our officers to deal with priority calls while the subject matter experts come in here and really take a personal approach to providing wraparound services, not just for the particular person in crisis, but for their family. Not all of these calls need to generate a police response. And my hope is that this team continues to work with these families and the persons that are affected by this in hopes that they can be able to function on their own without having a police-generated call for service. So I know we are predominantly, the police department is called most of the time by this team to come out and provide support services, whether it's a call for service, whether it's a referral, whether it's based by case management on their team. But to have a team dedicated, I wish I could have them 24/7, to be honest with you. But so I would like to continue the service, and I know they'll talk a little bit about what they can do to help support us in the future.
Yeah, and that kind of leads into my next question. I wanted to see what your feedback is as far not just about supporting it, but maybe in the future expanding it and how this would benefit your officers. But it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, indeed. I mean, to have a team like this readily available, again, assigned to specifically Salinas, who knows our community, who knows the stakeholders, who understands and been here before on a variety of different incidents, whether, again, it's a fire call, a medical call, a police call, a call for service of whatever that might be. This team is there dedicated to continue to help our community members that are in crisis or need assistance from the mental health perspective.
So those people in crisis, when they see this team approaching them as opposed to just like an officer, what has been the outcome or the feedback from those folks, experiencing those crises?
Well, I don't know specifically because I haven't spoken to those folks, but I can tell you in my experience in this profession, my prior agency, is that it's very impactful. They would rather see a team like this that is going to be able to provide that safe space for them to be able to work with them and get the information that is needed, provide them. Sometimes it's a ride to the hospital, sometimes it's case management, sometimes it's being able to listen. They just want to be heard, right? A police officer is not a mental health professional, although they are trained in identifying and working with people in crisis. But I think we're going to get far better outcomes when we have subject matter experts that are in a less intrusive capacity and uniform to be able to help them to get what they need.
And are we tracking what percentage of calls will maybe just have an officer do like just be present initially, and then the crisis response team say, okay, we got it from here? Do we have like the numbers of that?
I don't know. I'd have to look at that data and maybe get back to you. My hope is that we do. They clear the call in a different disposition that could be, I'm not going to get into semantics of what those dispositions sound like or look like, but my hope is that it is, so that we are tracking that and really taking an intentional approach of how they're helping us and how that's categorized.
I just wanted to be available to answer any questions or provide clarification. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you for considering this evening. Melanie Rhodes, Monterey County Behavioral Health Director for the county, and I've overseen mobile crisis services in our county since the inception back in 2015. And we have expanded to 24/7 mobile crisis services countywide about a year and a half ago. And then along with that, we worked in partnership with the city to also do the pilot, which would add an extra 2-person team specifically for the city of Salinas, in addition to our countywide program. And so we have a very layered community crisis program throughout the county. And then what we found in looking at our data is that the volume of the calls that come from the city, having that extra 2-person team has also been extremely helpful, because not only do we respond to calls that come through 911 from emergency calls, but we've also been partnering with 988, with our community crisis lines, to kind of get upstream on it and to be able to intervene sooner rather than later, so that we can be proactive in supporting the community and hopefully trying to head off the crises as it's starting, so people can reach out sooner rather than later. And then hopefully that will in turn have people reaching out and connecting through voluntary services in the community, learning about resources and helping to stabilize in their community with their natural supports, and reducing their need to call 911 and getting emergency response. And so we partner with our first responders, with fire, with police, provide training, things like that. It's not really an either-or thing, like behavioral health and mobile crisis or law enforcement, but it's really, it's how do we work together and in partnership, because when calls come through 911, the fact that we have a relationship, the fact that we've done training, we collaborate, they feel comfortable calling and tapping us as a resource, sending referrals our way so that we can try and be proactive. From our perspective, it's been a great partnership. So with that, I will just pause and see if I'm answering any of your questions.
I'm so excited everything you're sharing with me, because it sounds like you're really doing a lot of preventative measures, right? I mean, the 988 calls, I mean, that probably avoids a lot of police phone calls that, from escalation. And so are you sharing with me that you're also working with our dispatch center to kind of identify those, to see how we could facilitate those? Is that what?
We've been collaborating with the 911 Emergency Communications Department since we started Mobile Crisis back in 2015. And so yes, we work in collaboration, and we've worked in partnership with both 911 and 988 and helped them build the relationship. And then we also are funding, through our funding for our entire community crisis response program, a mobile crisis dispatch independent of 911. So it doesn't have to go through 911 to get a mobile crisis response in the community. So bear with me for a minute. So somebody calls a community crisis line, they're struggling, whether it's through 988 or our local community crisis line number. The bulk of the time, the folks on the other end of that call are able to provide some support and stabilize the situation right there. If they're not able to do that and they feel like a mobile crisis response would be warranted, and there's no immediate safety issues, there's not weapons involved, there's not
Nobody has taken any steps to harm themselves or anything that would really indicate that a 911 response is needed. They can transfer it to our community crisis dispatch, and then we can get a team sent out without ever involving the 911 system. However, on the flip side of that, if somebody does call, say, 988 or the community crisis line, and maybe they have done something already to harm themselves or something, and there's like emergency responders that are needed, we've helped build that bridge between our 988 and our community crisis line partners and 911, and so they can work very closely to transfer that caller and then get the first responders out there to help in those situations as well.
Well, thank you. I think this is an important message for our community so they know those resources. Are we tracking outcomes? I know, can I ask the chief a little bit about how many times an officer's on the scene? And then I think he's gonna get back to me, but do you guys track outcomes or just the number of calls? And the reason I ask is because as we look to try to expand this in the future, I wanna know if by tracking that information, are we able to go after grants? Or, and at the county level, second question, are they only funding it out of their general fund, or is there grants that we could seek as a city?
So, multiple questions there. So
Yes.
let me make sure like I got all of it. In terms of tracking the data and outcomes, we do generally track the outcomes. And I think in the report that we prepared, you got some basic numbers on the volume of calls, but we do look at outcomes in terms of, say, the number of calls that resulted in folks perhaps needing to go to the hospital on an involuntary hold, or the numbers that we were able to divert to other community services and supports, or perhaps the numbers that ended up getting arrested. And what we've seen consistently from our team's data is that when mobile crisis is involved, the majority of the times it results in something other than an involuntary hold or an arrest. So there's a lot of really good work going on out there that we're able to do. We have a layered team that responds to individuals of all ages. We have an internal behavioral health team as well as contract providers that we partner with, some who specialize in children and youth. And as had been mentioned, we work very closely with different systems, whether that's the school system, child welfare system, et cetera.
The second part of that was grant opportunities, or how's the county funding their portion?
Yes, actually, there was the Crisis Care Mobile Units grant that really helped us more recently with our expansion to 24/7 services. And initially back in 2015, we went after grant funding to start that. Our children and youth mobile response team was also started with some CHAFA grant funding. So it's the way behavioral health is able to do things is really by pulling together and braiding different types of funding, because the way it works is we get the minimum amount of general fund dollars from the Board of Supervisors to be able to leverage the other funding that comes in.
Oh, yeah, if we could partner on any grant opportunities, please keep us posted. And then, those are all my questions for
Okay.
you, but I do want to ask the Chief Clement. Well, first I want to make a comment. I want to thank you because I know that you took the big lead on this when this was getting implemented, so I know that was an additional duty, but I really appreciate that. But I remember the report for the fire department as well. A majority of their calls were for unhoused individual situations. Have you seen any kind of impact around how many times either your department has to be on scene or calls that you're responding to? Has that helped?
We track that data. I think the way that mobile crisis sets up and works best is, Melanie talked a little bit about the dispatch system and the way that those calls are initially triaged. A lot of times those cases that would affect us directly, that would either preclude us from responding in the first place, those are being handled correctly. That is a positive outcome for us. Those incidents that are we're going to be there for a medical reason no matter what. So if Mobile Crisis does get there and determine that there's a medical reason for us to be there, and we're leaning more toward a medical response, we're going to be there. There are some impacts to that, but I would say it's on the front end, it's definitely working.
Well, thank you, Chief, for taking the lead and getting us, you know, to where we're at now, and thank you to the county for partnering, and also want to thank my former colleagues on the City Council for pushing this so intentionally and making sure that Salinas had resources for its community. I mean, we are the biggest people who call into this service, so I just want to thank everybody for that. And those are all my questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Andrew, why don't we stay with you since you're one of the folks up on 246? Your comments there? Yeah, next one's 246, Twin Creeks. I think you were one of the players there.
Yeah, so some of these questions are from Mr. Lynch, who unfortunately couldn't stay, Mr. Tom Lynch. This kind of goes back to 2024, beginning of October of 2024, where we were looking at reviewing all our contracts and agreements. And so I know this is for a one-year extension, but some of the questions that he had was around access to the public. How are we ensuring the public has access to these facilities, and how is, you know, how is that regulated? And then what criteria does the city use to determine which nonprofits receive financial support or discounted facility use? Some of those kinds of questions. And when was the last time we looked at at what level we should be funding first? When was the last time we looked at those?
Well, a lot of questions. Again, Councilman Sandoval, could you take me from the top? Which is the first one you like answered?
Sure.
There's a number in there.
Chip will do the email and CC Mr. Lynch as well.
So let me, so from a perspective of nonprofits and so forth, the city has an agreement with First Tee. So it takes it out of sort of that nonprofit realm as an example. So they don't participate in those programs like community sponsorship that went last time and so forth. So this is an agreement. So there's that. Number two, as it pertains to the last time we looked at the funding, the city has a lease agreement where First Tee provides $60,000 to the city as part of the lease in 2 installments. And the city agreed to carry some debt, which the last payment of that is in 26-27. So that's per the agreement. So we don't necessarily consider it as a nonprofit. We have a standing agreement with them. And as far as the first question, that's their access to their programs. First Tee develops the programs, works with school districts, works with others. So again, we don't have ground rules or an expectation for them, and there's an agreement with them, and First Tee provides their programming. So from that perspective, the other thing is this 1-year agreement will give us an opportunity to bring this back to the council and work with First Tee to address to really update the agreement, because it's expiring at the end of this fiscal year. Calendar fiscal year, yeah.
Okay, yeah, those are all his questions, and just as a reminder, it would be good to update all agreements just so there's uniformity and expectations. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, my computer did something. All right, so for this one, my question is, in the staff report, not this one, the 2015 one, I quote, beginning quote, due to board mandates of the Alisal Union School District and the King City Union School District, the First Tee of Monterey County is now part of a curriculum for 15 elementary schools. How typical is it for us to kind of receive mandates from outside bodies, and the city just kind of assumes those responsibilities just because another body decided to mandate that upon us.
What's the mandate?
That's all it says, due to board mandates of Alice Union School District and King City Unit. Again, this is in 2015, so I'm not sure, there's nothing in the staff report for today that says anything to, there's additional board mandates or what those mandates exactly are.
Oh, I'm not aware of any mandates that we have. I do know AUSD uses the facilities and has agreements to use the programs at First Tee, but they're not mandating us to do anything that I'm aware of. Are you, City Attorney? No, aware of any mandates?
Well, it's in the staff report from the 2015 meeting.
Well, I don't have that staff report in front of me, but I'm not aware of any mandates that either the First Tee or any school district has imposed upon the city with respect to this partnership that we have with the First Tee.
Okay, well, if we could get just some more clarification on what exactly that relationship is, just because it was cited in 2015, and the reason I bring that up is because if Alice Unified School District and King City School District are using this facility that the city is kind of basically subsidizing because they renegotiated in 2015, going from $125,000 a year payments down to $60,000 over the course of the 10 years that they've had to date. That's over $650,000 that we've been paying because they claim not to be in a good financial position. But again, in that same 2015 agreement, part of their renegotiation was, yes, we'll pay $60,000, which is $65,000 less than what they already paid, but they'll build $1 million facility. So which is it? Do they have the funding or do they not have the funding?
So we'll get back and look at that. Maybe our city attorney can, because I'm trying to figure out what the question is. Because right now, I don't know, frankly, how to answer that because we weren't there. Now, I do remember, I understand, and I wasn't here, the city of Salinas used to be in the golf business. And so now they got partners. So there was, I think there was a lot of conversation about how to get out of the golfing business at the time because there's two facilities here. There's the fairways and then there's this one. And so we can look it up and research it, and I think it would be more appropriate to, as we're updating the lease agreements and so forth for the future, to then have that sort of reset the table and have those conversations. Because it's really hard for us to go back in 2015. That's different than 2025. I mean, I just don't have a good answer.
And City Manager, I did get a chance to speak with CEO Nick Nelson in regards to some of these questions that you had emailed us earlier. And my understanding is from CEO Nick Nelson is that there were some projected revenues that they would get from public use of the golf course that never quite materialized. So the projected numbers were a lot higher than what actually came in. And so I think that was part of the renegotiation of a lower rental cost because they weren't going to realize the income from managing that facility aside from the programs they were using. And then part of the mandate then to build a building actually came from the city, that learning center. And so if you do any sort of fundraising, I think the fundraising to do a capital campaign is very different than to fund programming. And so there was decline in users at the time from schools, but the capital campaign was just a much different revenue stream and you attract a different set of donors at that point. And it's very much one time.
Thank you for that clarification. So just in general, if in favor of continuing the renegotiation, but just want to point out, if we could find out if there are any board mandates that the First Tee is kind of bound by or obligated to, if we can get those school districts to also pay in, and maybe that'll help put the First Tee in a situation where they are able to make the full payment to cover the full cost. We're not continuing to subsidize it. And also just for clarification, since we're going to finish making our payments next year or in the next 2 years, what kind of options does the city have in terms of if we don't have any debt per se on this asset, what options do we have to potentially use it for if it's not encumbered for golf?
That's not something we've explored at this time. Right now, we're looking at the one-year extension, and we are working right now with First Tee to continue discussions about their desire to continue to extend into the future, and then what the city needs as part of that agreement. And just to clarify, you did ask the question earlier about schools, whether or not they pay, and there has always sort of been a cost sharing in terms of the programming offered by First Tee. Part of that is they pay the transportation to get students to the facility because it's not school-based, and so that continues to this day. And now that there's new funding for extended learning programs through the state, some of that is used by both AUSD and Salinas City Elementary School District to help fund the programming that their kids are utilizing at First Tee.
So that's not based on what you said, that's not necessarily funding the programming, that's funding the transportation aspect, right?
You know, we're getting really off topic here. I mean, because I think it would be much more appropriate if you just tell us the concerns that you want us to bring us back. Because we need to have a much fuller conversation on this, because we're sort of speculating from the school, kind of information we have. And I think it would be much better for the council to say, here's the things that we want you to bring us back as we're looking at having this discussion about renewing and updating the lease agreement.
Okay, so just based on the timeline, we kind of have something back within 6 months if they choose to renew past that one.
Yeah, but I think we're going to bring it back to you a lot sooner, because I think I think the next 6 months we're going to be working through all of this.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks, Jose. And let's see, I've got Aurelio, then Margaret.
Yeah.
Go, I didn't write your name down. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I too, I'm not too sure where I'm at regarding our commitment. There are a couple of things I would want to see come back. You know, one, I would want to know, how many youth are participating. I would, again, want to know, in addition to the other two school districts that are partnering with them, any other school districts. I would also want to know kind of what, right, because there's the Future Citizens Foundation, and then there's First Tee, the program, right? Again, I would want to know if they have it available, like their next, 3-year or 5-year strategic plan, in terms of like kind of just the general operating expenses, if they're able to share that with us. I think what's most important to me is, again, if we can find out like total number served, age groups, and also like total number of programs that are being offered there. And I know that this information is probably out there, but in terms of like the financial fiscal health of, the fundraising side of it, I think that would help me make a better, more informed decision where we're at.
I think my colleagues covered most of my questions and concerns. I guess, and Renee, you mentioned, should we be in the golf business? I think there's a lot more information we need. I think, there's a lot of things that are happening on that campus, and a lot of it is funded by private funding. And then, of course, now that I'm aware the city owns the golf course, but I think there's only so much control we have over those other things that are happening there. And I'm sure we can go online and look at their numbers and see what kind of impact they're going to have. As a First Tee organization, that's all in their website. But you've answered my questions. I look forward to having more discussion in the future. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are going to.
Pass, excuse me, Mayor, you passed me. Yeah, you did, you passed me. Yeah, my comments are, I echo by the time it gets to me. Yes, we need more information, yeah. But First Tee has been around for a while, and they have provided many good services. But we need more information, and you heard us. I mean, what everybody said. So anyways.
All right. We will go out for public comment. I've actually got this. We're going to go out to public comment on the slate of consent items heard. You may comment on the agenda collectively, and then we will come back or you get a minute and a half. Minute and a half, so use it wisely.
Up there, a minute and a half also, because they ramble on, they don't ask the questions. Anyways, let's go to 205, yes. Let's approve that. Ms. Christian, please open those bathrooms at Cesar Chavez Park. That's on 205. 209, yes, please clean that up. 211, clean it up, please, thank you. 221, you know, that's a really good one there. Why isn't it done yet? The Hebron Heights Center? That's gone on, what, 2 years now? We gotta get that done, guys. Okay, 227, please get the internet crime thing going. I wanna get all those gentlemen behind bars where they belong, messing with kids. Okay, 243, that's a real good one. My thing is this, I have a question about, the qualifications are there, but every person is different. You get law enforcement, you'll get a different kind of person like in the military, and you'll get a different worker here and there. How do you qualify? I know law enforcement, military can pretty much talk to each other because it's the same kind of unit, but I don't know about everybody else. So that is a great thing to do, and the young lady that was up here did a great job explaining that. But you have different people for different categories. That was my question. That's it. Thank you, guys. Remember, guys, minute and a half for everybody.
Thank you. All right.
That's real quick for me, if you know me. ID 227, crimes against children, that's an excellent one. I want to thank you for bringing that up and acting on this. The other one is just 239, the Johnson Electric and Communications for Security Camera. Being a neighborhood watch, this is very critical to people that are advocates for neighborhood watch. I've had a lot of run-ins with mentally ill people, and I'm glad that when I call dispatch, they're able to send the right person. I do want to say kudos to Officer Zuniga, who's responded twice to some issues that we've had within the community. I think he's just excellent dealing with the public. And so that's that. The last thing is the first T. How much money do we pay on taxes, or do we pay into this to First Tee? I think it's a great resource for our young people that would never otherwise have the opportunity to play golf. But I'd also think it's a great opportunity for the residents to be able to use First Tee to have public meetings with the residents. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Yolanda. Okay. Anyone else from the public? All right, we will go see if there's anyone who wants to Zoom. They do not. So we will, I'll look for a motion for this slate of consent calendars and then items, and then we'll come back to 209, and Gloria will recuse herself. So is there a motion to accept the consent calendar except item 209?
So moved.
Second. Salazar.
Okay. Was that sufficient direction for the city manager on the first tee?
We got it.
Anyone, go ahead and call for the question.
So calling for the vote on all the consent items with the exception of item 209, the Downtown Streets Team item. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera? Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we will, let's see, Gloria will recuse herself. And we will, okay, Tony, we'll start with you, and then Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know what, this goes hand in hand with the downtown streets team. I've been out there with these individuals, Hope Services. Downtown really cares about these folks because they're very consistent. They're always working, cleaning up the streets, picking up the garbage, the litter. And you know, I think the wonderful thing about this is that these individuals have development disabilities or some kind of mental health issues, but it's a great group of people, and I think on top of just acknowledging their work and thanking staff for keeping these programs, I also want to bring Downtown Street Team and Hope Services at the same time for City of Champions when it's possible with the city staff, because I know it's a job getting it together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
So this is a conversation I've been having for probably 2 years now. And I know we had a representative from Downtown Streets Team. I believe I saw him earlier. But the fact that this contract specifically lists the Al-Saud corridor, and so does Hope Services. Hello? How about District 5? How about some of the areas that my constituents serve, that my constituents live in? I know in the past, I looked at the agreement, I believe that this downtown, well, first I want to say Downtown Streets Team, originally the agreement was that we would fund them for a period of time and that they would seek additional grant funding. They never kept up their end of the bargain. It's a great program, but they never kept up their end of the bargain. Second, I think Downtown Streets Team originally was to cover downtown Chinatown, Natividad Creek Park, Cesar Chavez Park, and the Al-Saud area. Also, no District 5 mentioned in there. But now it's kind of seemed like it's gone less and less across our city. And so I know the city manager had mentioned something about, well, we could increase funding. Well, I don't think that's the only way to do it. I think there's ways to identify different parts of our city in order to make sure that our entire city gets some love from Downtown Streets Team. I think it's a great program. I would say 2.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, through the currently adopted process, we asked for a report and presentation from Downtown Streets Team. Unfortunately, we never received it, so we can get some really concrete data and get some questions answered about how they run their programs and what compensation or donations the residents who participate in those programs get. And I don't remember, but if I'm not mistaken, they used to get Walmart gift cards, which is great, but some folks cannot shop at Walmart. So I heard some residents talk about them trading those out to other people who could shop at Walmart, or maybe having to pay extra so they could get purchases made by somebody who has a car. So I'd like to make sure we revisit that request for a presentation. And you know, I'm going to make a motion to approve this item, but with the caveat that we do, this item specifically lists only the Al-Saud corridor. So with the caveat that we intentionally find a way to get not only District 5, I mean, we are not servicing other districts as well, including District 6, some level of service. So I don't know how we would be able to word that, or if that's even possible. So I'll look to the city attorney if, sorry, Don.
Sorry, I had to step out, but I heard your comments and your questions. What I would suggest is that you give us an opportunity to bring that back as a potential discussion option.
Would I make that in motion or as direction, or what do we
Just
do?
direction. I think the city manager and I have both heard you, and we will work to bring that back. So I don't think you need to make that a part of your motion, council member.
All right, thank you. So moved.
Second.
All right. Very good. First and a second. I will go ahead and we do need to take this back out to public before we finish voting. So any public comment on this? Any Zoom comment on it? Patty, let's call for the question.
Go.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa recused. Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue? Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, council member reports, appointments, and future agenda items. Andrew, I'll start with you.
All right, I just have 2 items. If you could bear with me 1 second. Well, first of all, I'm proud to appoint Joey Alvarado to the Measure E Oversight Committee. He brings over 30 years of leadership in customer service, including teams in operation management, budgeting, and safety compliance. Used to be a store manager at American Tire Company, and he led training programs and operational initiatives. He also serves as the president of the Northgate Village Homeowners Association, where he oversaw a 5-year improvement plan. He's in the past managed multi-million-dollar budgets and significantly improved safety and infrastructure outcomes. I'm excited. I've only spoken with him a couple of times, but there are residents who you can see they have a passion for serving their community and really want to dive deep to understand how things work. So I'm excited to appoint him. He really has an attention to detail, so I appreciate that. I always try to capture those folks whenever I can. And I want to highlight Juneteenth, which is this Wednesday. Their theme is Freedom is Beautiful. Don't forget, the first 200 people will get free supper. And this may be first of all, I've never heard of free supper, so that's already a good deal. This may be one of the only events that offers free supper in the city of Salinas on this scale. So I know Councilmember Barrera will be there. I'm hoping the rest of the council. This is their 5th year, and I think it's the only organization that holds Black and African culturally centered events in Salinas. So I hope the city continues to support them. I'm proud to be supporting them and the amazing team of Kendra, Asia, and all the young folks involved in there. And let's continue to support those organizations.
Yes. I attended the Monterey Salinas Transit Board meeting. We're getting ready to have our groundbreaking celebration. Have you been keeping tabs on the SURF project, the Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project? We're going to have a groundbreaking on Saturday, June 28th. There's not going to be supper, probably a sandwich or something, but it's still good. And you know, one of the things, I've been on some ride-alongs trying to understand the work of our police officers. I've been enjoying just observing. It's an intense job. It really is. And you know, so I'm very excited. There's a lot of things happening as far as Gloucester Park is getting worked on, a brand new park, Hebron Family Center, the Firehouse Recreation Center, the Salinas Boxing Club is getting new bathrooms. So there are good things happening in our neighborhoods. Just want to say that if you, every now and then you go out and look at your community, we live in a good city, we really do. And I'm happy with the work that this council is doing as far as approving different projects. And I think, Mayor, we need to really support staff here. You know, sometimes issues get pretty critical, and so I'm gonna share with my colleagues, if there are intense questions that we may be asking, shoot them an email, you know, before. I'm sure some of you are doing that. Prepare your questions with them, that way they'll be ready, and let's do some good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start off tonight with some good news. I'm filling up my last 2 vacancies for my committees. So I will be appointing Ms. Shanice Virrueta to the Police Community Advisory Committee and Ms. Paula Matelli to the Traffic and Transportation Commission. I also recently had the opportunity to attend a Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, SVBGSA for short, meeting last week. And with that, I will have one item of support that I will request tonight. And that would be a letter, requesting a letter of support for Mr. Ignacio Ruelas Fregoso to serve as the public member to the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board of Directors. There's an upcoming vacancy for the next term, which is a 2-year term. I think Mr. Fregoso is fiscally disciplined. He brings a background in technical expertise in sustainability programs, and he has a very profound commitment to serving his community. And if I have the support, thank you. Yeah, if we could get that letter of support submitted to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. The GSA doesn't make the appointment itself, but it does provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and would like to see the city support that. So thank you guys for that support. Also, very briefly, I had the opportunity to last week attend the RVS Technology Group's 25th anniversary, which is hosted in collaboration with the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. Quick interesting metric about 25th anniversaries for business. Only 10% of businesses make it to 25 years of continuous uninterrupted operations. So that's a major milestone for this family. They started off in Watsonville. They're a completely 100% Latino-owned firm. And one thing I really valued about this company is that they have a strong commitment to passing along knowledge and expertise to the younger folks, which is what this business owner largely attributes his success to, is that willingness and openness to not see other staff as competition or them potentially taking business away from him, rather building them up and giving them a sense of place. And I think we need more employers like that in our community. Also had an opportunity to do a site tour earlier this morning with the folks at CCA and the Big Sur Land Trust, visiting Ensign Community Park, learning a little bit more about their visioning, and also hearing some of their concerns, as we heard tonight, relating to park maintenance and the city's long-term ability to take proper care of these parks. Upcoming things that we have this week. Tomorrow, there will be a Central Coast Community Energy Policy Board of Directors meeting. There will be a satellite location here at City Hall. So if you want to join us tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., we'll be in the city manager's room taking that board meeting. Also want to highlight what Ms. Warden shared earlier, which is that the Portuguese Hall is celebrating their 101st anniversary this Sunday. For a reminder, that's at 10 a.m. They'll have a parade, and they'll have Mass at 11. Mass in Portuguese is something I've never had the opportunity to experience, but I'm looking forward to hearing some of that this Sunday. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Aurelio.
Yes, just wanted to bring up, the recent immigration enforcement in Los Angeles. I just want to just share my concerns with Salinas and Monterey County being a predominantly farm worker community, and our farm worker community supporting our local industries. I know that it's created a lot of stress and anxiety in our farm worker community, immigrant community, and I know that it's had a mental health impact on individuals. In my particular line of work and serving our farm worker community, it is very varying on individuals. People very reluctant to come out into the community and go about their day-to-day business. Some of you also may know, very own Senator Alex Padilla, one of the first Latinos to the United States to represent the state of California to the United States Senate. Just seeing how he was handled as an elected official is also very, very, very concerning. And then lastly, my condolences go out to Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were murdered. And so it is very concerning when you hear about, elected officials being targeted and victims of homicide. We shouldn't live in a society where people think that that's okay or it's acceptable behavior. And to witness that and to see that on television and play out, it is very, it's very concerning. It's not the country that we all envision or see. There really needs to be an effort to bring communities together and not get into divisive politics. I think we all see the influence that an individual can have on other people's lives, whether you're the President of the United States or you're a member of a upcoming youth council member. We all have the ability to impact other people's lives, and I just feel it's important that we continue to have respect for human life and try to be good stewards of this planet.
Thank you, Gloria.
Yes, and I also, on that note, I would like to express my gratitude to all the community members that expressed their right in a nonviolent way this past Saturday. And I also want to acknowledge the American Legion Post 31. That day, the 14th, is also Flag Day. And I want to give a shout out to the Honor Guard. In case you don't know what the Honor Guard does for the American Legion, is when a veteran passes, they're the ones that do taps and march, that beautiful march. So, yes, my respect to them. I also attended the Board of Supervisors meeting last week, where kudos to and shout out to Supervisor Alejo, who spearheaded this event, and the rest of the supervisors, Chris Lopez, shout out to him too. They recognized CRLA 50 years that the short hoe, el cortito in Spanish, was banned. CRLA played a big part in that. My brother-in-law, Hector de la Rosa, who worked for CRLA, had a big part in it, and all the families were acknowledged. They also acknowledged Luis Valdez, and Dolores Huerta was here, and also the Tigres del Norte. They were here because apparently this band, they came years ago. This is kind of where they started, at the prison. They had a show there, and then they went up north to another prison, I think Folsom. But anyways, they were acknowledged. It was beautiful. It was well attended. I have pictures with the Tigres del Norte, but it was nice. I also attended a car show at the Compass Church, very well attended. Relay for Life, we had the car there. So if you need to buy tickets, the city also has a team. I encourage you to buy tickets from the city. I also carry them with me. What else? North High. They've been having a lot of activities at North High. They also had a car show, cheerleaders, that was great. Anything else? Oh, Tip a Cop. I attended that at Gino's, and I want to give a shout out to probation, because they were part of it too, and the police officers that served us. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended an MBAG meeting last week, and also this weekend I attended a SNP mobile unit event out at Northridge Mall. Very well attended. They always turn people away because the demand is so high. And they serve our underserved population very, very well with their dogs and cats, especially big dogs. There were lots of them there that were not very well behaved, but they took them anyways. And they were doing free vaccines that day, so that was really awesome. Great service to our community, and I want to show my support for them. We've been meeting almost monthly, or almost weekly now for quite a while, for a couple of months. And so thank you all for participating and being here 100% and being active. Really enjoyed the joint meeting with the Planning Commission. Getting to know each one of them, and expressing the need to really elevate their role. I think we've got some incredible commissioners that have a lot that they can lend to the city in terms of support and expertise. And then last Friday, Jose, thank you for inviting me to the My Story event, which was wonderful. Loved seeing all the youth in the room. That was probably more youth than I've seen in a long time. And they were very engaged, and they told their personal stories, and it was a wonderful event. So thank you for inviting me to that. And then lastly, I want to congratulate the Salinas High School girls softball team. They won a huge championship. So we'll be, I haven't included Patricia on this yet, but I will. I'm trying to get all the details about it and get to the right people, but we want to give them some kind of a certificate or something to recognize their great efforts. And I think the coaches were more excited than the girls because the girls were exhausted when it was all over. But congrats to them. I'm a Salinas High grad, so go Cowboys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Just very quickly, I joined Jose this morning for a tour of Benson Park. It was very, very impressive. I'm going to also, Margaret is going to take my place on the animal shelter JPA. She likes snips so much. I noted that enthusiasm, and not that I'm uninterested in animals, but I couldn't. I saw the passion she had for it, and I thought that group deserved that. So Margaret will be taking my place on that. And then I'll just finish up with, I was asked to give the graduation speech at Central Coast College. What's not important is that I gave the speech, is that seeing firsthand, that's the nature of the programming they have there, and the opportunities that are being created for young adults in our community, and the skills they're getting it was really quite impressive to learn about the school and the nature of their programs, because as we all know, we have a big medical footprint in Salinas and the Valley and the Peninsula, and they're really doing a good job of providing talent. So I was really impressed by the school, so that was a nice opportunity. And with that, Tony, one city, eventually we need to recognize Marianne Warden as the conscience of the community. But Tony wants us to have a moment of silence for somebody else who we recall also as a real conscience of the community, and really gave meaning to the real highest office in the land as citizen, and Al really reflected that. So Tony, if you want to say a few words, and then we'll finish with a moment of silence.
Well, a lot of us knew Al Espindola. He passed away last Wednesday, and he was always here at these meetings, always looking for something to do, and very involved. Would help out with kids, and he was a great guy. I have to tell you something. I was trying to visit him for 6 months. He was in a convalescent home for 8 months in therapy. And he told me finally, after bugging him so long, he says, Tony, I'm embarrassed for people to see me the way I look. And I says, we're friends, And well, finally about 6.5 months, I was given permission to go visit him. Who would have thought just 3-4 days later he'd be gone, but he was my friend. And would always sit there, always in public comment, always.
And I miss Hawaiian shirts.
And his Hawaiian shirts.
I miss that.
So, good thoughts for him.
Okay. Well, why don't we have a quick moment of silence, and then we'll be back in a couple of weeks. Thank you.